Well. Oh, we don't have game audio on. Welcome, everybody, to another video. Today, we do have audio on. Oh, it's because of it's like this because I set this up in World vs. World the other day. Today, we are heading through the second half of Living World Season 3. An interesting moment, because I would say, in terms of content, we're actually probably a lot further along. Just get, well, I don't know. By a lot of respects, I think we're halfway through the game at the moment. Like, the whole game. Like, everything that you can possibly do. It's hard to judge because my story is obviously very long. So, to tell you the truth, yeah, I think we're further than halfway. But in terms of, like, story, and in terms of, like, I mean, this is going to kind of blow your mind. It blows my mind to say out loud, I think. In terms of patch update timing, is Season 3 really the halfway point of the entire game? I sort of always imagine, my mindset for this is that Path of Fire is new, Heart of Thorns is pretty new, and Season 1 is the halfway point. That's where my mind has ended up fixed, as far as Guild Wars is concerned. But, you know, all these later things have come out, time marches on. I think we're probably halfway right now. Anyway, so yeah, what we're going to be playing is these back 3 patches here. The Head of the Snake, Flashpoint, One Path Un. Look at all these golden icons coming in now. Feels pretty good. Look, this is exactly what I wanted. I wanted a character that had been through everything. And I could feel really, oh, God, you know what? I've just remembered I've forgotten the character name again. We're still just kleptomaniaized. Man, when I get a good-looking name as well, this is going to be the coolest thing ever. Let's change out of the monk outfit for now. We could turn the outfit off, you know. I haven't just played. This was the default kind of appearance. I mean, not the stuff, but this was the thief sort of appearance that we built long before even this project started. So yeah, let's play with this guy actually, I think. So and then what was the backpack that this guy was wearing? It wasn't just a straight up backpack. I say this guy like we're a totally different character now that I've changed. I think it was this one, wasn't it? It was the forest archer with the quiver, because I'd been really inspired about the fact that there's an interesting mechanic going on here with this back piece and the quiver moving left and right. Let's just quickly dye the green grey, and I'm sure that could be a lot better looking, but at least it sort of fits for now. We should make it probably a little bit more black. Let's go hue. This is not really how I expected to start today's video, but there you have it. There you go. We'll go Shadow Abyss for now. It's still got a nice amount of texture on it. So, so yeah, we're just gonna. Oh, I like the way that the staff kind of feels like it's under the cape while I'm running. You know, there's a lot of weird clipping happening. Let's try to ignore that, I suppose. So yeah, we're just gonna move on through. There's really not much else for me to. Well, there's lots. I got lots of anecdotes and things to say, but let's just get straight into the first instance here. So, here it says, Queen Jenna has summoned you to an emergency gathering of the Ministry in Divinity's Reach. What are their plans for Kryta, and what role will you play in them? Let's hit this up. We get our mail. I'm really sorry about people who have been trying to get into Spuds. Your mails are still there. I will be inviting you. Don't you guys worry. It's just, it gets clogged, and then it gets more clogged, and then it becomes a big job. Oh, they're talking.
Oh, I must have nodded off there for a second.
I'm headed to Divinity's Reach to meet the Queen. But have you heard from Bram?
No, sorry. Rox got word through, though. Apparently she talked some sense into him. He formed an exploratory committee, let's say. They're making their way up to Jormag as we speak, to see what kind of damage they can do before mobilizing a larger force. I'm worried about him, Commander. He's calling this group Destiny's Edge.
I don't suppose Ritlock or Kaith had any say in that.
No. I don't want to lose him to Jormag, and if we're right about its weakness, he won't stand a chance.
How are we doing on that front?
I have an idea. A great idea. Well, brilliant, really. But I need to complete the experiment with the samples, then reach out to some contacts to see if I can get what I need for that aforementioned brilliant idea. I'll keep you posted. Anyway, say hi to the Queen for me.
Do you know her?
I feel like I do after all the gossip rags I read. Do you know she doesn't wear shoes? Try not to stare at her feet now that I told you that.
You're a huge help, as always. Get some rest.
Bye!
Okay, wow, there were about 5 different things I wanted to say as the conversation was going along, and now they've all fallen out of my head. So, this is an interesting... Well, let's open with this, okay? This is an interesting patch, because I think I think season 3 already had been really interesting up till this point in terms of like how much the studio thought a single Living World episode could deal with. You'll notice in Dry Top, the scale of the story was very small. It was very humble. It was very kind of clear cut what it was doing, right? And season 1 had a big idea, but it took the whole season to do it. Season 3, this is, okay, actually, I think the Head of the Snake is a really important patch, and it's a big moment in terms of, like, thinking about Guild Wars 2 and what Living World is. Already, they'd kind of been zigzagging us around a lot with these patches, and, like, a lot of stuff was happening very fast. This patch is the first big moment, I think, where essentially what you'll see is the devs believe Living World can tell really big story. The Head of the Snake is a lot like Dragonstorm. And it's a lot like those Icebrood Saga sequences. I mean, we just heard Brown there, basically initiating some of that Icebrood Saga stuff right now. But basically, this patch could have been a whole expansion. You know, you look at the world building, you look at Tyria, right? And there's all these, like, peoples and societies and things happening, right? And they make the setting very rich. And they make it an interesting place to live in and to do things. Now, what you can do is close those threads if you like. So one of the big points of intrigue and ideas behind Divinity's Reach is all this stuff with the Ministry and the White Mantle and the Bandits and the Queen and Caudecus. All that stuff is really interesting. It's cool. It's a great roleplay sandbox. It adds a lot of liveliness to Tyria as a setting. Now here's the thing. You can close those threads and that kills that part of the setting. Unless you replace it with something else. That actually makes Tyria a less interesting place to live in if you close it. But, I mean, the intrigue, the push and pull of being a player playing this game is you want to see those stories go somewhere. So my opinion is, if you're going to close these threads, really you close them in a big way. You look at a huge part of the world building and say, right, let's do a whole expansion around that. So, basically, all this stuff about Divinity's Reach, about north of Divinity's Reach, the Woodland Cascades, the Janthir Bay, the Isles of Janthir, all this stuff, even the Northern Maguma Waste stuff, especially after the Raid series, that is an expansion. And so with that, you can really dive into this stuff, give it a big send-off, and then, yeah, maybe push a few little things back on the table. Or, you know, leave it completely empty because you're hoping to move to a Guild Wars 3 or something, whatever, right? But the idea is you do it big. But ArenaNet had a different... That's just my idea. That's just how I would handle an MMO. ArenaNet clearly had a different idea for Living World. And not just in Season 3, but all Living World. You're going to see this comes back a lot. This patch is a lot like Dragonstorm because it says, okay, here's one of these big storylines. We're not going to give it a whole expansion. We just want to close the thread. Now, that motivation for closing the thread is kind of interesting, I guess, because they, like players, just wanted to see this stuff. Well, here's the thing. I want to see the stuff be explored. I don't want to see the thread be closed. I want to see it be explored. But ArenaNet clearly just wanted to do something with this stuff because I guess they felt obligated or something. I don't know. I can't speculate that deeply. But what that means is the Head of Snake is just like Dragonstorm in that it's a whole expansion in one Living World patch. Right? It's a huge amount of content that they set up a little bit in Out of the Shadows, and there is a couple of lines of dialogue in Rising Flames, obviously. And now here we are. And it will be this whole... one patch will do this whole story. And so it's an interesting patch, because I think this is the moment. We haven't actually seen ArenaNet do it yet. But this is the moment where I think there's going to be a bigger misalignment of my expectations of Living World and their expectations of Living World. You're going to see it happens again in Flashpoint. You're going to see it happens again in One Path End in terms of closing stories, okay? You're going to see it happens 3 times back to back. Then we actually get an expansion, so there's a break. And then Season 4's a little bit different again, so we'll get there. But you're going to see this hit with these 3 patches, and then you're going to see it comes back in full force in the Icebrood Saga as well. So this is kind of a very different type of experience we're going into now. Anyway, that's not really about the story. That's just sort of a retrospective analysis of mine of how this patch ends up feeling. But yeah, so we get a little bit of dialogue about Brown there, of course, which is kind of setting up some Icebrood Saga stuff. I love the idea that he calls himself Destiny's Edge. I love the idea that he's being a quintessential Norn here. As much as people judge like his grief and so on, you know, when we look at... I just did all this about, you know, what's the setup at Divinity's Reach that makes it some interesting sandbox and place to live in and place to talk about. For Holbrook, you know, you've got this idea of the Norn who are really foolhardy and vigilant and just enthusiastic and courageous, and that just causes them to kill themselves constantly against the jungle dragon, the ice dragon Jormag. And you get a lot of that in the novels. You get that a little bit in the Norn personal story setup stuff. Didn't appear in this series, obviously. You can check out my full LP for some Norn stuff there. But now Bram is doing it with a bunch of other Norn. And to me, that actually is a really cool, like, very natural thing to do. I like that little story there. And I even like as well, now here's a funny thing. It's easy to look at this and say, oh, it's a shame that it's all off screen. I think it's not necessarily a shame. I quite like that some stuff appears off screen. It makes the world feel alive. Like, one big thing that ArenaNet was getting a lot of criticism for in Season 2 and Season 1 is that all of Destiny's Edge were kind of just our lackeys that were following us around and didn't live and breathe and do their own things. And what do we get in Season 3? We get Marjorie deciding to tail Lazarus. And we get Bram off doing his own thing. We get Ritlock weaves away. It's more sort of naturally structured, I think. And I quite like that Bram's doing a lot of big stuff and we don't see it. You know, if you choose to, you can criticize that, but I don't think you have to. You know, I don't think it's a big point of criticism. Anyway, so that's kind of the opening thoughts here. And we do get a mail. It's from Queen Jenna, QJ. I don't like that. She's a queen. Why is the queen mailing us? I mean, I suppose this shows how sensitive the moment is right now, but QJ. Kleptomania artist. Her Majesty, Queen Jenna of Kryta. Oh, no, it's not the queen messaging us. But it's written from QJ. Whatever. Her Majesty, Queen Jenna of Kryta, requests your attendance at a festive meeting of ministers in the upper city. Please make your way to the throne room at your earliest convenience. So, let's head on in. It's a shame. Oh, you also see there, I guess this is the first time this happens too. Unfortunately, Living World starts doing a thing where it sends you a mail to read and dialogue at the exact same moment, and it can kind of mess you up a little bit. But hey, alright, I'm in a meeting of ministers. So yeah, welcome to everyone in the live chat here as well, by the way. I'm doing this very late at night. This is going to be a kind of a late night experience. If you guys are here catching this one live, it's not a normal time. And by the time this one ends, it's going to be really late. I really appreciate anyone who's here. I expect there to be very few of you as the night wears on and people need to go to sleep. But you never know who we'll get because we're at a slightly different time scale here. There we go. So back to the throne room. It feels really good to do this as a human, doesn't it? It's interesting, you know, as an Asura, you get that moment a few times where you're back to Ratsum. As a Silvari, you get it loads of times. As a Char, you get it a little bit in the Icebrood Saga, which is something that the Icebrood Saga does. As a Norn, when do you really get it? I mean, we had Air's Memorial for a moment, but... I mean, you don't really deal with Newt in any big way, or Sigfast, or Skadi. Anyway, here we go, let's go on in.
There you are. The illustrious leader of Dragon's Watch. Welcome.
I appreciate the sentiment, Your Majesty, but I feel like I haven't been much of a leader lately. I don't know how you do it. You have a whole kingdom to worry about, while I can't even manage to keep a handful of people driving toward one purpose.
It's a trying task, but to be honest, sometimes I envy what must be the simplicity of your life. This place is all politics and subtext. Do a thing one person likes and 3 hate you for it. It can get very complicated. You just relentlessly smash things until they're no longer at odds with you. I wish it were like that around here sometimes.
Well, what can I smash for you today?
I believe a White Mantle attack is imminent, and must take certain actions here in Divinity's Reach to ensure its safety.
The fact that you're not really describing these actions makes me think they might be a little unorthodox.
There was a small supporting patch.
What do you think of this garden, Commander?
It's lovely.
Well, they set this up a little bit better.
And to preserve such
a little bit
marvel
more
requires constant maintenance. Sometimes weeds creep in, and sometimes you must eradicate them, lest your garden become unkempt.
I see.
I've called the ministers here under the auspices of a reassuring gathering, but I really need to deliver what some will consider shocking news. Your presence here will go a long way to ease minds, so please, mingle. And also, keep an eye out. Any evidence of White Mantle meddlings you find would only support my actions.
I'll do some digging. And Your Majesty, you missed a weed here.
That looks like one, but it's actually the Crichton spiderwort. It'll bloom soon, and its petals give you the most luscious dyes. It's my favorite flower. It hides its true potential from most, and then blossoms into something great. Happy hunting, Commander.
So that's supposed to be she's speaking metaphorically about herself, I suppose. So yeah, there was a supporting patch where like a bunch of pamphlets and leaflets appeared, the White Mantle pulling people to their cause and so on. So you did get a little bit more set up if you were doing the current events. For players playing through in sequence, that's going to be one of those little things you're going to miss. It's actually kind of weird for the game because those pamphlets and stuff are appearing anyway when you first start your character. Let's say you started playing here in 2022. Isn't that weird to hear us say? You know, when you're exploring, like, here's an example of a place. Oh, wow, the Kleptomania artist never went there. There's like a little mining town here. And, you know, there's pamphlets and stuff already talking about the White Mantle recruitment at that point. I mean, it kind of works, you know. I think it kind of makes sense. Is there something else you need, Commander? I'm surprised you invited me here instead of Anise. Where is she? Anise is occupied, I'm afraid. As for your invitation, you're a trusted friend, and I have no doubts your presence is a welcome relief to the ministers as well. The loyal ones, anyway. Do you have any updates on Logan? So, yeah, Logan reappears now, which is good because last we saw he was in the Blighting pods. And by the time of this release, Heart of Thorns is pretty far in the rear view mirror already. Just because there was quite a gap after Heart of Thorns ended before this season kicked up. So this was really nice because you kind of got to see how the Blighting Pod might have affected him and stuff. A moment we haven't had yet to this day for Zodger. So this is Logan's reintroduction at least. There isn't much else I can tell you about his recovery, but it has been slow. Sorry, we already read that one. Since Caudecus was in charge of the Ministry Guard, are you concerned about their loyalty of the Guard? I most certainly am concerned, Commander. It's why I need you here. I understand. I'll keep an eye out. So, yeah. Basically, how you view this patch is going to totally be based on whether you... you're going to see all this stuff happen. You might have had a fantasy years ago of seeing the Ministry Guard... the Ministry Guard rebel or something, you know. Before, the thing is, I think what makes this extra weird, this patch, doing the whole Civil War in one patch, it's not just a quantity thing, which it usually is, it's just a quantity thing. But on this one, as in we don't get enough, it wasn't a full expansion or something, but the Divinity's Reach stuff is all like, it's very subtle, you know. You're supposed to be, like, suspicious of the Ministry Guard. The story is the suspicion. Having them blatantly march around in defiance kind of doesn't celebrate it anymore, you know. It's not the same story anymore. So I don't know, it's a weird one. I think I can speak for the Shining Blade when I say I'm glad you're with us here, Commander. I'm honoured. Looks like you've got plenty of support from Ministry Guard. Indeed, there are a lot of Ministry Guard here, but this is a meeting of the Ministry. So I suppose it makes sense. Sorry, I read that terribly. There's a lot of Ministry Guard here, but this is a meeting of the Ministry, so I suppose it makes sense. Still, something about it has me on edge. On edge? How so? Well, the Shining Blade takes an oath to protect the throne and cry above all. The Ministry Guards, however, pledge their allegiance to the Legate Minister, to Caudecus. I mean, this is a weird one as well, with him out and out rebelling against Kryte. If you're saying that... I mean, this is not right either. If I remember rightly, the original world building, the blog posts from before the game came out, wasn't it that they were just... They're like mercenary guards, basically. They're like posh mercenary guards. You know, different ministers can hire them. If you've got enough money, you can hire more of them, you can do more of them. So Caudecus just naturally, with a lot of power, ends up having a lot doing his bidding. But it's not that they're... I never thought of them as a unified alliance of Caudecus. But hey, that's what this patch says. Do you think any Ministry Guards still hold allegiance to that traitor? I have my suspicions, no proof, but I certainly have suspicions. I guess so the idea is that Caudecus stands against the crown, so everyone else says, oh, I don't believe him anymore. Have you seen any... And by the way, you remember in Season 2 we had a great moment at Divinity's Reach that kind of builds into this, sort of. Have you seen any suspicious activity? I haven't, but I'm not so foolish to think that just because I don't see it, it's not there. These traitors are cunning, and we have to remain vigilant. Is there anyone you're particularly suspicious of? I'd rather not point any fingers or risk a false accusation. Suffice it to say that I'm keeping an eye out. So here, this is kind of cool. We see the personality system, sort of, but not really. You'll notice, like, the mouse over, the colouring, everything isn't there anymore. And neither are tags, neither is what is going to be. So it's just like a nice little illusion, I guess. I respect your decision, but I could really use your insight. Well, I'm surprised to see Estelle is still a part of the Ministry after she was caught lying about official matters. I know the Queen pardoned her, but, well, I just can't trust her, not again. So Estelle was who we were, I'll say anyway, was who we were fingering in the previous patch, with all the politics.
Quite a lot of guards at this Ministry meeting, huh?
Yes, it seems they outnumber us at least 3 to 1.
More like a militia meeting, if you ask me. At least we're all a bit safer.
Are we safer? I think these extra guards send the opposite message.
Well, we should do our best to keep up appearances. The people need it with the white mantle out there. I'm grateful I got invited to this event at all.
I'm starting to wish I stayed home.
Alright. So here we get Farron, who did appear in Heart of Thorns at a single meta event, where you find him in the jungle, he's gone wild, he's naked, and you sort of help him a little bit. So we'll probably get to catch up with him about that a bit here. Ah, Commander, what a pleasure. What brings you to this ministry meeting? Oh, he's my +1, says Minister Marula. Didn't he talk about Marula in the right at the start of part 1? I don't want to be the only minister to come without a guest. Plus, I'd like to keep some muscle around you in these dangerous times. I see. I can never turn down a lady's invitation. Should the White Mantle dare to show their faces, Swordmaster Farron will put them in their place. Is that just how he calls himself now? Swordmaster Farron, after Swordmaster Bongo and what happened in the jungle. Have you seen anything suspicious this evening? Thankfully, no, but I've been rather busy chatting with Minister Marula. That's nice. Oh, Farron, don't let me distract you all evening. I think I should let you get going. I think I should get going. Okay. Man, there's so many icons and things here. So this one with Jenna we already actually did. So here's Minister Wee. How good is it to see you at a time like this? Do you have reason to distrust anyone? So we've heard a bit about the Wees. He's the minister for Rurikton, the Ascalon district. His wife is in the Shining Blade. Remember? We met her and I guess that was probably part 1 that we met her. So lots of fun little callbacks. This is very Icebrood Saga-y as well. You will find characters return, but they're very much sort of, it's like a, oh, hey, I remember you kind of thing, rather than them doing a lot. But yeah. How good is it to see you at a time like this? You have reason to distrust anyone in this meeting? The people who cross over, this is Lady Wee now, it could be anyone. See, if the camera just moved, oh, it would be so good. People you would never expect, like your daughter. Yes, Valette made a horrible mistake. Oh, yeah, so we learn in... I never talked about this at all. But in patch 1, that Valette Wee was a member of the White Mantle. I think that's where she was, right? Yes, Valette's made a horrible mistake. Their daughter joined the White Mantle. So, what a crazy family this is. A minister, a Shining Blade member, and a goddamn member of the White Mantle. We're devastated, as you can imagine, but our daughter's actions are not our own. Your association with Valette raises suspicions about your allegiances. The Queen has no reason to be concerned, and neither do you. My wife and I have always worked for the betterment of Cryer. It's true, and we should know that as a member of the...
That didn't sound
Stupid
good.
piece of junk. This is unbelievable.
This is unbelievable! I love the Asura, man. Alright, I guess we don't get all... They force you to not have all the dialogue. That's probably good for me, otherwise I'd spend forever. Hello?
Oh, bother, not again.
What happened? The White Mantle?
Calm down, calm down. 3rd time this week this old guy's gone down. I have to manually enter manifest data when he's offline. Would you mind getting him up and running while I keep the gate's records?
Sure.
What a sport. And do be quick about it. My hand cramps easily.
God, I've forgotten how to do this
This is an
minigame.
odd method of repair.
He can be a bit finicky, but the fix-it interface, or fixterface, I've created, should make it clear what he needs in order to be fixed. Do you think that'll catch on? I was also toying with combining display and repair into disrepair. Oh, my. Never said that aloud.
Dude, who does he remind me of? That's unbelievable. He reminds me of, like, someone. Anyway, that's a cool Asura voice. Do we hear him much? Okay, so, you can actually just fail this. Oh, I'm failing it anyway. If I just leave this, I think the golem dies and it just ends. I will try to do it, though. So, fire. If it's overheating, it probably wants water. And now it's cool, so it probably wants heat. And now it's overcharged, so it wants to be grounded. So it wants to be cooled. So it wants to be heated. So it wants to be grounded. But this isn't helping it in any way, is it? Just like the reverse of what you see, sort of. Oh, it is helping it. We're breaking the brake bar. That took me a long time to notice that. That's what we did. There you go. Now he's healing up. Believe it or not, I actually failed this with the Return to the Dragon when I did this a couple of months ago.
Thanks. When you retire from dragon slaying, you should think about opening your own golem repair shop. No one came in or out, so I didn't end up needing to man the gate logs. Plus, I needed the break.
Glad I could do your job for you. By the way, I found this part, but didn't know where it went. Looks a little like...
I've never seen that before. I don't know what it is, but it's not part of this golem.
Huh. Hey, Timey.
Hold I'm here. What's up?
Is the communication device you gave me one of a kind?
Probably not. I mean, mine is by far the best and most advanced, but there are others out there. Wait, why do you ask?
I found a device that looks a lot like the communicator. If it was planted here by the White Mantle, they could be listening in. I'm guessing it isn't the only one.
Oh, if you want, I can use your communicator to send out a high-frequency ping that'll help you find any others in your area.
Let's do that. I'll get what I can and show the Queen.
Oh, be sure to let her know I helped.
Okay, reason to be a little bit suspicious here. So we get the communicator ping. Use your communicator to detect the direction and proximity of other communication signals. A blue ping response indicates it's far away, yellow, and then red is close. Okay, so... I like the icon that they're using here as well for the communicator ping. You hope that we can make... Sorry, Caleb just said, I wish our mechanist golems could look Asuran. You don't think you'll be interested in Jade Tech? Yeah, you know, I don't know. I'm sort of split on it. I think Jade Tech looks really... I mean, we'll talk more about Jade Tech as we get towards Cantha here. But, you know, I'm not by default a fan of Jade Tech's appearance. You know, green techie stuff. But I probably will be. And the game sort of benefits from having multiple things, right? So I would rather they just, like, look at the actual Asura golems themselves and make the Asura golem racial skills and stuff better. So then you can have your cake and eat it too. There's no reason why we have to throw the actual golems to the floor and say, well, just do it as a mechanist thing. Let the mechanist have the Jade Tech one and have an actual golem be valuable in the game as well. You can have both. And you're sort of tricking yourself to forget that, I think. All right, so there's a rock here. So I didn't quite hear what those nobles were saying. Oh, and they were talking about Logan.
Security system? Suspicious.
Interestingly, last part, I kind of really was happy to go to playing Dash. And now I want to be on Vault again, bound again, suddenly. It's nice. See, look, the Ministry Guard will help us out. Thank you. So anyway, there's a lightning elemental. Something's definitely been tampered with. I think it's because in the last part there was a lot of running around. I don't anticipate so much this time. There's one right near the throne room, it seems. Wow, it's shining so bright. Hold on. Oh, there you go. It's this rock here. You can kneel down, grab this one. Alright, we get another fight. Hey, Wolf Guy, thanks so much, dude. Hey, WP, been watching since Prophecies back in 2010. I don't believe you. You're really glad to catch the counter stream? This counter stream? I don't believe Prophecy, that was a long time ago. Very few people were here back then. I don't believe, I'm so sorry, I don't believe you. But, I mean, maybe. Thank you very much. I mean, I don't deny that you might have seen the Prophecy series, but when it was coming out, I mean, really. Where actually, I saw Arbardi's here in the live chat. I sort of feel like Arbardi's the oldest person. We also have that dang boy, dude. It's good to see you too. Having all the streams lately. Any new Guild Wars 2 projects in the works, or just holding out for End of Dragons? Well, I really want to get back to doing the PvE build videos, End of Dragons daily, all that kind of stuff. I wanted to be doing Final Fantasy videos while I was doing this project. But you know what? I'm too one-track mind. If I'm playing Guild Wars and I'm like playing Guild Wars stories, I'm not enthusiastic about Final Fantasy in that moment. So it's really hard for me to make videos like in the meantime. So yeah, we'll finish this story playthrough and then we'll get back to doing those kinds of videos. And then yeah, we'll be working towards End of Dragons. I might do an End of Dragons like preparation video or something. I don't know. I heard the commotion. Is everything all right, Commander? Ah, yes, nothing to worry about. Are you here on behalf of Minister Caudecus? I am. The people of Beetleton still need a voice within the Ministry, and I'm committed to ensuring that we maintain good relations despite Caudecus's treason. He must have worked very closely with Caudecus. For a time, yes. Since he converted to the White Mantle, he's abandoned us, so it's been a long time since I've seen him. That seems unlikely. You live just outside his front door. Do you and the people there still do you and the people of the Shire still hold sympathies for him? Of course not. We're ashamed to have ever called him our leader. He has turned his back on Kryter and the gods themselves. So yeah, I love that line as well, hearing a bit about what the people of Beetleton might think. Okay, so what else do we want to do? So, oh, we got another thing to find with the communicator. I guess we can just keep...
I'm surprised the Wee family has the guts to show their faces after what their daughter has done.
Oh, don't be cruel. Minister Wee wouldn't abandon his duties.
Yes, but treason against the Queen. That's a lot of shame to bear.
It is, but we do well to ignore Valet's mistakes and recognize his commitment to the position.
Oh, wow. Wolf Guy says you can check your Halloween and Guild Wars 1 comments section and find me there. So, hold on. That was 1 year after I started, right? Because I actually started at Halloween. You guys might not know this, but I actually the very, very first Prophecies videos I made right when I began all this. I mean, I technically started earlier, but actually, like, doing the LP and stuff and acting as WP, blah, blah, blah. I was, it was Halloween because trick-or-treat bags were dropping. So 1 year after that, I would have done a video about the festival. And apparently you're in the comments there, so I believe you now. Wow. I heard the explosion, Commander. Thanks for handling the situation. It was my pleasure. How can I help you? Have you seen anything suspicious? No, but we've been on high alert as of late. Our legate Minister Caudecus has converted to the White Mantle, as you know, and that has reflected poorly on us. Do you suspect anyone among the Guard to be sympathetic to Caudecus? I've heard the Ministry Guards in the past have betrayed Kryta, but now, here at this gathering, no way, Commander. Our men are loyal to Queen Jenna. That's why we're here. How can you be so sure? Honestly, I guess I can't be, but I promise to keep an eye out for anything suspicious. I love how convincing they all are here. It's like, yeah, nothing's going to happen. They're all very, very, very convincing, actually. And I think they have to be, based on everything I said earlier about, you know, how suspicion and intrigue is kind of a big part of this. Your first video was WTF No Healer? That's also incredibly early, too, to be fair. Not a very good video, honestly, but hey. It's one of those videos where, like, it's rough because the argumentation isn't too good in it, but it is, the spirit of it's correct.
This seems like enough to back up whatever the Queen's about to do. I should give these to her.
That's one of the first videos I was ever like, I could have done this better. That was like one of the first big videos where I really sort of had that feeling. But it was a weird thing as well because it was such a good topic to talk about at such a good time to talk about it. It kind of caught the algorithm, so like, I had people watching that constantly. I don't know whether I've unlisted it now because it's just like too many people, like hundreds of thousands of people have had the wrong impression of this channel and who I am and what I do based on shoddy argumentation on that first video. So I don't know, I might have unlisted it.
Speak quickly. Commander, I was just trying to reassure the Wheeze here. It's a stressful time for them. Well, not just them, for everyone.
The Queen is politely dancing around the fact that our daughter is on the wrong side of this.
Have you heard from her at all?
We haven't heard from Valette. That doesn't mean we won't. She's a good girl, Commander. Just a little lost. She'll find her way home. We only want to hear her play the violin again.
We all do, Minister.
May we speak a moment, Your Majesty?
Of course.
Pardon us.
Yeah, this music is good. I like it when these sort of deeper strings cut in here. Eduardo, hey WP, probably gonna stay. I saw you live. I was watching the start of Season 3. I know you can't wait anymore. You need your Jade mech at your side.
I found these listening devices around the courtyard. They could be White Mantle.
Glad to hear it, man. Thanks very much.
I needed evidence like this to support my stance. It appears this is an opportune time, then. Allow me to excuse myself. I have a speech to give.
This is a good little scene here. Now, I can almost imagine this being the start of an expansion. Like, really. Imagine if all of Season 3 is kind of building up to this, and this is the first instance of an expansion. It kind of has those vibes, you know. So, and I think that's a good thing. You know, it's Living World, but they're managing to hit that.
Ministers and members of the royal court. For years, we've had a fester inside the kingdom. A creeping undertow that sucked some of our friends and family into its darkness. Now, with Confessor Caudecus at the White Mantle's helm, this seething conflict will soon come to a head, as we are poised to be smashed between two rising elder dragons. We cannot stand for a threat from within. For this reason, I'm hereby suspending the ministry until the danger has passed. Some of you will understand it's for your safety. Others will understand that I have trapped them here, far from the White Mantle's network.
You cannot! I won't be treated like a common Doliac, herded into a pen and kept as livestock. I am no criminal. You claim this will keep us safe. From what? Who will keep us safe from you, I say?
Good Minister, this measure is temporary, I assure you. Only until the kingdom is safe from attack and the traitors in our midst have revealed themselves. The commander has already verified.
There is no attack. No. This is an autocrat's ploy.
I love this scene.
This is a moment in life. A rare moment where you will look back one day and say, I made a stand, or I did nothing. Do you silently let the Queen capture your voice, and the voice of the people? Or do you make enough noise that the six gods themselves hear us say nay? When my grandfather...
I love how this guy falls over. This is honestly a really well done scene. So this is a cool cutscene too. Unfortunately, if you watch too much press, you would have seen a lot of this in the trailer. And the music as well. So we skipped the raids, so that music's new and novel. If you'd done all the raids, you would have heard this song too. This is cool. I forgot how good. Well, I don't want to say I forgot, but I
Minister Arton!
Your Majesty, we have to get you to safety.
We need to secure the ministers. The loyal ones, at least.
I'll try to take care of you, but you're my priority.
I had ceased to appreciate how great that moment there, the guys talking over each other in the crowd and stuff. It's really good. And it's a big kick in. Okay, so here we get Jade Armors. We first saw these on the Fire Island chain. And yeah, despite how convincing they were a second ago, a lot of ministers here have rebelled. Now, this is one of those weird things where I think the story that they're trying to set up is there's just a few black sheep around. Enough for them to be dangerous, but there's a few black sheep. The reality is, because in the game you get so many targets to kill, you get a sense that it's like I mean, it's meant to be a big insurrection, so I mean, whatever. Also, I love that they created enemies here, because I always wanted to fight in these stands. You remember when we did that trial in part 1? And we had to TP up here? I love actually fighting here. This is a cool area, a really cool environment, and putting content here is cool.
There are some defenses ready to set up right outside the chamber. Quickly!
But so this is an allied ministry guard. Also, there's something really novel about this too. Actually having Jenna fight alongside you. You know, Guild Wars' combat is more action, less strategy. It's less transparent what characters do and stuff. But, you know, thinking about the fact she's got her own skill bar and stuff, it's quite exciting.
Cover me while I set up this defensive barrier.
I love how quickly these things are dying, by the way. The balance, the combat balance tuning feels so good right now. Alright, so we've got a bunch of guys.
More white mantle incoming.
So, more of these guys fighting. Didn't we see people in the Bloodstone Fen fighting a bit like this, the Mesmers there? Where you kill them and then you realise they're not dead, they've just ported somewhere else. Which is kind of annoying, but it's good, I think. What's this? Someone in the live chat says that they have a video online from years ago with Weeb music playing Guild Wars 1 PvP. Dude, link me that video. I would love to watch that. I love looking at those old PvP videos from back in the day. I really do. I'll watch the hell out of that. The only problem with this staff is I'm using Weakening Strike so often.
Smash away.
Here we go, we're smashing. I like how they start talking about that as well, you know. This is something Final Fantasy alludes to a lot as well. Just any long-term RPG, you know, eventually it becomes transparent that you're just, if it's combat-based, that you're solving most problems with combat. I'm getting slowly whittled down here. Let's stealth up for a second. This buys us time for Channeled Vigor to return. And I need to help Jenna here. I think she's been over earlier. See, now we can heal again. Need to actually focus on the right areas. Damn, doing this in whites is... She has a really interesting wall of reflection there. She has a pink wall of reflection. Dude, I poisoned myself there. Wait, that's their wall of reflection? Did I just reflect my own projectile onto myself? Those point-blank GS1s, they're supposed to do more damage from far away. This might finally be the time. That was a nice dodge.
Good. Then to the throne room. We can easily defend it.
The last one is just outside there.
Fuck, I missed still. Because I pressed Q instead of tab. Because they're right next to you. Basically, it was a fat finger. Tab should be take target. Q should be still. And I did it essentially in the wrong order. So I think we can... The map says I can kind of skip up there, but I don't think I should skip up. I think what I really need to do is clear a path so that Jenna can actually get there. Look at all the dead ministry around. I quite like having a lot of bodies like this, because it's like, if you think about a build that has resurrection capabilities, like mine kind of does with Shadow Refuge here, it kind of gives a little bit of meaning to that, you know. There's Thieves Guild here. I just reflected that on myself, I'm pretty sure. To the guy earlier who's watching this live and wanted me to use the Fist Flurry, I hope you've got your entertainment out of it, because this build's a lot worse for me running it. I'm going to put on Bandit's defense skill in a second. I mean, I love the animation. I do think it's a cool animation. And there's a fun part of being a Daredevil, which is why I like the idea, because, you know, we're playing Daredevil. We'll be, this is the last part that we're a Daredevil, by the way, guys. Because in the next part, we will be in Path of Fire, where we become a Dead Eye. Sorry, well, I should just say Dead Eye. It's not like it's a Dare Eye.
Jenna, that's enough. Fellow ministers, join me and help the White Mantle rid Kryta of this illegitimate ruler. Or stand by her side and be judged by my fire.
Estelle, what a surprise. Who could have seen this coming? You?
Oh, she's badass here. Oh, down he goes. Maybe you.
Did you? And you, my friend? Were you surprised?
He tries to flee.
Here, you! I hate to break it to you, but I won't run as easily. I was honored when Caudecus tapped me for the job of regicide.
Look who it is!
I will see it to its bloody end.
Not on my watch, Estelle.
Logan.
Captain Thackeray, beyond brave as always, but I need you leading the defense of the city. I'll handle this bloated tick.
Handle me? You can't move. This hamstrung doormat is your only hope. And I'm about to kill him, just to put him out of his lovesick misery.
Estelle.
What? The whole ministry knew it.
You'll regret that slight.
Oh, there's so much to say. Can I just choose not to fight her for now? Okay, what do I want to say? First, it's great to see Logan back. He's got a new costume, new outfit. Very, very nice. They really could play into the their relationship or whatever a lot there. Look, she just knocks him down. I love that moment of him hobbling out of the door.
Hello.
Hello. It's so good, him coming out of the door there. That's we probably shouldn't press F on him. Oh, she time warps us here. So yeah, we get a little bit of a boss fight here. What was the other thing I was going to say? There was so much I wanted to say. Look, there's one big thing. This is an interesting idea with the blue tornadoes. Of course, Estelle, you should remember, was the very person we were talking to with the niece. I remember what I was going to say back in season 2. And investigating, and here she is being evil. Oh my god, it's fallen out of my mind again. What was it? I do love that she's giving me this time. There's one big thing. If I catch those, what exactly do they do again? I can't really remember. Oh yeah, okay, I remember it again. So in season 1, they do a thing where Queen Jenna is not actually Queen Jenna, it's just an illusion. And in season 2, they talked about it, you know, with a niece, put that image of herself with Canuck, remember? So I really liked the idea that they do it again here. After a really long instance, lots of talking from Jenna and so on, and then it turns out to just be an illusion again here at the last moment. I think that would be really cool. Now, there's another big thing I want to talk about when it comes to... oh, shit. That's not good. You really don't want to get caught in those. There's another thing I really want to talk about with Jenna, but we'll do it once the instance is over, because it's kind of a bigger chat, and it's not really a... It is about the story, but it's not... It's another one of those kind of shoulda, woulda, coulda conversations that in all reality we don't need to have, so... Quite a satisfying fight, that one, I think, actually. You okay, Logan? Oh, man.
Of them, then. For now.
That was such a good moment when he appeared.
That was an impressive show, Your Majesty.
It was. How'd you like smashing things to solve your problems?
I never want to take up arms against one of my subjects, but I think I might be quite suited for your lifestyle.
I'll save you a spot in Dragon's Watch if you ever decide to step down.
Very kind. Now, what's the situation outside the city?
The White Mantle Army is making a push from the lake, but we don't know the full extent of their numbers. I'm headed down to set up a command tent at Doric's Landing.
It's good to see you on your feet again. I'll meet you there.
Great. We could use the help. Talk to Lieutenant Fours in the Plaza of Lissa. I'll make sure you're granted access to the battlefield.
Logan, please don't slow your recovery by doing something like getting yourself killed. Commander, thank you. And watch out for the weeds.
I love the way they sort of bookend this instance. You start in this room, you end in this room. But a lot of stuff has happened since then. And yeah, kind of just a big adrenaline, action-packed way to start the patch, really. Thanks for your assistance. It's unfortunate we had to deal with Estelle, but she left us little choice. It was my pleasure to bring that traitor to justice. I'll have to admit, it was exhilarating to get some action, to see some action again, she says. Again? But I'm sure my advisors would prefer if I don't make a habit of it. With the White Mantle threat so close, you should stay under heavy guard. While you and Logan handle our White Mantle threat to the east, I will do everything I can to ensure that you have the full support of the Seraph. Thanks for protecting the Queen when I couldn't. I'm happy to help. How are you feeling? Recovery's been slow. The blighting pod changed me. Not my mind, but my body feels different. So here, we talked about this in like 2 parts ago. At the end of Hearthorns. I think this was going to be a suggestion of like what the next elite specialization was going to be. Like a condition damagey kind of guardian. In the end, they never really utilized this. It's good to see you, Logan. I was worried. You could also interpret that in some very malicious, weird ways. Like there's a seed of Morgemoth still within him and stuff. Don't worry about me, Commander. We have a war to fight. The White Mantle pushing into Divinity's Reach from the east. And there's some civilians. Okay. I believe there's an achievement somewhere around here as well. Something to do with finding a cat or something. Okay, so the little talk about Jenna that I just want to have is, you know, that's a really badass, cool moment where she just, like, snaps her fingers and kills people, clicks her fingers and kills them. I shouldn't say snap, that's the American thing. Here's the thing. I do think it's a mistake. I think they tamper... Look, I get the impulse to have Jenna be a badass. I get the impulse, especially to have just like lots of badass women in the storyline, right? But at the same time, I think that when you make her really strong, and I remember a bit of discussion about this at the time, you kind of tamper with the whole like setup here. Why she needs guards, why she has the shining blade, why there, you know, the palace is structured as it is and so on. You know, I think you can have a powerful leader that's, you know, a positive force, a great mind, a great diplomat, a great, you know, savvy political negotiator. If they also can defend themselves super comfortably and summon whole bubbles that defend cities and click their fingers and destroy people and all this kind of other stuff. You know, why have Anise as this protector with the subterfuge? Why have Logan in Israel? You kind of mess with a lot of, like, the reasoning for what's going on here. So, you know, I love the scene. I love the idea. But I feel like Anise should have been doing all of that. I feel like Anise should have summoned the bubble. I feel like Anise should have been clicking her fingers. Putting it all on Jenna and making Jenna, like, this, like, mage god. I think it kind of... It's like I don't really buy it anymore that she's in danger anymore. I don't really buy that Logan... when you do it, especially with the Logan thing, it kind of really messes with Edge of Destiny and Logan's motivation to stay and to leave and get Snaff killed and the conflict between him and Ritlock and the resolution. It all kind of just falls apart. It's like, well, she didn't need him. And look, she has that moment in the novel where she's a badass and there's that big illusory moment. I think illusion and misdirection is a brilliant power to put on a queen, right? Straight up damage and just like self-sustain and like threat, I think is another thing, and I think that's what this patch did. So I think it's a bit of a misfire. Just my take. I would have rathered it will be Anise. Because now, you know, the queen, it's like there's not much jeopardy or intrigue around. There's not like that, just in terms of like the setting is what I'm talking about here. Access to Lake Doric is currently restricted. Please come back later. Yeah, but I have orders from Captain Thackeray to meet him in Doric's Landing. Oh, Commander, my apologies. I have to say that to everyone. Please go right ahead and good luck. So the thing disappears. I like the animation of the thing disappearing. And in we go. So Lake Doric. This was a map that was going to get in for 2012. This was a vanilla map, but they never quite managed to finish it. The original implementation of it, it was a huge wraparound map. It looked like this. You could data mine it. This was also, I believe, where Barbarell was set, the activity. And they just never got it in. I think probably because of the weirdness of it surrounding Divinity's Reach and stuff. Technically, this lake over here is called Lake Regent. So anyway, in the Living World season, the maps are a bit smaller, you'll notice. That was something Season 3 did as well. Small but dense. And POF did the reverse. The next season, Season 4, is going to be very wide but shallow. Anyway, so we're just getting one flank. And it's the flank that nestles against Harathi, with a really great entrance here. And there's an entrance over here as well. Out here in Harathi, you can actually watch a little boat sail down the river here, and it's so cool. So, the fact that they actually did this entrance is awesome. This is a very cool map. The idea is that dam got destroyed, so all the water's left. And so it's a drained lake now, but it all actually works out logically. I love this map. I think it's a really cool highlight of the patch.
We could use your help.
Hello. Captain Thackeray is south down here at the command tent. What happened? When the White Mantle launched a surprise attack on Divinity's Reach, the Doric docks were destroyed in the initial bombardment. Sorry, locks. I was thinking docks, that doesn't make any sense. It drained the lake and took a couple of ships with it. Were there any survivors? We received reports of many survivors in the area, fortunately. But if we don't put a stop to this, the White Mantle will hunt them down. So you get a really cool moment that the Icebrood Saga alludes to this again. You can actually see the bubble here this whole time. And this is basically a war zone. And what you're going to witness is the Civil War here. So it's nice. I mean, I love the bubble. Don't get? I think this is really cool. But I think another way to do it, a smarter way to do it, is to do it via artifacts, to do it via magical preparation. You know, having it be just Jenna does it, I think tampers with things. If it's like, okay, Jenna and Anise have been conspiring for years and charging magically up this device that can defend the city in a last moment, you know, you can do it. The visuals, the power, all that, you can do it, but you can also do it in a way that doesn't kill any kind of sense of intrigue and stakes for all the future years of Guild Wars 2's story. And so you see that's kind of the thing a lot with this patch.
Hands to deliver these rations to soldiers around the base.
It's very often like, well, they don't really care about the long-term effects a lot of the time. So the kind of the game is like, well, what's going on there? Is it because they're working on a Guild Wars 3 or, you know, just some other game that they want to push people to? And I always get that question in my mind whenever I play patches like this one, which, like I say, we're actually about to do 3 back-to-back. This whole video part is going to have that 3 back-to-back. So, Jesus Christ, I really need to blow my nose or something. This is unbelievable. I've got a really clogged nose, and I have no idea why. Here's Logan.
Welcome to Lake Doric.
I'm going to go get some tissue, baby.
What's left of it. The locks alone will take years to rebuild. But that worry can wait. Right now, our focus is repelling the siege and saving as many lives as we can.
And once that's through, we crush Caudecus into a fine paste.
I don't believe we've been introduced.
Turns out the Char hate Caudecus just as much as we do. This is Legionnaire Nelia Steelpaw. She's volunteered her troops to help us.
The White Mantle can't be allowed to ruin everything our races have built together. This is our fight too.
The help's appreciated. It's an honor to fight alongside you.
Back to the matter at hand. There are a few key areas around Lake Doric we need eyes on. Spies have infiltrated our ranks, but I trust you beyond any doubt. So the task is yours.
You can count on me.
Word from the Seraph suggests incursions throughout Lake Doric. But for the moment, our intelligence is spotty at best. Come take a look at the map, and I'll tell you what we know.
Someone says WP, but there are other mesmers. That's true. For the bubble, it is the power of lots of mesmers, if I remember earlier. Is that a dev comment, or you see them on the walls or something? You're right. It's not just Jenna doing the bubble, but the bubble is only kind of one part of this, you know. The other part is her just straight up fighting alongside it. Not even clicking her fingers, insta-killing people, but being such a useful ally and fighting alongside us. Even that. And, you know, alluding to the fact she used to be out on the field and that she can join Dragon's Watch. You know, there's a lot of layers to it. And all of that is dismantling sort of I think it's quite a precarious, quite an important situation here where you have a powerful person that is vulnerable in some ways. So then you have all these other facets of the world building that hook into it, and you kind of, all of it's getting shaken a bit. So anyway, man, I was really worried there. Can I just say, I was blowing my nose constantly through that whole cutscene, and I was really scared for a moment that I'd obviously muted my microphone so you guys couldn't hear it. But I was really worried that I had accidentally muted the game. So you all would have just been sitting here watching this as I blow my nose relentlessly. By the way, Full Brumby, I'm so sorry I missed this, has a side topic. Well, hold on, I'll read that in a second. Let's keep playing the story here.
We've received reports of survivors in the forest up north, Sadra's Haven to the east, and New Loamhurst to the southeast.
Okay, interesting scout. Is he going to say something again when we move on? I'm sure he will. We just have to wait a second.
We have troops at the Lakeside Bazaar looking after our supply lines, but I'd like you to check in on the lines as well. We can't allow any further devastation of this region. If you see anything else of interest, please include it in your report.
God, I love Logan. I love you, Logan. I love every moment of voice acting.
Before you begin your reconnaissance, there's a Shining Blade agent south of here. What's a word with you?
So this is a big patch as well because they standardized.
His name's Calden. He says he has something that'll help us win this war.
This is a big patch because it standardizes the idea that maps are set fixed in time. Okay, Bloodstone Fen kind of already messed with it a little bit. When you go to Bloodstone Fen, it is always right after the explosion, right? So now here with this patch, but Bitterfrost could be any time, Ember Bay could be any time, Season 2 maps could be any time. But the expansion kind of did this a little bit as well. But what they're really saying here is, when you're at Lake Doric, it's at this fixed day, this fixed week, this fixed month. So they can have Logan here. You know, it makes sense. You would never have found that in 2012. They would never just have Logans standing around in Kessex Hills or whatever, because that's not kind of the. And it was a similar thing was going on with Guild Wars 1 as well. But yeah, so let's head on down. Okay, so Full Brumby, with the super chat there, thank you so much for that. Says, hey WP, I'm wondering how you do your PvP healing Mirage build. I pitched one to Boots and he said it's a bad build, it will not work. My god, that's a huge hold on, let's get this. Let's get a moment where we have some gameplay, not relentless dialogue, and then I will answer your question there. Hello.
Ah, Commander. Captain Thackeray said he'd be sending you my way. I'm Exemplar Calden. As you're aware, the Shining Blade has been fighting the Mersat for a long, long time. Studying them too. And we've recently made a breakthrough that might help us turn the tables on the White Mantle.
We can use all the help we can get. Go on.
Being that this isn't your first run-in with Jade Constructs, I'm sure you're familiar with spectral agony?
Yes, I've had the pleasure of having my insides torn apart by that particular magic.
The Mersat's ability to phase between our world and the Mists allows them to tap into magics unobtainable in the mortal realm. Spectral agony is the pinnacle of this ability, and we think we found a way to harness a form of it for our own use.
You've reproduced the powers of the Mersat?
Yes. Well, in a sense, with some limitations. You see, unlike a Mersat or their constructs, you can't phase between our world and the Mists at will. But while close to death, you've already got one foot in the Mists, at death's door, as they say. Using remnants of Jade Constructs, I fashioned a signet that allows you to cast spectral agony when you're near death.
I try to make it a habit to avoid those almost dead moments. But this does sound intriguing.
But I'll warn you. The longer you tap into this power, the more it will pull you into the next world. Use it wisely, once you've had a chance to familiarize yourself with the signet. Come see me if you'd like an advanced demonstration.
So that was the mastery for this patch. It's really cool. That dialogue's really interesting to listen to, eh? Okay, so here we go. Finally, we can go and explore and do things now. I love the idea that we're wearing all these rings. Like, for the now on, the rest of the time, the commander is wearing a signet ring that allows them to cast Spectral Agony. Even just the idea that it's Spectral Agony in a weak form is cool to me. I think it's sort of a bit lame that now we can cast Spectral Agony. I mean, it's cool. No, it's cool. It's cool. Whatever. I just probably make it... I probably feel like the Mersat are too strong and too powerful and too, you know, ancient and stuff. The idea that we can even get near their capabilities kind of tampers with how badass they are. But, you know, they did say there's some limitations, whatever. It's cool. I like the idea that we're just wearing this ring. And maybe the other ones... I mean, it gets kind of confusing game mechanics because you also then have rings. And they do just say the word signet there. You know, there's some interesting stuff with Guild Wars 1 where they sort of allude back to that stuff. With, you know, how in Guild Wars 1 you have 8 skills. The idea is 8 rings that you're wearing on all your fingers, not your thumbs. And that sort of works out. Okay, so what are we exactly doing here?
Such a small fishing village. I hope the families are able to recover from this.
Oh, they're not even having us do the heart. They just have us walk over towards it this time. I guess they learned since Ember Bay that there's no point in making people do little minor stuff. They can do the heart while they're here or not. It's totally up to them. Oh, by the way, I never went to the sewers. The entrance to the sewers. Oh, one day I would so love a Beneath Divinity's Reach map. Depths expansion. It would be so good. Okay, right. So to answer that question about the Mirage healing thing in PvP, I don't know what Boots is talking about necessarily. I don't know what you showed him. I don't know sort of what authority is on Mesmer builds. But for me, I was simply running... I didn't do it this season. The season I just played, I didn't run it. But I used double mantra. I used cleanse mantra and heal mantra. And I used it with adventurer runes on inspiration, chaos, mirage. And I played scepter staff. I think axe is a trap. Scepter's a lot more, you got a lot more maneuverability and you can be a lot more careful. You don't have to go so all in. And anyway, the idea is, you get a lot of endurance from the adventurer runes. You get a lot of heals and things from the mantras. It's actually, it's based on a world versus world roaming concept, which is just like a ludicrously strong roam thing. But I'm not running that either anymore. It's a perfectly viable build. You can easily get to plat 1, plat 2 on it. And that's basically all that matters for PvP. That's basically because you can expect solo queue anyway.
Oh, damn it.
So it's a fine build. I mean, there are going to be better builds. I don't quite know how the meta's changed a little bit. The most recent season I just played, there is some slight meta tweaks. There's a hilarious flamethrower engineer build out there, which is pretty cool. So yeah, I'm not much of an authority either, but I wouldn't say that. I don't know what you showed him. And I ran the Sage Amulet with it, of course. Of course I did. Because you get the healing value.
It's the commander. Come to complicate my day even further.
Hello, Sin. It's been a long time.
Logan asked me to check in on the Seraph's operations here. What's going on? I heard a commotion earlier.
Oh, that? No, it's nothing. Just a little raw, seething frustration I needed to let loose. I'll be fine. I've been tapped as the civilian envoy for the Seraph supply line operations here. Keeping pace with them is challenging, but someone's got to build the crown for all these resources once the war's over. Every last item will be accounted for.
Very patriotic of you. Looks like things are running smoothly around here, though.
The Seraph is a well-oiled machine when push comes to shove. They didn't waste a moment once the attack was sprung. The Bazaar is probably the most secure location in Lake Doric. I doubt the White Mantle will have much luck seizing it. That's not to say there isn't lots of work to be done if you want to chip in. As you may have noticed, I only have 2 hands.
Maybe later. I'm on orders from Thackeray to recon the rest of Lake Doric before we plan our next move.
Very well. Tell the captain that his supply lines are well looked after. And watch your back out there, Commander.
So one thing to notice about this place is all the buildings and stuff. I can't remember. I feel like I maybe was corrected on this, but I'm pretty sure they're all new assets, right? It's all like new buildings. It's a really cool, like very alien, different feeling place to be at in Lake Doric, which is cool. This is what I always want from Living World. I want it to feel new and different and special, you know, in a Living World patch. I think nowadays my opinion on that has changed, actually. I think I'm not so hell-bent on them. I think it's... what I think the game should be is expansions are full of new assets, enemies, textures, models, set pieces, blah, 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 whatever, right? Living World shouldn't try too hard to do that stuff. Instead, Living World should overlap with core game areas as much as possible and kind of do like... Because you basically, like here, for example, if we were a little bit further north in the Woodland Cascades, this I expect to be a whole new region that feels really different. And if you can't do that whole thing, you know, just having a couple new buildings or something is nice, but you can't satisfy the whole fantasy. So just leave that for expansions. That's the value of expansions. And Living World can be a lot more sort of like, just accept the fact that Living World can't do everything and make sure the patches don't lead to doing that, right?
Haven seems to be holding itself together. We'll have to make sure this stays out of White Mantle control.
So what I mean by that is, like, don't set a patch in the Isles of Janthier. Don't set a patch on Ember Bay. Don't go to overly exotic, crazy locations. I mean, hell, you've got so many maps anyway in Corteria. You know, a little bit of that Season 1 feel where it actually overlaps with Corteria and utilizes cool places. Like the start of the last part where I was in that Rurikton house and stuff. You know, there's a lot of stuff. So that's sort of what I think Living World should be. And try not to sort of mess with it too much. But anyway, yeah, these lights and things stream down. Can I just say, guys, I really, really love Lake Doric in terms of... how the events and stuff are designed here. They're like proper dynamic events here. Like, they actually web out. It's not necessarily a meta, right? But what will happen is these guys will take this beach and then they'll attack this place. Like, they'll all actually spread out, and it's actually very, very involved and very intricate and very cool. That's a brilliant heart up there as well, by the way, the stealth heart. In a way, I actually think this map is driving at something super beautiful about dynamic events. I was thinking the other day about, like, how different Guild Wars could have ended up. I mean, we talk about this a lot, right? But I was thinking about this concept of, like, Kerry always says this house is way too big. Like, look at that giant door there. Like a giant lives there or something. It is a bit weird. It's like the windmill sails are tiny, but the building is massive. She's totally right? It looks absolutely bizarre. I mean, if they put a giant standing outside, it would be very cool, but kind of a weird moment. Forgotten what I was going to say. Oh, yeah, I was thinking, like, the dynamic events topic. It's so weird to think that maybe right after, you know, when South Sun Cove came in? What if instead of that, you know, I've talked a lot about the idea that they could have just kept expanding on dungeons. You know, we could have had a more traditional kind of MMO feel where new dungeon paths were coming in and new dungeon proper were coming in and so on, so on, so on. They could have all been PvP updates. It could have all been world versus world updates. It could have been a very different focus. Here's another focus for you. What if Karma, the currency, had like major rebalances and sinks? Like, just try to imagine this. I won't get into the specifics of how it might be accomplished, but you have a little bit of imagination for a second and imagine that you are desperate for karma, right? You love karma. The game is karma, right? To a large degree. Karma is like as important as gold, if not more. And the only way to get karma is dynamic events. And you can't like repeat dynamic events for karma. You have to spread out and do different ones. And the amount of karma you get scales based on how hard the event is. And events themselves are scaling based on how many times they've been. Like, let's say you take a camp and you defend it. That gives you a little bit of karma. You defend it a second time, it's way harder to defend this time, but it gives you more. And then the third time, it gives you even more. And then the fourth, you know, imagine just like karma and that dynamic. And now imagine every patch, instead of having living world and personal story and new maps, it's like every single dynamic event in Queensdale has a new branch, right? So there's new branches and the webs and it's just like all completely dynamic and magical and weird. And it's almost, you're starting to now turn into like a bit of a sandboxy kind of experience, right? You know? And that's kind of like the vision of dynamic events, the idea that the world can change and you don't know how. Maybe the waterways can get poisoned. Maybe they can get blown up. Maybe they can be technologically enhanced. Maybe they can flood all over the place. You know, just new branches. And that's like what content patches look like for Guild Wars. And it's all around the... You know, that's a way of having done... And that's a way of following the MMO and developing the MMO that doesn't progress a linear campaign progression, except in expansions.
All the way out here. At least it's well fortified.
And that's an interesting idea, I think.
Go ahead, Timey.
Get ready for the dragon battle to end all dragon battles. A steamy wing fist to icy face jaw fight to the death. It's Jormag versus Primordus.
Am I to infer...
The experiment was a success, and I'm having the heart of Omad's machine delivered to Rada Novus. With it, I should be able to see the eternal alchemy and manipulate the dragon's energies to pit them against one another. Spencer's research is continuing to pay dividends.
I haven't had the best track record guiding members of this guild, so I'll say this as a word of caution. Scarlet.
Okay, A, I'm not a dragon minion, and B, the lives we'll save are worth the risk, and I think you might agree with that.
I do. Just be careful.
What could go wrong? You know what? It feels like I shouldn't say that. I bet a ton of stuff can go wrong. Bye!
I'm not saying that dynamic event idea is a good idea, let me be clear. I'm just saying it's an idea. A concept. Okay, so there we get Timey talking about Primordus versus Jormag. Yeah, that was another thing I wanted to touch on because they obviously already introduced that this patch. I don't know, I mean, yeah, it's a crazy thing, isn't it? And it's like, is it too big for Living World? I think there's two things here. One, I think it is too big for Living World. Two, we're at this point with the story now. For the Timey haters, this is like the real lowlight here. Timey is like doing insane stuff. We've gone from her like being like this whiz kid for like waypoints and doing stuff that other Asura have never thought of for waypoints. Now that's one thing. Now she's just like figuring out how to like. She's like, I mean, the scale of the accomplishment to do something the ancient races couldn't do. All 5 ancient races the previous cycle, perhaps cycles before even that no scientist in the entire pact could figure out through the entire campaign. No one in the past 250 years since the dragons started awaking and doing things. No one figured any of this out. No one's done any of this. Timey is just like, hoo hoo hoo, ha ha ha, I'm gonna do it, lol. It's very weird, I think. It's very light, and they're like doing it in like kind of a funny, frothy way. And I don't think that the solution to 2 Elder Dragons, even if you call it just a stopgap, is a frothy thing, you know, Timey's a very funny, sweet, cool character for the story, but I think she's not appropriate for what they're doing with her here. These next 2 patches, it's crazy.
You're back and in one piece.
It's a low light for Season 3
I
for me.
assume you have a report for us.
Indeed. The Seraph have the bazaar well secured, but the Mantle's making gains elsewhere in the region. Sadra's Haven is definitely a target. We should send some support that way.
I'll try to get a detachment out there as soon as possible. What else?
The White Mantle have taken an interest in New Loamhurst, as well as a heavily fortified house in the forest north of here.
If it's of interest to the enemy, it's of interest to us. I appreciate your efforts, Commander. Thanks to you, we're a little less blind in this battle. While you were scouting, we heard that the White Mantle have taken Fort Avenia, bolstering their eastern flank's defenses. Worse yet, there's some sort of magical storm forming over the fort. We can't risk a frontal assault. There's supposed to be a Shining Blade agent stationed in that area. One well-versed in the art of sabotage. I think the 2 of you could do a lot of damage together. Go track down the agent. See if you can do something about the White Mantle who occupy that fort.
Oh man, Fort Avenia and stuff as well. I remember I loved all this about Lake Doric too. Like all the area names and stuff. Oh, they're so cool. One thing that's been going on the past 2 days, I'm obviously still working on the Stellaris mod. And what I've done now is the most recent patch I did was really cool. I added all the star names now are Guild Wars location names. So like you might find a system and it's called Bloodstone Fen, or it's called the Ascalon Catacombs, or it's called the Crucible of Eternity, or it's called Queensdale, or not just that, but region names as well. It will be called Doric's Landing, or New Loamhurst, and Fort Avenia and stuff. I've put them all in there. Every single one. I spent hours typing away every single region name, appropriate point of interest. Like calling a star a mansion doesn't work, but so instead I call it Minister Zamon's Star, for example. All these places across all of Guild Wars 2 and all of Guild Wars 1, all the campaigns. The only thing I haven't done are Heart of Thorns and POF right now. Everything. I mean, I wrote in something like 2,200 entries of all these different star names, and so it's really cool now. So now it's like people wage war in Stellaris over Fort Avenia and stuff. Anyway, so I loved Lake Doric for that. It's really amazing, by the way, guys, just how much text and how much there is in Guild Wars 2. Even just typing the names of the POIs and the areas and the maps took me hours. I mean, it's astounding. What I noticed as well is Guild Wars has the word dragon in all of its area names and stuff, like, so often. It's crazy. I never really appreciated it. But just the sheer amount of content that's in this game is insane. Thinking of how hard and how long it was for me just to do this data entry, essentially. Like 6 hours, 7 hours of just data entry yesterday. It might have even been more than that, to be honest. And knowing that ArenaNet didn't just do that, but there's actually content associated with every little bit of text I was entering, was absolutely crazy. But the end effect is really cool. If you go to the mod page now, I've got an image there of the galaxy view, and it shows all the stars with their names and stuff, and it's really, really badass. I was a bit worried about it for a while, because I thought that the effect might look a bit rubbish, and I was wasting my time. But it doesn't look rubbish at all. It's really, 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 really cool. So anyway, and Lake Doric was very, very fun for that stuff. Okay, so we just gotta...
Damn jade constructs. They hit like a stampeding centaur.
Careful now. What happened to you?
I was undercover inside Fort Avenia when those filthy cultists took it during the surprise attack. They caught me inside trying to free Seraph prisoners. Took a hit from one of those jade bows while I was trying to escape. Then this storm appeared. Might be from the bloodstone shards they're storing in there.
Logan sent me to help deal with the White Mantle in the fort. What can I do?
You can help me finish my mission. There's still a number of Seraph prisoners inside that need assistance. There's also plenty of opportunities for intel gathering and good old-fashioned sabotage, if you can avoid detection.
I'm something of an illusionist myself. Avoiding detection should be no problem.
Because we're a thief?
Doubt your ability, but I think we need something stronger. I can cloak you in a powerful veil that will give you the appearance of a white mantle soldier. But there are some limits. The guise won't hold up to close scrutiny. So don't take any drastic action if any mantle are watching. Be careful inside. Especially around those jade constructs.
I will. Stay safe and out of sight. I'll
Yeah,
return soon.
this patch is really good for having special dialogue based on what you are. That sounded more like it was meant to be the Mesmer line that's playing for thieves. You know, are thieves illusionists? I don't think we're really illusionists. But that's totally what it's referring and alluding to. So anyway, yeah, we're going to be disguised. We're going to be as a white mantle here and head on through. Forget world versus world, more like solar system v solar system. I mean, it is cool. I got lots of cool plans. The thing is, I don't know if anyone's really playing it right now, but I do have the 2 people on the spreadsheet there helping, and I'm having a lot of fun with it. And the more people that look at that mod and try to play it, it's in a very playable, cool place at the moment. Okay, so earlier, Bomber Fox. Let's see. I just need to basically do heart things on this one, right? Bomber Fox with an amazing super chat there. I wasn't trying to ignore you or anything. I wanted to keep the story going, and then when we have a bit of gameplay, I could read your question. Thank you so much for that. So, first time catching you live, they say. Love your videos, thank you. Your Let's Play was the reason I got back into Guild Wars 2 after so many years. I've been watching through your current playthrough slowly. I'm only on the 2nd VOD, but so far very good. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. It's obviously a lot of hours to go through, but I mean, that's because it's even when you're being quite focused and doing a bit of a beeline here like we are, there's still a hell of a lot of content here. Okay, are we going to be caught doing this? I think we're alright. Yeah, we're alright here. So yeah, thank you. That's very, very, very generous of you. Very nice. Here, we should be good because that guy's just turned away. Let's see if we can get this as well. If that thing turns around, it will spot me. No, all right. So yeah, I hope you're enjoying. If you're only on the 2nd part, the 2nd video right now, that means you're still in the personal story, right? But slowly over time, should be good. Yeah, so the idea here for anyone a little bit lost as to what I'm doing, I'm in the... I'm obviously disguised as a white mantle. And no one will attack me. But if they see me doing dodgy stuff, they will. So this is a bit like that Kaith instance with the cones. Why do I remember actually seeing cones here as well, like sight cones? And so there's 3 things we can do. 1, we can just sort of blink around. With this OP shadow step, swiftness, and a super low cooldown. And no return thing on it. But then we can save people, and we can... Oh, the cone is from using the 1 threat assessment. Oh, there you go. Okay, so when you use the 1, if there's a if they get this icon, that means if I do anything dodgy in the area of this guy, he'll see me. So see, when I stand in front, you get the reticle. If I stand behind, they don't get a reticle. I don't know why I get one as well. But so, yeah, you got to stay behind people, right? And that way, you know that you're safe. If I get caught, we will just become an enemy, and we'll basically have to run out and go get our disguise again. And you hear the NPCs started shouting there. It's always a little bit worrying in moments like that. So here, for example, if I try to pick this up, she's looking at me, right? So she'll immediately attack me. So I'm just going to chill for a second. How does this look if we're a Char, by the way? Because being a Char white mantle makes absolutely no sense. I guess that we just get fully transfigured. Come on, turn around, lady. So we just need 2 more battle plans and to save 2 more people. Is she not going to turn around? Those guys coming downstairs might mean that upstairs is empty, so we can do things up here. This is really cool, by the way. I love how involved the gameplay and so on is here. Oh my god, there's a lot of characters in here. That was dodgy. I feel like that was really risky. I like how there's other players here with me as well. He's facing away. I need... Oh my god. To tell you the truth, this person here, this Deadeye, is in the white mantle outfit. Is that the white mantle outfit? They look just like a white mantle. So they're totally throwing me off. This guy looks like Logan. That's cool. He's a Revenant that looks like Logan. Well, look, if all these players are killing these white mantle, I can pick up the thing. Oh, he might die, though, actually. He doesn't look like... He looks like he's going to struggle, so... By the way, Baneberry poison appears as... we don't need to poison any more food. The poisoning of the food seems really messed up somehow, but at the end of the day, we are killing these guys. We are at war with them. This appears in Brisbane Wildlands. When, another, like, infiltration-style heart. Which is kind of a cool little thing to allude back to. We good here? Okay, good. So just 2 more soldiers to rescue. There's one down in here. And then there's one up here. The floppy fish running around. Ta-da! Oh, I got that just in time. Do you see they were wandering down there? Wow, man. Okay, so yeah, let's return to the engine. I love this little bit of the story. And look, there we almost beat the heart. Thankfully, I don't really need any of the currencies or anything here, so it's fine. Eduardo, thank you very much, dude. Gambling with karma, like 1,000 karma is a box that has a single junk item. I don't like that solution. Look, there's a million ways you can make people care about karma. Doing gamble-type systems, I don't think is... I mean, it would work, but it's also a bit ugly, and I don't know. I think you could do it in a lot of other ways. But, I mean, it's kind of an idea, for sure. Anyway, that's sort of not the point. It's just a thought experiment, really.
The Seraph made it out, and the White Mantle are going to have a lot of cleanup.
Good work. Those soldiers' families will be relieved to see them alive. Get back to Captain Thackeray and report the good news. I'll stay and coordinate future raids.
Oh, it could be poison to make people feel sick and not kill them. That's a good point too, actually. That's a very good point. Alright, so breaking the siege. To tell you the truth, guys, right this second, I can't remember where the story goes now. I know where it ends. But I, honest to God, have absolutely no memory of what's about to happen. Unless Logan is just literally leading us to the last instance right now. But, I mean, it's called Breaking the Siege. Does this whole patch just have 2 instances? Let's see.
The scouts tell me the White Mantle leaders in Fort Avinia are in a scramble. I'm guessing we have you to thank for that.
I rescued some Seraph soldiers while I was inside. They may have overheard some intel while they were under guard.
We'll debrief them immediately. Good work, Commander. We're winning this war. We're almost ready to turn our attention to Caudecus. But before we act, we need to strengthen our hold on the region.
I like the sound of that. How can I help?
I need you on the front line supporting the Seraph's efforts. Do whatever you can to ensure our victory.
Understood. I'll do my part.
Oh, I
remember.
remember.
Return to me when the tide is turned. And take care of yourself out there.
Will do. See you soon, Logan.
Right, yeah, so this one is... basically, this is just do events. Oh my god, I very nearly mounted there. This is just do events. Look at how cool this is with the water level down. I would love to come back here with the water level high somehow. That would be so badass, wouldn't it? Like a bonus mission pack style thing. I don't know if hearts count. I think it's just events.
I spent my whole life here. Fishing's all I know. And now...
So this is actually... I like story moments like this. I think they're fine. So if you guys want to play with me, this is actually one of those moments where anyone who's here live, you can actually come and join in. I'd love to play with you guys. I'm on European servers at the moment. And to be honest, my build's quite weak. So, like, how it's going to take me ages to take out this cannon here, for example. So the more the merrier, really. I really do mean that. To be fair, they die quite quickly. But what I need to do is break the bar of this thing. I mean, how am I going to... I mean, this is going to be a nightmare. There's no commanders on the map either. So the one thing is, for like a story replay playthrough type experience, this might be a little bit boring because it's not directly... Here's a player. I'm going to invite him to a party. And hopefully I can just tag around with him. Because this isn't specifically story. But, you know, this is the kind of thing, I think, this is what the this moment here, this is what the Mastery Gates were trying to do in... Oh, good, there's a commander here as well. Fake Logan will help. Oh, you guys are here. Okay, hello. That almost makes me sad that you guys are in the chat, because I just felt like the game was really populated and people were playing. It turns out it's just my audience here. This is like what the Mastery Gates are doing in the jungle. You know, you're meant to stop and play and experience the other stuff, do some metas, see Farron at at his meta event. See some of what Bagarth's up to, blah, blah, blah. And Living World doesn't really push this on you. I think it should every time, so I'm happy with it. For a story recap kind of series, it's a bit iffy, but hey, whatever, you know. You were here doing the story alongside the stream. Oh, I see. Oh, yeah, somebody asked me in chat earlier about playing Guild Wars 1. I don't know whether they were just trying to bait me into a classic talking point that I always go on about. But they said, should I just watch your videos on Guild Wars 1 or should I play Guild Wars 1? Personally, I think you should play it. If you have any kind of tolerance for older games, you should totally play it. So you go. It looks like we've probably got to do about 7 events, maybe. Maybe it's only 5. I think it's about 7, though. 7 to 10. Probably depends on the kind of event as well, though. If we can find a good event chain, they'll go really, really comfortably. Guild Wars, if you have any kind of tolerance for older games, older graphics, slower combat, stuff like that, then definitely play it yourself. Because yeah, it'll feel a bit rough for the first few hours, but then you'll just get used to it and you'll have fun with the game. I honestly, I think you should do both. You should play it yourself and have the videos that I do along the side. That way you get all the trivia, you get all the wiki information, you get all the story beats, you get all the context, you get the sense that you're playing the game properly, but you're also experiencing it for yourself. So while I'm there messing around on my warrior build, you know, trying to solo stuff, you can actually play on an elementalist with the new elementalist balance or whatever, you know, get the skills you like, have the build you like, use the henchmen, the heroes that you like, you know, have your own fun. But then while you're doing the mission, you listen to my commentary and you kind of get like, you know, you get the full game. And what you can do as well is skip all the side quests and stuff. So that is my recommendation on playing Guild Wars 1. The only other thing I would say on top of that that's a really good idea is if you've got a friend to play with, it's more fun. Like if you meet up for a game night and you just play together, it is better to do it co-op. And Guild Wars 1 is not a crazy investment, by the way. It's not like a... It's like I say with the Stellaris mod I'm making. It took me maybe like 2 hours to type in all the Guild Wars 1 locations. I mean all of them. Explorables, outposts, missions, data mined points of interest, like in Nightfall, like the Atrocity Library, and Abaddon's Dead Children, and the City of Bequessa, and the Stygian Vale, and the Stygian Moor, and the Spider's Heart, all those kinds of things, right? All of them, everything Guild Wars 1 took about 2 hours. Guild Wars 2, just Kreiter took that long. Like, you can literally see on the spreadsheet, if you have a look at this, because I've logged everything I've done so that people can lay comments and tweak and make suggestions and find typos and stuff. If you look on the spreadsheet, you'll see, like, Kreiter alone has as much information in terms of regions and stuff as all of Guild Wars 1 did. And it's because if you think about it, like, Queensdale, if you think about Guild Wars 1, you've got how many explorable maps? 6, 7 explorable regions to travel around in Guild Wars 1? You know, you've got an outpost and stuff. So you've got, like, the Bergen Hot Springs, and you've got, like, the Divinity Coast, and you've got, like, the Divinity Seaboard, and you've got the Twin Serpent Lakes, and so on, right? So you got maybe somewhere in the region of 20 to 30. In Guild Wars 2, look just at Queensdale. Like, the village of Shaymore is like its own explorable map in terms of, like, information, setting building. The Shaymore Garrison, and then the Shaymore Fields, and then the Western Divinity Dam, and so on.
Why won't the White Mantle leave us in peace?
And you know, I've noticed something. I think here's something I really believe in. I don't know whether I've fully formulated my thoughts on this, but I think I actually have something really interesting to say about gaming and storytelling in games, okay? And it dawned on me while I was, like, typing all this stuff out. And it's about this topic of, like, why information in games and world building and setting establishment in some games feels really good and in some games feels really hollow. And basically, I'm thinking about the difference between Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2. Essentially, what I think exists, guys, is a story uncanny valley. So what do I mean by this? Hopefully, you're familiar with the idea of an uncanny valley. You know, it's this concept of, like, let's say you're making a video game and you're trying to render an NPC. You're trying to render a character. You've got an idea for a character, right? Now, throughout the 90s and so on, you don't have much processing power. You don't have much video RAM. You don't have much space to do things. So your representation of that character is not very accurate to life. In fact, it's more abstract than anything else. So the consumer sees your abstract idea for a character, and they have to use their imagination to fill in the gaps. And so what they actually in the end get is quite... You can tell a very compelling story in that way. And you can create a very compelling universe and world in that way. Because everything's quite abstract. It's very bare bones what's there. You let people's minds fill in the gaps. Now, you fast forward 10 years, 20 years, 25 years. And there's so much power now, people can actually render quite great illustrations of characters. And I don't just mean characters, I mean environments too. And maps and so on, right? And now, you don't have to fill in the gaps so much anymore. So now the thing that you're representing is less abstract. It's more concrete. But the Uncanny Valley is this idea that you get it really close to being right, but it's slightly wrong somehow. So it's kind of like creepy. It's kind of weird looking. And suddenly, despite the fact that you've put in a lot more work and it feels a lot more accurate, because it's not quite perfect, it's uncanny in some way and it's unsettling. And it ends up actually missing the mark even more than it should. You know, in the end, the abstract thing that you originally had was actually better for the consumer. You know, created a more captivating kind of environment and world and so on. You know, it's like I was playing the Outer Wilds recently. And the Outer Wilds to me, okay, if you guys are familiar with the video game Myst, one of the first original big... really exciting, captivating, mysterious 3D environment exploration games. And you can sort of ask yourself, why don't games like Myst really get that popular anymore? Why aren't they... And I think a part of it is this thing where, like... A part of the magic of Myst was in how, like, shoddily it was rendered and how abstract a lot of it felt, you know? It wasn't just the magic of the technology of the time. And so anyway, the Outer Wilds is very, very special to me because it actually kind of creates that feeling of playing Myst, even though we're in the 2020s. Anyway, so basically what I'm proposing, but everyone's familiar with the Uncanny Valley. Usually we think about it in terms of character rendering and stuff. But what I want to propose is actually there's such a thing as a story Uncanny Valley. And I think you can see it in Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2. In Guild Wars 1, when you hear about the Bergen Hot Springs or the Divinity Coast, it's like this whole explorable map, and it creates this sense of a big, living, you know, crater. You know, in the map, there's a couple of little houses dotted around, but, you know, they're representations of crater and the society. You don't think too deeply about them, because there's not much to think deeply about. It's not very tangibly well done. It's very abstract. It's symbolic, you know. So there's not much in Guild Wars 1, but every little bit of text they put in there feels really powerful. Like, for example... the city, Abaddon's dead children, or the Veil of Shadows and Arachnia's heart, the spider's heart and stuff like that. You know, there's not much information there. The Atrocity Library, you get like one line of dialogue or of lore about that. It's this place filled with all the terrible things that Abaddon did, all this information. There's just all this grotesque stuff, right? And when you go there in game, it's just some like weird models just strewn about on a plateau. It's not that great. It's not that impressive. But it's so limited. It's so little. It's very abstract, and it kind of feels very fulfilling. Then you come to Guild Wars 2, and I think Guild Wars 2 is in that is in the Uncanny Valley, so to speak, where it's like we have all that information again, but now it feels kind of like shallow, like there is nothing deeper. You know, like the village of Shaymore is not like a representation of Shaymore anymore. It is literally this number of houses. And Kryta is literally 18 villages and that's it. And this house that we came to in Lake Doric a second ago, it is literally this giant fucking house. And you're meant to think about it in those tangible terms. And, you know, and I think there's something in that makes Guild Wars 1's scale feel so much bigger and Guild Wars 2's feel so much smaller. And I think it's a really interesting thing to wrestle with, and I don't know whether I have anywhere to go after that, but that was something I was thinking about when I was like typing in all these place names, because it's astounding how much more there is in Guild Wars 2. But how much emptier they feel because they don't feel representative of something larger. And I think it's not through the fault of ArenaNet necessarily. I think it's a very complicated psychological thing that's going on there. And it just depends on how abstract the thing is. Anyway, there you go. So that's a little random ass talking point. I've said everything I have to say. We're gonna keep rambling in circles. So let's see. Oh, we're actually nearly already done. This is really quick here. So we'll kill this Jade Armor. I love that we've got quite a big squad here instantly. Wow, somebody else cleansed me straight away there. Oh my god, did our commander type what is that thing? Oh, it wasn't an event. Oh, damn. Oh, by the way, our inventory's full. I didn't clean it between the last 2 videos. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. I think we'll be okay. Let's get... Heart of Thorns giving you items that you have to type to delete. Brutal. Those ruined ore chunks are obviously not useful for anything. Now, if I stay and finish this heart, do you think that gives me credit? Probably doesn't. We need more events. The Jade Can. There's a Jade Can on the far side. Well, you lead the way, I'll follow. I love how crisp all the ground textures look here. Not too bad. That perfectly describes the appeal of Dark Souls. Yeah, I think, again, I think, I did think of Dark Souls at one point when I was typing all that stuff in yesterday, and I was sort of making this observation. I've not played it, but as far as I understand, it kind of exists in that space. It's like there is definitely a thing where it's like less is more. I can't figure out exactly where that line is, though, where that barrier is. There's just a lot of little things like that in like the way that the map is set up and so on. And I think it's really important for MMOs to be built in such a way that they do keep you always wide-eyed and enthusiastic and excited about like the potential, you know. You never want the world to feel small, ever. As soon as the world feels small, it's not a captivating place anymore. And as an MMO, you're wrestling with that because it's like people expose themselves to the product so much. You have to be so resistant, you know. And in a way, it's like the less information there is, the more resistant you are because there's so much still to speculate about. There's so little to go on. But there's a point where it's like there's too little and it's unsatisfying to talk about. All right, here we go. This will be the last event here now. We've got to deal with these ghosts in the area. Oh my god, have I said yet? I adore the north of this area, that this is called the Harvest Cascades, right next to the Woodland Cascades. I've always loved this little area of Lake Doric. It's kind of weird now, because the Icewood Saga has taken us up there, and it's like, the magic of it's gone a bit. Not gone a bit, gone a lot. I don't know. But anyway, I like this place. I like the sense that we were so far north, you know. Not technically the most north ever, because Bitterfrost had just come in, but still. For the time. Man, that ability, that magic staff that you can still does a lot of damage. I wonder if that was an early concept for the stolen item from an Ellie. It's a weird animation, I'll tell you that.
Who are you? Get away!
Dark Souls is not too big in terms of absolute space, but the time it takes you to go from A to B and the time you spend looking at the environment makes it feel really immersive. Yeah. That's definitely a thing as well. Pace and travel time and stuff like that. That's why, honestly, I feel like MMOs, I think it's a mistake to make an no one's going to listen to this argument because everyone likes action combat. But the more action-y you go, the more adrenaline you go, the more movement you go, the less strategy you go, I think the worse it is for realizing a setting like this, you know? Like, there's sort of a mismatch going on there, like under the skin. And again, I'm not making any arguments about what Guild Wars should or shouldn't be right now. I'm just, you know, we're just talking. I always get nervous. Someone's listening to the video and they're like, "Oh, this guy wants the game to be totally different. What a bad take." And that's well, I wouldn't say nearly never, but that's often not what's motivating me to talk about it. couple more ghosts here. Oh, that didn't count. That didn't actually progress us. That's wild. Is there a follow-up event with some kind of champion or something here? It's interesting how this this little sequence, which isn't really a story patch at all, how it actually kind of bloats the patch playthrough time. See, we were on track for actually... Here, there's an event down there, apparently. Maybe it's because this doesn't count as the Crichton War or something. Let's go south, I suppose. We're on track for beating this in about an hour and a half. But now we've just spent 20 minutes wandering around the map a little bit more. And again, I don't actually think that's a problem. I'm interested in how the runtime can increase. Also, this is such a weird feeling. Do you guys as a thief feel like it's weird when you're staff and shortbow? How both Vault and Infiltrator's arrow feel like super similar for movement? Like too similar? Right, well, we could do this thing at the boat, I suppose. I keep thinking that as I'm moving along. I'm like, well, I almost would prefer to use Vault.
This will be my pleasure.
Maybe Infiltrator's arrow moves you a bit faster just because the animation time of the projectile is faster than me jumping, but... And it might go a little bit further, especially downhill. There's definitely a weird thing with Infiltrator's arrow when you have swiftness, where it's like the time that the projectile is moving is time you're closing the gap anyway. So I can only go that far, right? If I'm stationary and I use it, it feels super distant, right? But if I'm already running as I use it, you know, a bunch of the time while I was moving, while the arrow's moving, I'm closing the gap, so it doesn't actually take you as far as you'd expect. Infiltrator's arrow is probably the best value when you fire it off behind you in terms of distance travel, right? Like if I'm running this way and I fire it back there, we're probably going a little bit over the 900. I don't know, maybe it's hard-coded to stop at 900. Vault doesn't really have that thing, because Vault you're just... I mean, you're moving with it, so... You are the projectile, is that a way to think about it? Time until the White Mantle retreat, 2 minutes. This one's just a time gate event, basically. I really like Whirling Axe on Thief, because it's like, it's time to get your initiative back. Like it's a value, it costs 0 initiative. It's a nice long animation, and the whole time your initiative's recharging. Another weird thing about staff that I'm not sure how I don't know. Thief's just weird. Thief is just a weird thing. But the idea of like an auto chain versus 2-span, like fundamentally how that actually feels in practice, and what that's worth. This event can actually scale really brutally, if I remember rightly. Back when this patch first came out, it was a nightmare anyway. Or it could be a nightmare. I would say it was always a nightmare very quickly. Yeah, hello, turtle emoji. It's good to see you. How many actually live in Divinity's Reach? How large is Orgs actually? Exactly. Yeah, you kind of want those things to be abstract. I really think the biggest, lowest hanging fruit in that story, the easiest thing, is how the world map is drawn. Like, I've talked about this very often. But, you know, there's a certain quality to the way we have it, don't get me wrong. But I think it would be... But you see you see how Queensdale is actually drawn here like this? On the world map, I think it would feel a lot better if Queensdale was just like a little dot. It was like there was a little dot representing Divinity's Reach, a little dot here representing Queensdale, a little dot here representing Gandaren, a little dot for Snowden. And then you get this, you can imagine 1,000 other dots all over that you just can't explore, you just can't travel to in the game. Once you're in the dot, Queensdale still looks like this. It's still a full fucking map, right? It's just it's represented as a little dot here, or maybe, you know, just at the bottom of Divinity's Reach, because obviously the whole Shaymore thing. But, you know, when you walk out of this portal here, the sense should be there's a huge, long, winding road with potentially hundreds of other locations like Queensdale before finally you got to Gandaren. And, you know, like that node-based approach, I think that, all on its own, immediately would make Tyria have felt vast and, you know, eternally large and very captivating. And Guild Wars 1 somewhat gets to that, but Guild Wars 1 doesn't even do that either, and yet it still manages to feel a bit bigger with its method of doing explorable areas. That's very true. 14 does it more painted. Yeah, and 14 kind of sidesteps a bit. 14 is I really don't like 14's map though. I mean, that's probably a more appropriate discussion for elsewhere. There we go, we've done it. We can go back to Logan now. There's probably a more appropriate discussion for that. I mean, if you've been watching my videos on 14, you'll know. By the way, there were a bunch of VODs that were missing on WP2 that I exported like 2 days ago. So every single bit of content I've ever done now should be up and ready for when we go back to Endwalker. Should be good. Oh. Hello, Logan.
I've done what I can. The White Mantle threat isn't completely contained, but we should be ready to make our move on Caudecus.
Perfect timing. Jenna, that is, Her Majesty, has requested our presence in the throne room. We couldn't have held off the mantle without you. I'm sure the Queen wants to thank you personally for your efforts. You've come a long way since you were first invited to the throne room years ago. Funny how fast time passes us by. Go ahead and make your way up to the palace. I'll meet you there.
Okay. So, this will be the final instance. You know, there's a really weird thought here that... Wait. Sorry, am I misremembering something here? Oh, no. There is a whole other instance. What is this instance again? I forget. You know, there's an interesting thought going on here, right? Which is, that's the war. I mean, literally, that me going out doing those events... That's the war. That's what you'll get of that one Living World patch. Regrouping with the Queen. I can't remember what happens here. I honestly can't remember. I'm quite excited about this. Again, by the way, I've never played these on a human male, so I've never heard this voice acting or any. It's all feeling very new to me. Hello, child. Oh, is this the one with the cat? This is Shadow, the Queen's cat.
Captain Thackeray, how are we doing?
The tide has turned, Your Majesty. It's only a mop-up operation now. Thanks in no small part to the commander here. If I could have been out there more.
You served your kingdom well, Logan. That's that.
Your Majesty.
Another outfit for him.
Running home to die in his den, the slippery serpent. I'd say we should just torch the place and rid ourselves of him. But there are still innocents at the manor. Canuck and a detachment of Shining Blade are there. They're waiting to, well... Canuck wants out of his obligation to me, and I won't stand for Caudecus seeing another sunrise.
I should go then, to ensure justice is served, and just in case.
I agree. And I have someone who could be of great help to that end, Commander.
I can lead you in. I know a way. Some tunnels behind the manor.
The daughter of the villain? I see a few issues with that.
Anise.
But any help is welcome.
He also might be going home to unleash his contingency plan. He's desperate. And trust me, when Caudecus is desperate, he's dangerous.
Well, if anyone would know about that. Logan, take the Seraph and make sure no one slips out the front. We'll remove the disease surgically, following Lady Beetlestone's intimate knowledge of her dear father's secret paths.
We?
Yes, child. I'll see you there and be right by your side, as the commander said, to ensure justice is served and just in case.
Anish, you should stay in Divinity's Reach. Demi is a friend. A capable friend, not in need of supervision.
Oh, of course. Whatever the thrones will. Get to it then, everyone. You have a snake to behead.
That's why I don't remember it. It's because it's a talking instance. I actually really value instances like this. Moments where we can have just a bunch of conversation. I love how Anise and Jenna are kind of like, I won't say bickering, but there's a bit between them there. Logan, a moment before we leave. I really like Anise and Jenna, though. Okay, so Demi being here makes perfect sense. Brilliant. She's a callback, obviously. We've seen in part 1 and part 2. But she actually has a role to play here too. The problem is you get one patch. So Demi is basically going to... You know, remember Belinda? She's basically going to do a Belinda here, you know.
Ritlock and I started a new guild. With you up and about again, I was wondering if you'd like to return to the fold, but in Dragon's Watch.
Interesting proposition, Commander, but I think I have other plans. General Soulkeeper came to see me the other day and offered me the position of Pact Marshal. I didn't... Well, at first I didn't think it was for me, but my injuries and today... Well, my eyes were open to my role here. Her Majesty has always been the kind of person to do things her own way. It's time I started doing the same.
It's a great honor, and you deserve it. Have you told her yet? I imagine she'll be disappointed.
I think she'll be just fine. Have a safe mission. See you on the other side.
I absolutely adore that interaction. That is so cool. They easily could have not had that there. They easily could have forgotten about it. But it's so cool that we invite Logan to our guild. I would have loved that. That's a moment where the commander's doing something I would have loved to have seen. And I love that Logan has his own stuff going on and he says no. I think that's cool as well. And I love that it was that follows on from what we saw in episode 1. Where Almora invited it to us and then she invited it to Logan. Like, everything lines up so perfectly there. It's really, really cool. I absolutely adore that. That all made it in and that was all there. The sad thing is there's so little with Logan after this. I mean, there's so little. I'd love to see what he does as a part of the Pact Marshal and how the Pact interfaces with the rest of the stuff. But basically, by the end of today's video, you're going to see the story goes off on a wild tangent and creates the next expansion. So you don't get to really see the fruits of that. Oh man, I really, really, really love that the little bit there though. And yeah, instances like that where people are just chatting and stuff, it's good stuff. Logan's next outfit's pretty cool too. Okay, so this is the end. Oh yeah, this little waterfall. Oh look, we're right near it. I gotta do it. Here you go. Look, the sewers. One day, the Divinity Waterworks. Okay, that's it. I have nothing else to say or add. The sad thing is, if they ever did a patch where you could go into the sewers, unless they make All Living World free, they can't expect people to have this, and then it wouldn't be that entrance, or it'd be one of those like lame double up entrances like they do with the raids, and not quite as cool. All right, here we go then. Confessor's End. So someone said it in the live chat a second ago. I just want to say for everyone on the video, this, I totally agree. This is one of the best instances ever made for Guild Wars 2. This is a really good instance.
There are some hidden tunnels that'll bring us up into the manor.
Yeah, I've actually been this way before. Are you okay?
I thought it might come to this one day, but being here again... Anyway. Up the stairs, to the left. We'll either run into Caudecus coming out this way if he's fleeing, or find him in his library if he's making a stand.
So this instance is full of lines referring to your race, your profession, what you've done in the past. So already that line where we said we've been this way before, it's because we've done Caudecus' manor. It's because in part 1 of the series, we were here. If we hadn't done it, we wouldn't have said that. I actually used to believe it was if you'd only done the explorable path, the explorable P3, where you actually come to this exact place. But hey, and this is a really subtle, cool little thing they're doing here as well, right? This gate was always one of the points of intrigue back in 2012. Like, launch things. Oh, what's behind the gate? Oh, let's look the camera out. Oh, look, there's a lake over there. Oh, what could be going on? And, you know, just being really curious about Lake Doric itself. And you can see that the water level's normal back there. And now, what the devs have done by starting us here at this gate, it's like we're on the other side. You know, they've revealed the magic is laid out. I mean, it's really, really clever. It's very, very, very cool, the little things that are going on here. And what you'll see is the remains and the fallout of the explorable paths, which itself is really cool as well. You know, the idea is you've got a story dungeon, and then you have the later story of, like, what happened after that. Here's the explorables. This is what happened later. And then here it's like, what happened after the explorables? And I really like that too. It's just really cool as well because it's like efficiently using maps people hadn't been to in years.
Hold up. These certainly weren't installed the last time I was here. Caudecus must have upgraded his security. If the information from the Dermond Priory is to be believed, I suggest silently getting by, or picking them off one by one. But maybe the Vigil way is best, just run in sword swinging.
They do all have their merits.
This is an idea you wish they'd do more, shamelessly reusing dungeons. Yeah, you say shameless. You're right to say shameless. It is shameless. So here, there's two choices. I had the Vigil way and the Whispers way there. Again, there's references to the orders and stuff on this. This is a really good instance. So you've actually got a choice of how you play that bit. I could have snuck past. If I wasn't distracting myself with random other conversation, I probably would have tried a little bit harder there. I was just mousing over the effects and then... So anyway, that's just another cool thing. Oh god, why don't we have Bandit's Defense again? So if we had it, I could break this bar instantly here. As it stands, what am I going to do? Just put some... Oh, I guess I could choke and guess it. Oh, and reflecting the spectral agonies, I think I can do too, I suppose. I'm happy to use that stun break like that because that gets rid of our weakness too. Oh my god, see, no initiative. Okay, that took forever. Hello, Demi.
Psst. Over here.
Countess, what are you doing here?
You know, I gave it some thought and decided that Canuck had let Caudecus slip through his fingers before. I couldn't leave it to chance this time.
Well, we should catch up with Canuck and make sure that doesn't happen then. What's his position?
She doesn't know. The Shining Blade lost contact with Canuck and his men hours ago.
Anise, is this true? Why didn't you tell me?
Subterfuge, Commander. I enjoy that Sylvari snark, but our mission is Caudecus. We can waste time arguing, or we can go assess the situation.
If Canuck is harmed, I'm holding you responsible.
This mission is bigger than one soldier. Lead the way, Lady Beetlestone.
Anise is great. Does Anise know she's in Whispers? That's an interesting thought, isn't it? Look at the animation, the time. Okay, I'm being asked a lot of big, cool questions in the live chat right now. I'll try to answer them as and when the story's not going full pace here. But what do I think they could do with the story map? A raid or whatever?
Dogs in here. Did you have a plan, milady? I'm going to get you.
To shoot them.
Good plan.
Tybalt once told me, use the terrain to your advantage, especially when the terrain goes boom. These munitions are one of the things I found that made me leave. Who knows what horrors he's amassed since I left.
Man, hearing her as Cortana, I can't get over the fact she's Cortana. So that little Tybalt reference, I don't know if that plays if you're not Order of Whispers. I think that is, because if you're not Order of Whispers, you're not going to know who Tybalt is. Tybalt kind of almost doesn't exist in the canon of the story if you're not. Like, because that's a weird thing where it's like, who exists, Siren, Forgul, or Tybalt, or are they like a superposition character? Anyway, yeah, what do I think they could do with the sewers? I wouldn't want to see it as a raid. I think too few people play and enjoy raids. I would be more likely to want it as a dungeon than a raid, and I'd be more likely to want it as a raid than a fractal. I mean, the dream is to have it as a raid of the quality of Bastion of the Penitent, which, by the way, released with this patch. Bastion of the Penitent was this exact release, which was absolutely fantastic, of course. So I don't know. And after that, an open world map would be cool as a part of a depths-themed thing. And what you got to think is, when I say sewers, it's not just a sewer, right? Think about the Ascon catacombs in Guild Wars 1. You know, there are catacomby sections, and then there are cavey sections, and there are temple-y sections, and there are dark sections. You know, you do like... So yeah, you have a sewer, but you also have like a fallen cultist area, and you have like some Shining Blade old base sections, and you have like the caves that you explore in Ghosts of Ascalon, and you know, you do loads of stuff down there. But yeah, there's like big swathes of proper sewery places. So yeah, I think like a big map would be cool. Also, yeah, by the way, that Tybalt reference there. If you remember, right at the end of Tybalt's opening story, when we get to the Chantry of Secrets, what happens? He creates all those barrels full of apples and then blows them up. And they're like alluding to that. I mean, it's just, this is a really good instance. Can I drag them over to the munitions and then... Of course, this one's not melee, it's a bow, so it's just going to stand there relentlessly attacking me. I'm going to auto attack so that I get my mini reflect. Didn't help. I'll go to short bow to break that. And while the bar's down, I'll be stuck, but cluster bombs are okay.
I've had enough.
Jesus Christ. These are like dungeon level bandit snipers. The thing that defines Caudecus' manor as a dungeon,
I'm guessing we follow the bodies.
is projectiles. Blinds, blocks, evades, all those for projectiles are the way to go through it. Reflect.
Shining blade. Tortured.
Commander, I'm sorry I didn't mention Canuck and his men earlier. I have a million things swirling in my head.
You're on a mission to eliminate your own father. I think it can be forgiven.
It's that, but also, if we come across Valette, please let me try to talk to her. She's my friend. And family. Maybe I can talk some sense into her.
How hopeful the young are. She's beyond your reach, child. She's a traitor and a criminal. She'll get no respite here.
You'll have to go through me.
Bring in the last
You hear
one.
that?
This man has confessed. He's no longer in need of his tongue.
Here, I can pick the lock.
I think we can pick a lock in a second as well. Yeah, if you're an engineer back there, you can mess with the turrets. I'm not sure why these things had venom on them earlier. As a thief, maybe I could have done something with that. So yeah, we're going in reverse. We're actually unfogging areas here because we didn't come here.
Be freed of the burden of your secrets before we free you of your life. I'll show myself out.
Oh yeah, here we get these skeletons.
Hello, Commander. If you'd be so kind as to help me kill the rest of these cretins.
More have come to confess. Get them, but save their dying breaths for my ear.
Which, back when it first came out, felt like it could have been a hint as to the next Necromancer spec. But this didn't end up being anything either. I think before here, the only time you saw skeletons in Guild Wars 2 was in Halloween, with like the mummies and stuff. Even in Guild Wars 1, you could summon skeletons. You could summon jagged horrors, which were kind of skeletal, or shambling horrors, which would break down. But they weren't straight up, you know, classic fantasy skeletons. Oh, what a lovely steal ability there. I kind of want to put acrobatics back on for the instant stun breaks, by the way. I don't know what line I'd take off, though.
That all of them? Looks clear.
Good to see you, Commander. Hopefully we can finally finish this and I can be out from under that horrible woman's thumb. Oh, hi, Anise. I didn't see you standing completely within my line of sight.
To think I almost missed you.
Have you seen my father? Caudecus.
Brutish man with aggressively unsettling facial hair? Yes. He seemed upset that he wasn't on the Crichton throne. To the extent that he was... Is he really your father? I'm so sorry.
What was he doing?
Well, he was consuming bloodstone his lackeys gathered from the explosion. He might be unrecognizable to you, my dear.
I stopped recognizing him as my father long ago. We should move before he turns his scorn towards civilians. He'd rather see Kryta burn than not rule.
Canuck has some major Garrick vibes, doesn't he? I mean, crazy. He's still very good in this patch. I love that line. That horrible woman's thumb. Oh, yeah, I know you heard me. I'm looking right at you. You know, I think it's quite clever the way that they did this dungeon as well. Oh, sorry, this mission. In that, if you never did Explorables, you didn't really come this way. I mean, I think finally now we're back in areas that you might have seen in story. Maybe. Jade armor is so good, by the way. This is what the Jinn are like in POF as well. You fight them, then they create some kind of break bar that makes them damage resistant. Not immune, but resistant. and then you break the break bar to re-engage damage. You know, the Jinn are a bit like that, and I think that's a really good way of doing enemies. I hope that End of Dragon does a bunch of stuff like that. But the idea of a damage phase, then a crowd control phase, then a damage phase. It's just a nice, neat little...
Who blew this hole in the barn door?
I'm afraid that was me.
Sort of 1-2 punch kind of thing that's fun to go through. The break bar doesn't have to be strong, but it should... The defensive provide should be strong, but it should be easily broken. That's what I'm trying to get.
Workers from Caudecus's carnival. Some of them were soldiers who fought with him in Ascalon's war with the Char. I'd overhear them in the tunnels before I left. They're separatists, trying to devise a way to get back to homeland.
You handle these sideshow rejects. I'll let Logan know it's time to start his push.
So, unfortunately, we don't get a dialogue line there. We know this, because this was our specific story. That's a shame. I still think very highly of this mission. This mission's excellent for callbacks and references and stuff, but I would have thought we'd get one there. This whole patch was good for this stuff. Like Bastion the Penitent itself, the raid.
For days. First seraph to cross us will be devoured. Don't give me that look. You don't become co-head animal handler for a circus by being a nice guy. What's that, boy? You smell some rotten collaborators. Show yourself if you dare.
Yeah, the raid itself does that as well. A bunch of references to like the specific stuff you do. Like you'll go to a prison, and if you're the right kind of human that did the prison storyline, you'll find they'll talk about it. So they were really onto something here. If all the expansions, if every story was like this mission, I mean, it'd be the best thing ever. I don't know. Maybe if everything was like this, the novelty would wear off. I really wish I had Dagger Storm on this, by the way. These hounds are actually quite dangerous. That's why I'm on short bow. I'm trying to choking gas to break the bar. You see there that he knocks me down and he does a lot of damage. Oh, fuck, it broke. I didn't need to come back in and kick him. Oh, shit, and now I've walked out of the goddamn... And we have no elite here. I don't really want to use Thieves Guild. I want to use Dagger Storm again. But we spent a lot of time Dagger Storm spamming, so...
Oh, you're kidding me, right?
If you're a ranger here, I think there's a thing you can do as a ranger, which is like the pet won't attack you, or it's something like that. You can like charm it. Maybe people in the live chat can remind me of that trivia. I'm actually a little bit worried about the boss fight coming up. This was a notoriously tricky boss fight that they tuned down, and my gear and my build are quite weak, so we'll see.
Logan's moving. How are we doing?
Thwarted by another locked door. Maybe you'll lend me your foot key again, Commander.
Hell yeah. Oh, here is a thief. Can't I pick it?
Or we could try something that won't alert the whole manor we're here.
But the foot key is so satisfying.
There you go. So because we're a thief, we get to do that. And they won't attack us. We can skip a fight. You know, the fact there that I'm a specific profession and I interact with that thing differently, so we skip a fight. This is just like the end of Guild Wars 1 Factions, when you're at the Imperial Palace.
You have to stop. It's over.
You get to pick different NPCs that have different strengths, and they skip different bits of the fight. It's the same here, except it's like I'm the NPC.
Imposters all around me. You look like to me, but you can't be. She's dead. She died the day she betrayed me, just like her backstabbing mother, who I had stabbed in the back.
Father! Murderer!
So you see they're just trying to very quickly there get through as many like mysteries as they can.
Under the chandelier, and see if we might enlighten the fine minister.
Enlighten, what a phrase. Okay, so this is phase 1 Caudecus. This is great, by the way. I love that they conceive of the idea of... Is this correct, by the way? Fighting Caudecus in this room. This is such an intricate, beautiful room. By the way, there's Valetwe up there. And you see she just ported out, if you saw. She went invuln and ran away. What can I steal from Caudecus?
You're kidding, right?
Man, those instant break bars going down. You know what? When I reflect Spectral Agony on him, I do so much damage that I full heal through Invigorating Precision. Oh, I missed it. Damn, I was going to wait to take a bit of damage before I used my thing. Oh, they had Venom because Demi gives them Venom. I see. Just a cool little touch. So he goes half health. Runs away for a second.
Valette, please. You have to see it's pointless now. It's done.
Shut up. She's mine. She'd never forsake Daddy.
Anyone else utterly disturbed by that?
I forgot how funny a lot of this stuff could be. You know, playing it in a recap like this, where I'm not so desperate for all the stories to be given justice and so on, I know how it goes. It really lets me just sit back and enjoy the funny. What a great line. Also, I was totally wrong about Spectral Agony there. I cast it a second ago, and well, is it even called Spectral Agony? The special action. It didn't heal me much at all. I don't know where I got that massive heal from before. Maybe one of the other characters in the area gave it to me. Oh no, look, it is healing me.
Stun him under the chandelier. See if we might enlighten the fine minister.
Well, I was trying, dude. I was trying. Valette's portal. Why are her portals around? Fuck, he just TP'd to me. I'm trying to be directly under it. There is a thing where you drop the chandelier on his head, right? It's got a health bar. There we go. He's stunned. I'm going to shoot the chandelier. There we go. That might have been an achievement or something. I don't know how much damage that did. There's a cool little touch, though. You usually don't see touches like that in... Oh, that was pretty satisfying there. Oh, except I interrupted my auto attack chain. It's fine.
But I can fix it. We'll try again. You and your mother. I'll see you both in the mist.
No!
We'll be a family again.
Oh, am I just obsessed about something stupid? These cutscenes, man. I don't know. There's something about them.
Demi!
This is what you get, Valette.
Please, no! Valette! Stop him.
He skipped. This thing is solid.
It was. He told me Kreider would be. Sorry. I'm sorry, Demi.
Don't let him poison any more lives.
Step away from her, traitor. You made this mess. And Caudecus is gone.
Anise is great here.
What are you... Demi.
I never meant. I can get you to him. I'll get you to that monster so you can put him down. So we can put him down.
So you can betray us while we fight? What do I look like?
I just want to balance this ledger. Then I'll gladly accept whatever fate you see fit.
Anise, you said Caudecus was our target.
So be it. Logan, you'll stay with her?
Of course. The Seraph are securing the rest of the manor. I'll see if I can get a medic in here.
He's in a subchamber under us. He has stores of bloodstone down there. We have to be careful.
It's weird they bring Logan back, but then not have him with us in the last... I mean, he deserves to be there for this bit, doesn't he? I mean, really. Since when did Logan care that much about friggin' Demi? He's the medic. And yeah, Valette Weiss sounds like Timey, because, I mean, it sounds like Timey, that's why. I mean, there's no other way around it. But yeah, this is cool. Look at all the, like, clutter and stuff around. The thrown over chair. The pillows all over the place. Oh, eventually he stands back up. I had never really noticed that. But yeah, now he's fully back in his armor as well, which is cool. Okay, so this is all kind of highly referential to a... Well, do I call it referential?
Are you kidding me? The ego on this man.
This is his inner sanctum. Every time he came back from here, he was slightly more unbalanced.
How do you think the conversation with the sculptor went when he ordered these? I need at least 6 reliefs of my face. No, bigger. Like 8 feet tall. Something that really captures my essence. A catastrophically misguided swagger-sodden plague sore.
You throw away the outside and cook the inside. Then you eat the outside and throw away the inside. What did you eat?
Okay, so back when they were originally making the dungeons, I don't know if anyone's going to start talking again here. Back when they were originally making the dungeons, there were jumping puzzle sections in all of them, or like puzzle sections in all of them, but they got cut out before launch. They never really had time to finish them. Some of them are really easy to access and see, like the one at the end of Ascon Catacombs after you kill like the Graveling like queen, like the Howling King and stuff. You can go and see it. It's like an Indiana Jones, like, invisible plank section. Well, Caudecus Manor had this, and if you broke out of Caudecus Manor, you see we're all the way in the back left corner here. This is the start of the dungeon. It's all the way over here. If you jumped over the gate, found a way out, you could come all the way over here, and you would find this. And they finally reused it. This whole patch was brilliant at that kind of stuff, you know. They reused Lake Doric. They reused this thing. I've also noticed the writing in this patch, they talk constantly about, like, the physicality of things, like Canark talking about the actual logistics of building these. They'll do that again in a minute with a mirror in Caudecus's bedroom. Sorry, yeah, both a mirror and a picture of Logan. But we'll get to that in a bit. Okay, so the riddle is, does anyone want to guess how this goes? You can give me your ideas. Pause the video if you like. Type them down in the comments. You throw away the outside and cook the inside. Then you eat the inside. Then you eat the outside and throw away the inside. Well, okay, so a clam. Do we throw away the outside of a clam? Yes. Do we cook the inside of a clam? Yes. But then we eat, and then the last bit doesn't work. A chicken. We throw away the feathers and cook the... It works for a chicken, doesn't it? You throw away the outside of a chicken, like the feathers. You cook the meat. You eat the meat. And you throw away the bone. The beehive, the grapes, the bread, the mushrooms. I believe chicken should work and corn should work. Corn should be right as well. You throw away the husk of the corn and so on. So I would guess corn was the first one I wanted to go with. So I'm going to go this. I believe there are multiple answers sometimes. Oh, there you go, the door. Oh, I missed it. I missed the animation. Anyway, these rooms can spin, by the way.
I have a head like a cat. I have feet like a cat. But I am dumber than a cat.
This one was always weird to me, because it's not really a riddle. It's just, do you understand Caudecus? And he hates the char. Like, that's the big point of contention. I mean, the patch hasn't talked about it at all, but the big point of contention between Caudecus and the Queen, at least, should be the peace treaty. Not necessarily the White Mantle stuff, but they wrote all that in, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so, by the way, I love the reflection in there. See the face reflected in the middle? Oh my god, that's creepy. Anyway, Char, I think. Oh, and they say it already. We're done already.
You ruined everything! So he's slightly larger and more unhinged than our last encounter.
Gods! A mask of his own face. Canuck, let's end this lunacy.
My pleasure. Given due process by the Crichton throne, you are hereby sentenced to... Oh, forget it. Let's just kill him. You're coming with me!
His shield is too strong. Face us, you overgrown masked coward! Use the shards. Too much bloodstone magic will overwhelm him.
Give the magic-infused psychopath more magic?
Trust me, I've heard some things. The Overlord doesn't end well for this son.
You too, Valette. There's no end to today's treachery.
You shot her! Your own daughter!
She left me! Your mother saw to that. That's why I took you. Now everyone has to pay.
Can't really talk when they're talking, so... But, yeah, this stuff about the mother, they kind of get through real quick. So this is like the end of the expansion. They could have done an expansion that's about the defeat of one of the dragons. Pick any of them you like. I think Jormag's probably a cool one to pair with this story. And, you know, this is like... you almost get like an antagonist and a deuterantagonist. Is that the way we would say it? Deuteragonist? You know, like how you have Varesh Ofta and Abaddon, you could have had like a dragon and Caudecus kind of thing. Anyway, I'm not really sure, to be honest, how I'm meant to be breaking these bars. Am I missing an obvious detail here? This has a 2-second knockdown on it. Does it just throw loads of the bloodstone shards at him? So anyway, this is an extremely claustrophobic, extremely cramped battle. It's meant to disorient you. I actually proposed this as a strike mission quite recently. Shit. So yeah. Oh, I'm down again. I don't know whether they res me or not. This might be a defeat. Caudecus might have got me. Yeah, he did. I think what happened was I ate one of the bloodstone elementals. Bizarrely, they spawn you back here. I don't know whether the fight actually ends or not. No, it doesn't. Yeah, I don't actually know what hit me there. Let's actually start hitting the guy, shall we? Maybe breaking the break bar isn't that important, actually. Maybe I've been focusing on breaking the break bar and there was no need to. It looks like I'm doing normal damage regardless. What the fuck? I was blocking. Jesus Christ. Okay, he TP'd to me there. I mean, I'm really scared. I kind of just want to stay on short bow here and just because I take so much damage from a single hit. Yeah, no, he is invulnerable while he's... Is it the Bloodstone Elementals that I need to hit next to him and that does... Or is it just... Because this feels like too many shards to throw to get through the break bar, you know? What's also freaking me out is that feedback bubble. It's like every time I throw one of them, I think the feedback bubble is gonna... Go kill the sharpshooter. It's just reflecting it back on me, you know. Oh, my cursor went out of the client again, as is always. Ah, oh, come on, dude. I'm gonna put the Shadow Refuge here just for the minor heals. Oh my god, I ate his full pistol whip there. I think Canark's down and out for the count. He's just sitting there perma-stunned. Is there any way I can help him? No, maybe not. Doesn't look like it. Hook, sweet strike, or whatever there isn't too useful. No, I guess Signal of Agility isn't that good if I'm going to be running dash. Wonder what else I could do with some quality of life. Also, I swear these Bloodstone Shards used to give you plasma. Didn't they give plasma once upon a time? Okay, bubble again. Just throw. I don't know what's going on with the music there, getting so quiet. There we go. And this should be him dead. What the hell, dude? Come on. Oh. He's not going to give it to me easy. There you go.
We have to get out of this twisted place. Here.
So that's actually a tuned down version of the fight. You can see if you're in crappy gear, it's a lot more of a struggle. That's a tuned down version. So I guess I can understand a little bit better from this playthrough why they felt that was so important to do.
How is she?
She's been asking for you, Valette.
Anise, while they have their moment, to the matter of my billet.
Not wasting any time, eh?
Not when it should be my own.
You served me faithfully. And given the bearded reptile buried somewhere beneath me, you have held up your end of the bargain. Consider yourself a free Sylvari.
How does it feel?
It feels good.
I'm scared to talk because clearly something's gonna happen.
To me.
Oh, he's here. Master Tybalt. You found me.
Medic, take her back to her godparents in Divinity's Reach. They'll want to make arrangements.
What's her death line then? Does Tubble get mentioned anyway? I guess he probably does, right?
Thank you for breaking the silence, Captain. Now, I hope you're ready to follow her into the Miss Valette.
Yes.
Countess, Valette helped when she didn't have to. And I'm not sure this is what Demi would have wanted.
She should stand trial. Past deeds. You should be given a chance to make up for them.
There's been too much death today. And I've recently had an opening on my payroll. She'll stay with me and serve her sentence as my ward.
Thank you for your mercy.
Hold that thought until you've served her for a while. You'll be begging for a cell in under a week.
Well, as a first step down this road, let me tell you, you should check Caudecus's chambers. I think you might find more than a few things interesting there.
Go. Logan and I will take her to Divinity's Reach. Maybe one day she'll make up for her misdeeds and become better.
Like the Crichton spider wart.
Commander, I'm impressed. You know your flora. That's the Queen's favorite flower, you know.
I'm aware.
I was going to leave, but I'm dying to see his room after the splendor that was his private dungeon.
I love how he goes sprinting up. That's a cool wave from Logan there, by the way. Yeah, they could have gone in all kinds of places here now. Having a lot more Valette become like sort of the Canark 2.0. But she doesn't really do much. Oh, they're going to port out, are they? Including Logan. Bye-bye. Also, Canark, now is the moment, I think. Canark needs to do something dodgy as all hell with his freedom straight away to sort of maintain the kind of character he is, but... Anyway, yeah, let's come on up.
Oh, Minister Beetlestone, you did not disappoint. Why on Tyria do you think he has a painting of Captain Thackeray in here?
That's... maybe because... if he thought... You know what? We should probably never tell Logan about this.
Agreed. That man's been through enough. And this would probably scar him worse than being stuffed in a blighting pod.
Again, like they're talking about stuff like this stuff was here. Did they do a thing about the mirror above the bed as well? Let's have a quick look. Where's his bed? Here. Confessor, you'll never guess who showed up at the Chantry of Secrets today. Or knowing you, maybe you will. It's Demi. Keep reading. Apparently, your dearly departed wife's cousin, Lady Wee, coaxed her from her comfortable lifestyle and spent the last 2 days interrogating her. Don't worry, she didn't have much actionable intel. It appears she bolted from the manor before she could gather enough evidence to pin anything overtly treasonous on you. Still, you should expect the Order to watch you more closely from now on. As for the leads they've got, I'll do what I can to make sure they result in dead ends. Emphasis on the dead part. I'll await your instructions on what should be done about Lady Wee. No names. The letter ends leave. Did they do it? Oh, maybe it was just like a live stream comment. Oh, no, I think it's because it's the bed we need to interact with. So, yeah, if you did like a whole expansion about this story, I think you could do a ton of Order of Whispers stuff here, too, at the same time.
A surprisingly normal bed. And then there's the ceiling. Wow.
That'll probably... I know what everyone's thinking about, like, sex and stuff, right? But I feel like it would be quite trippy and weird to be falling asleep, laying on your back, open your eyes, just on a totally normal night. And just, like, see yourself there. That would be weird, wouldn't it? I don't know. Would it be comforting in some way? For the ultra vain, I suppose. Okay, so the real thing we want to look at here is this desk here.
Something here.
Now, I'm really curious how this comes across. Because this is quite a layered thing here. This appears to be Caudecus' journal. The more recent entries are nearly illegible. Flip through the older ones. That fool Zira has been sneaking about behind my back, going after a long-lost unseen one. Worse yet, she's close to her goal. She's learned that, after Lazarus' aspects were tainted so long ago, he was forced to resplit himself, this time into artifacts rather than living people. In Guild Wars 1, you see, you learn about his... basically, his phylacteries are living people. Apparently, you learned that lesson the hard way. Zira's already found 4 of the 5 aspects. I cannot allow her to complete this ritual, nor will I allow this unseen one to disrupt my plans. Her efforts have been stalled. I've swapped one of the aspects for a fake, and Zira doesn't suspect a thing. When the 5th aspect is found, she says the magic words. She's in for quite a surprise. Once she's revealed as a fraud, the more superstitious among us will come crawling back to me. Normally, I'd simply destroy the original and be done, but I don't want the Massart's essence near my home. So this actually comes across really clearly when you just play like very linear and you don't sort of obsess over speculation, all kinds of stuff. Okay, so what does this say? You remember Lazarus appeared at the Bloodstone. And then Caudecus saw him and said, what? That can't be. Now, why did Caudecus say this can't be? It's not because he's just amazed to see a Massart. It's because Caudecus specifically knew that the Zera faction was trying to bring a Massart back. And he specifically interfered and fucked with them. All the fragments of Lazarus's soul were meant to be together for it to work. But Caudecus took one of them. So it's impossible for the ritual to have worked. So when Caudecus sees Lazarus there, he's like, what? How is that possible? I fucked with this stuff. It's impossible. That cannot be Lazarus. So now the commander knows.
What is it?
According to this note, it's one of Lazarus's aspects.
A what?
Without it, they could have never resurrected Lazarus. The real Lazarus. Caudecus wasn't kidding when he called him a false god when he showed up.
If he's an imposter, it would explain why we were able to see him. But who would pose as Lazarus?
Someone who wanted access to an unstable bloodstone. And an instant army to unquestioningly do their bidding.
Deceptive, tactical, and powerful. Not the greatest combination.
I'll send this to Exemplar Calden with the Shining Blade to authenticate it. Make sure it's not just more propaganda. And then Marjorie. We should get her out of there.
I'll send word to her on my way to... well, wherever I go, I suppose.
So no Dragon's Watch in your future?
Regretfully. I've been under someone's yoke for too long. It's high time I walk as my own Sylvari for a while.
Well, being in the guild doesn't mean... But I understand. Thanks for everything, Canuck. You've been a good friend.
Oh, don't start weeping about it. I'm sure our paths will cross again.
I like how often we get rejected in this patch. It's really good, isn't it? It's really good. Alright, we gotta deal with this a little bit here. So there you go, that's the end of the patch. And again, like there, they can have Canuck do all kinds of interesting things on his own. And again, I think morally ambiguous things is what he should be doing straight away, not just gambling, but hey. Okay, so yeah, the ending sequence there is a bit weird. I remember being totally confused by that when I first played it and not quite sure what exactly Arenanet was saying. I felt very, very like untethered. I didn't really know what was happening. There they use that word tactical, by the way, which hints at the true identity of the imposter. I don't know, maybe there's just a little bit missing of showing how adequately people can disguise themselves as other people. You know, maybe there should have been a really on-the-nose comment at some point where people are like, hey, if you're wondering why I'm going to Ratasum, it's because I think this is where the next patch starts. I don't know for sure. That's just out of my memory. Where, you know, we pretend and then there's a really on-the-nose comment saying, wow, so anyone could look like anyone? And then episode 1 kicks up or something. Anyway, so yeah, who is Lazarus? It's not the real Lazarus. That little line of that explains why we can see him. If you're just a Guild Wars 2 player, just playing through the story, that line looks really weird as well, because they haven't properly explained to us that the Massart should be invisible. So, episode 1 or 2 should have had a moment where, like Marjorie, for example, what would have been really good, that scene in the egg chamber, is Marjorie should have said, oh, why can I see you? By the way, you're a Massart. Shouldn't you be invisible? And then Balthazar should say, oh, it's because I choose to look like a Massart. I'm choosing to appear before you. We Massart have always had that. And then Marjorie says, okay, cool, I guess. And then, you know, that little line should have been in there. But that wasn't there either. So anyway, here we go. We're on to Flashpoint now. Do I get a mail at the end of that? It looks like I might. No, I didn't. Okay, so. Timey says she's completed a device. Has she found a solution to the Elder Dragon problem?
Commander, do you read me? Only answer if you're ready to be blown away. Never mind, I can't wait. I finished my dragon machine. I'm about to perform the final tests. So I'm kindly requesting the honor of your presence so you can be amazed and flabbergasted by my staggering genius. See you soon.
Okay, so yeah, this is Timey Ex Machina, the patch, basically. Oh, here we go. I did go to the right place. Did I? It's the docks, isn't it? I thought it was the,
Did you hear about the big explosion?
I thought you go to the Ratasum Port Authority, but I guess, hold on. Oh, it's Ratanova's first, so wrong surrogate. Yeah, what's going on over here? Are Massart always passively cloaked without thinking about it then? Well, there's very little actually interacting with them, but yes, I mean, whether they actively think about being cloaked or they make the decision to be cloaked, I don't know whether it's explicitly said somewhere. You might find a sort of allusion to that in a RP2. But yeah, they can definitely choose to be one or the other. Because they'll appear before, say, Sol D'Alessio or something. So it'd be very easy for Balthazar to explain away, but the point is you need the conversation there, so that all Guild Wars 2 players are familiar with that piece of the world building, right? Like, it's useful to telling the story. It's not that it's a plot hole, but it's useful to telling the story. Hello, Casimir.
Kaz, didn't expect to see you here, popping in like that.
Hi, Commander. I have a bone to pick with you.
Before I get an earful, I told Marjorie it was a terrible idea.
Marjorie's her own person, if anyone knows that.
A refreshing dose of rationality. I missed you. So, this bone that needs picking.
Did my invite to Dragon's Watch get lost in the mail?
Well, there was the matter of the Bloodstone exploding, and Lazarus.
Flimsy excuses. But I'm in, if you'll have me.
All this recruitment stuff's really cool playing in sequence, isn't it?
No, but she'll check in when she can. She always does.
Why do you think she went with him in the first place?
Who knows what goes on in that beautiful head of hers?
Looks like Timey's just about ready.
Watch it! Watch it! She's rearing up!
I told you
How do we see Massart and Guilders 1? Well, they either choose to appear before you, or what we actually do is we ascend, get the gift of true sight, and that allows us to see them whether they like it or not. There was a lot of discussion back when this first came out about, like, Jesus Christ, there's so much talking. There was a lot of discussion back when this first came out about, like, oh, did we ascend in the library in Season 2? You know, and it was like, no, no, no. Anyway, this is quite cool, actually. Primordus experiment.
Someone do something!
Destroyers, Jormag.
Keep them alive if you can. You should know. Need them for the test.
Oh, there's a Zaitan experiment here. They went with a Drake. I think, I remember this so clearly. Like, this patch only just... I mean, really, I know I've said that a lot here, but this patch really feels super similar, recent to me.
Just get them back in their positions.
So this is the second to last patch of the season, by the way.
Stranger? That's the commander, you dolt.
Sorry, I don't have my deck of Heroes of Tyria flashcards handy.
And, this is actually, just so that you guys know, this Flashpoint is actually the original ending of the season. Like, this basically sets up the expansion right here. We're going to figure out why Path of Fire is the expansion right now. But they had, like, an extra patch that they put in as well, which kind of ties up some other loose ends. So this is big story. This is huge story here.
Hi. Thanks for the help.
Look how big she is suddenly, by the way, across these couple of patches. She's grown a lot suddenly.
What's it do?
I don't want to get too technical on you, so, machine make dragons go.
I think I can handle a bit more detail.
Great. First, that quarter-inch unit there is a thermogulator. Thermog coming from the Asura root word for...
A little less.
Ah, okay. It runs off the heart of Omad's machine. That, combined with my spectrum research, aided by my assistant Spencer, will let me manipulate the eternal alchemy to smash Primordus and Jormag's unique signatures together, thus canceling them out, i.e. dragons go bleh.
Remarkable.
Isn't it? For the experiment,
Oh, it is.
I brought minions from the dragons to see if I can do it on a micro scale. You just met them.
When do we get to see it in action?
As soon as I can convince these other Asura to leave. I'm not exactly sure what'll happen when I kick it on. It'll likely work as intended, but could also blow this place sky high.
Let's clear the area then.
Well, there's a problem with that.
Hello, progeny. And how are we ruining science today?
You know, one of these days you'll admit how valuable I
Look,
am.
she's as big as him now.
Improbable. This thing is looking less and less like a coolerator and more like a monstrosity destined to go down in the annals of failed inventions.
Counselor Flunn, I assure you, it will revolutionize elixir cooling technology. I mean, who wants tepid elixirs? So, if you'll kindly remove yourself and your flunkies, assistants from my lab.
To enable you to freely plunder all the research we leave behind? I think not.
Commander, maybe you could reason with Punch, the not esteemed, counselor here.
I got a really striking visual of her face when she said the word assistants. like she really like juds her chin out or something when she says assistants from my lab. Yeah, she's huge now. I love the idea she just keeps... She's bigger than one of your small humans, someone said in the live chat. I like the idea she just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and just they never explain it or talk about it. It's just one day Timey is like golem-sized. She just keeps growing. Okay. Doing Timey's dirty work for her. Out with it. Hello again, Flunt. Millie trying to help out a friend. You should try it sometime by leaving. Your brash assaults will get you nowhere.
Your elementary attempts at persuasion sadden me. No wonder you are kicked out of the pack.
That's a great line that we was kicked out. Yeah, so they keep it kind of light here at the start because it goes off the rails pretty quick. So here's Marjorie's return. Again, right at the start of this patch, the idea that Marjorie's hanging out with someone that can look like Balthazar and is clearly look like Lazarus and is clearly really strong, but we don't know who they are. There's like a whole cool tension there that then this is the resolution that she just sort of comes back.
You made it.
Barely. Hi, Kaz. My lead
To tell us something we already figured out on our own.
Probably only a few minutes behind me.
Lazarus, or whoever, is coming here? How should we prepare?
Did you get any intel while you were with him?
Plenty. He's raising an army of hired mercenaries. He has a base being built in the Fire Islands, all under the guise of battling dragons, but nothing that seems relevant to a personal weakness. Although, there was a mirror, like a hand mirror he kept very close. I wanted a better look at it, but it never left his side.
Maybe that's what he's using to disguise himself. Mirrors have a long history with mesmer illusions. If we break the illusion, at the very least, we'll know who we're dealing with.
How?
Magic mirrors don't like their own reflections. It runs counter to their spells. If we can catch him in a few enchanted mirrors of our own, it might shatter the illusion.
And if it doesn't?
He'll get to see himself murder us from various different angles.
You pick now to get a sense of humor? I like it. I set up reflector discs around the lab to get the lighting just right to record my historic experiment. We could use those as mirrors.
I'll enchant them. Once the illusion is broken, I can tie him up tight with magic.
Commander, you grab them and position them in the right places. There, and there should work. We'll work on getting these folks out of here.
I find it really interesting, all the green tech around Timey at the moment. Like, she feels very Jade techy already. I don't want to talk too much about End of Dragons and Cantha speculation here just yet, but
I heard you missed the fun in Divinity's Reach.
The Countess had me observing interrogations, ministers in White Mantle, detecting lies. So, Camp Lazarus. Did you find what you were looking for?
We made friendship bracelets.
You'll note I'm not laughing.
Is that because it was a bad joke, or... Okay, I wasn't looking for anything in particular, I just...
Next time, maybe consult your girlfriend before throwing yourself in the lion's den.
The commander tried to stop me too. Didn't work out so well.
This isn't about permission. You're your own person, but you're also on a team.
Dragon's Watch got along just fine.
Oh god, this is a boring conversation.
About the team you and I are on. Maybe I would have gone with you. Maybe I would have stayed. But I never got to make that choice.
Look, I get it. But an opportunity like that, you don't just say, hold on a second and write a mail.
Timey has communicators.
You know what I mean.
I'm glad you're back, though.
Me too.
That just seems like such a long, drawn-out, small fucking conversation. I mean, I'm eavesdropping for the... because it would feel weird to walk off, I suppose. I had the choice to ignore them, I guess. I've forgotten what I was going to say. I can't remember now. They interrupted, and I can't remember. You know, to do a good LP of this, I'm going to have to play every single instance at least twice, so that I have an intuitive sense of when another fucking random line of dialogue is going to appear, so I don't start an anecdote and then get interrupted, and then start an anecdote and then get interrupted, and then start an anecdote and then get interrupted. You know, you've got to have a good sense of that. I can't remember what I was going to say. Oh, yeah, the Cantha Timey stuff is what I was going to say. Yeah, I really feel like they should do a thing, or will do a thing, where she augments herself to help with her disease. And then, I mean, I'm just such a fan of the idea that she'll do that. And then what's going to happen is we'll find out Jade Dragon Tech is like really bad and corrupted or some kind. And it's going to like injure her or something. Or we have to make the decision to by ending the dragon, we end the tech. And then that's going to have a consequence for Timey. Potentially fatal or at least very damaging. I really like that idea. We'll see whether they go for it. But yeah, already seen her in the kind of green techie stuff. Just made me think of that. I like the idea of mechanized Timey. They spent money voice acting this rather than more fun. I'm offended. I'm not. They can do whatever they want. At least it's like an emotional kind of thing, like character. I don't know. I just don't really... I guess I'm just not that invested in the jeopardy of... I mean, so much of it is presumed to happen off-screen anyway. Sorry, are we to basically understand that Marjorie and Casimir have not spoken to each other at all? Oh, come on. No. I forgot I could glide. Until it was too late. Throughout the entire time that she was away, because like they weren't even using the communicator or whatever. That's pretty cold, to be honest. Poor Blish, indeed. Oh, I'm looking forward to Blish. We get some Blish action pretty soon. It's weird knowing we're like getting close to Perth.
Done. Now what?
We just need to...
Progeny, what did your defective machine do to the gate? It's broken!
It's not my... What do you mean? The gate's down?
Am I not being clear? We couldn't leave if we wanted to or not.
He's trapped us here.
Timey, we have to get these people out to safety.
But there's no other way out. You don't mean... you do mean... But... Oh... Fine. Open it. There's a hidden panel right there. The password is our new dragon friend's name.
Okay. You're gonna make me say it, are you? You're gonna make me say the name. Access Timey's favourite Quaggan drawings. Please confirm your interest in boring Quaggan snuggle drawings. Nonsense alert. Nothing of substance exists beyond this point. Turn back now or enter the password. Aureen.
Oh my gosh, what's happening? There's a whole...
I want to see the Quaggan.
Gate. Everyone go through it, but don't look around too much on your way.
Progeny.
I'm as surprised as you. Who knew the commander had a secret lab? But importantly, mortal danger. You gotta go. A Mersat / not a Mersat on the way.
Oh yes, surely you're telling the truth now. I'm certainly not leaving. No one is. I mean it. Wendell, put that down.
Ah, Marjorie, there you are. I'd grown used to your ever so pleasant company.
I feel like we're missing one more scene maybe, which just shows how dangerous he was before this. I mean, they've shown how dangerous he is, I guess. I love also there's so many Asura there just fleeing away. Oh, Flunt like DC'd. Disconnected. It scares me that that's the first thing that came to my mind. So here's the mercenaries.
Lazarus, I don't recall inviting you here. I suggest you leave.
But my friends and I just arrived.
Through a gate that was moments ago not letting anyone out.
I'd heard there was a machine here. A machine that could kill 2 elder dragons with one blow.
How is Timey an introvert? I've never got that sense from her ever.
Myself. And I was a little disappointed you didn't let me know about it. In the name of camaraderie and strategic alignment.
You're right. Be my guest. It's right over there.
Commander! Oh, yeah.
Okay, so we have the mirrors.
What is this?
I know you're an imposter. Show yourself!
Fools! Destroy the mirrors!
Oh, I love the music coming up here.
The charade ends here!
Lazarus's illusions broke our mirrors. So many years of bad luck. Get rid of them and I'll call my repair drones.
I can't cage him until the illusion is broken. He needs to be reflected in all 3.
So here, all the fire is like a lot more obvious, I think.
Let's see how he likes some minions on his heels.
But it's almost like too late now because we're in the patch, you know, we're at the reveal.
Defense protocol online.
It would have just been, I guess what would have been nice is if at the start of the head of the snake, we had one more scene dealing with Marjorie, Lazarus's power, another Balthazar hint at the start, and a bit about Marjorie maybe. That would have been quite nice. Because he was kind of like almost conspicuously totally missing from the last patch, which makes sense. that he's not there with the revelations at the end and so on. And the fact he doesn't even give a shit about the Civil War, you know, sort of speaks about how the fact he's not who he seems to be. Oh, sorry. Oh, I forgot this. Yeah, you can release the Elder Dragon minions. I mean, this is cool. This is really cool, actually. Think about the Elder Dragon. This is one of those moments, you know, where you've got all this lore going on, all this story going on, and suddenly you think about a whole other part of the world building. It's like, yeah, there are Elder Dragon minions and things around.
Drone's prime. Let's get those mirrors back up ASAP.
So we've got one more mirror is being built. There it is. Probably want to put him in the middle now. So we stand here. That's a nice little moment with the arrow and like the aggro to a specific location. Look at that form of him there. Look how cool he looks when he's like mid-Lazarus, mid-Balthazar. That's very rare. Holy shit, that ring of fire hurt. I have to stealth here. Sorry, did I fuck up? Does he need to stay in the middle? I'm interested in the fact that I'm still taking damage. No, I'm not still taking damage. This is quite good. When you play, like, I'm actually scared of these characters. Fuck, I queued 2 weakening strikes. I swear to God, I hardly queued the second one. I spent the entire rest of that time spamming dodge. Fuck off! No way! Oh my God, he's gonna beat me. Oh, someone's raising me. No, they're not. It's, yeah, I'm dead. Oh my Lord. Dude, weakening charge got me killed there. First, by holding me in the thing instead of letting me dodge. And then second, by rushing me back into the thing. I guess I need to be a lot more delicate and less spammy. Because when you choose to queue the second one, it's really going a long time. So I need to stay at that. Alright, there we go. Unbelievable. I've never had more than a 2-second experience against him here. Alright, here we are.
The illusion is broken. Now I can... Balthazar!
This machine.
He's one of the 6.
And you will burn. Starting with you, my body's shadow.
No!
See that no one lives. This tires me, and the dragon's cold.
Get Marjorie some help. I'll hold them off as long as I can.
Okay, but so many of them. Commander, maybe it's time to retreat.
No one retreats while Flat still fights. You can't orally hear what I did, but it's very clever.
With all these golems.
You do value me.
All hands, save my research!
Flun is fantastic. I love this golem is basically called the Flunt, by the way.
Around my experiment station. Sacrifice yourself for superior knowledge. Everyone else in first. I'll bring up the rear.
He's talking like an inquest there. Sacrifice yourself for my superior knowledge. Man, this is crazy. It's very weird. I love that moment where, oh, it's one of the 6. All the potential that could have come out from the next expansion. I really feel like Balthazar did not have enough dialogue in the next X-Pack. It would have been... Well, we'll see. We'll be playing it soon enough. Maybe my memories are slightly off of it. Now, the auto attack is probably just 2 targets. I've got no initiative ever. Is this one 3 targets? Yeah, and this one's going to be 5, right? So it's definitely, in this scenario, probably better to spam. This is crazy. With this combat balance, this is like real. Usually these just all fall over dead. I like how I'm quietly reflecting this Pistolier here on the left. Who's turning out to be the last one to survive. Alright, Marjorie, how you doing? It's interesting seeing Casimir's not been around too much, and now she's going to return right in time for POF, where she's a big character.
Jory, is she okay?
This human is stabilized. She'll likely survive, I suppose.
I'm sorry. I froze. It was Balthazar. The god.
You... Ah! Heart rate spike! This situation is stressing the human. Please vacate. Shoo!
The medics will take care of her. She probably just needs to be... Maybe we just go over here for a second.
You know, this is what people are talking about 14 in chat. This is, honestly, Guild Wars Living World is really good. I think the only problem is so many of these stories are only appealing to Guild Wars fans, existing Guild Wars fans. If after End of Dragons, we're in a new continent, new area, totally new stories that any random player might be able to enjoy, I think people will start to realize the value of all this stuff. But this is just too difficult for, I think, most players to get into. There's two sides to that. One is you don't do these topics. The other is you need a lot more work to, like, bring Guild Wars 2 players into the fold of these stories, and it's work that ArenaNet weren't doing.
I hesitated.
Could it really be Balthazar?
It is. He dropped the lie. And his mirror. It was special. Enchanted by Lissa herself.
And now he has my machine. What are your gods doing, Casimir?
To what end, I don't know, but we can't just allow it. We have to stop him.
I'm sorry. I can't do this. I'm sorry, Commander. Tell Marjorie, I love her.
Okay, bye, I guess. This is beyond crazy. To recap, you picked a fight with a god. The god of war.
Thanks, Timey.
Why do you think... What should we do now?
The deception, the lies, the willingness to kill to get what he wants. God or not, my instincts say whatever he's up to can't be beneficial.
Marjorie mentioned a base on the Fire Islands. If he wants to absorb a dragon's power, that'd be the place to do it. Right on top of Primordus. And if I remember correctly, he's also the god of fire, so... Primordus over Jormag.
Then that's where I start.
Thankfully, I put a tracker on my machine to prevent flunting. I'll send an assistant to help you find it. Head to Rada Sum. I'll line up transportation from there to the islands. While you do that, I'm gonna lock myself in the simulation room to run a test on a new theory I want to investigate.
And avoid flunt?
Always. Stay safe, Commander. This is uncharted ground. I'll be in touch.
Hey, look, it started. I hadn't done that instance, so we got to see some of the dragon thing. They'll start popping up now. And by the end of it, we'll have a legendary amulet. They'll start popping up. So we can get some mystic coins there as well. I'll do that straight away. Yeah, the lies, the willingness to do what he wants, that trailer line. It's a really good line as well, you know, because there's so much going on in the story at the moment. Because there's kind of a big issue. POF. I have a high opinion of POF, a very high opinion, but there are certain, like, fundamental areas of the story that that POF needed to be extremely clear about, and it's just not clear about. So anyway, you should be wondering at this point, like... Okay, Balthazar just wants to fight the dragons. We just want to fight the dragons. Who gives a shit? Let's just be allies. We picked a fight with the God of War. Why did we do that? Because of the lies, the deceit. Oh, I have a gut feeling it's a bad idea. You know, that line straight away there, that starts kind of a big thing. And there are answers, and there are... But it's very fiddly, as you'll see as we go along here. So anyway, Anti-Dawn Anchorage, and then we'll get into our thing. I loved this, by the way, as an entrance to the map. We get on the little submarine, and we sail our way there. But yes, and people in the live chat are right. Let's just be clear here. Well... We're kind of jumping ahead a bit. Path of Fire will... Well, right now, you should think he's a full-on god. Yeah, if you're wondering how the hell can we actually fight a god, don't worry, there is a lore reason for why he's not... For why we even have a chance, okay? Let me put it that way. So yeah, check it out. This is a new submarine here. This was never here before this patch.
Vessel awaits, Commander. course set for the Ring of Fire Islands. Timy's scientist and his equipment arrived before you. You're cleared to board.
WP, invite Balthazar to the guild. We already invited the Queen. Why not God? I like that. Yeah, we should do it differently. We should invite him. Look at it, even as collision and stuff. I love this. Board. Let's go, baby. I read that as beard for a second there, which was very strange. Much better than just walking through an Asura gate like we did with Ember Bay. And here we are. You know, I always forget that Draconis Mons does this cool, like, photoluminescent stuff. Feels cool. And it has an amazing water effect, which we can't ride out on. The next expansion will give us a mount, letting us sail around out there.
Where are we?
We appear to be inside a cavern created by gases during a volcanic eruption. Remarkable. It has a fascinating biome.
Yes, exactly. We dove down to the entrance and have surfaced inside. I sent a few scouts ahead to get the lay of the land and establish a perimeter.
Perfect. This mist makes it tough to get your bearings. Good thing we have Timy's tracker on that device.
We're in the right place. Balthazar definitely came this way with Timy's machine and headed up the hill.
What? What's happening? Help! It's got me! Ah!
Dude.
Heads up! Weapons out!
I don't remember that sounding that good and looking that good. That was awesome.
Commander, I don't know what to say. He's gone. What the crud?
You hearing?
What? Did you hear that?
No, absolutely not. Unless you did.
I'm heading up the hill. Keep this beach secure.
Aye, aye.
I like that guy, unless you did. They're funny, man. Oh, this game's funny. I forget how funny this is. Yeah, you guys probably didn't hear that. It's very quiet. The mysterious voice said, "Your friend is not gone, only lost. Follow the rising wind." So we get a bit about the Druids here. We get a bit about Zin. This is actually kind of nice. Of all the patches, this one's kind of nice as a follow-up to Heart of Thorns, because it does talk a little bit about Ratanovus and stuff, you know, and the Asura sides of it. Yeah, you know, Season 3 is pretty good. I think all it needed to do was... I would lift out all the Caudecus Civil War stuff and instead swap that with Nightmare Court stuff. Alternate Pale Tree stuff. Fate of Our Pale Tree. I think at that point, it's not too bad.
Where are you? Why did it have to be Balthazar?
The sky, the land. You must hurry.
Oh, this is interesting as well. So we start getting POF style stuff here where people are losing their faith. I remember when Path of Fire came out, they actually put updates into like Lion's Arch with people talking about what was going on at Path of Fire and stuff.
Commander, this place is a disaster that's already happened. We've lost several crewmates.
I'm looking for Timy's scientist. He has the tracker and a vine captured him. You seen anything like that?
Try further up the hill. There was a commotion there not long ago. And watch your back. This cavern has hazards aplenty. In the meantime, we'll maintain the perimeter.
Checking in and Zodja and Logan should have been a part of the season as well. Well, see, we checked in with Logan, but yeah, Zodja, definitely. I mean, the thing is, Zodja makes sense in a lot of these releases. In this release, Zodja makes sense. She could have been there at the Dragon Lab there. Zodja helping Timey make the Dragon Machine, Deus Ex Timey. It would be a bit easier to swallow if Zodja was helping her, I think, for me personally. Zodja's at least got this, you know, long legacy and, you know, all this other stuff under her belt. You know, you could paint that as a story, what happens when Timey and Zodja work together. Oh, we actually have to grab the Oak Essence. I love this map, by the way. There's some interesting enemies here, like smog scales. Smog scales actually appear in the Solaris mod now. I've added them as primitive species. But they're like one of the rarer things in the game's bestiary. I think I put them in as fungoids, because there's so few fungoids around, but even though they're technically saurians. But yeah, I remember people asking a lot about what happened to the pale tree. Your friend is here, you're near. I don't really remember exactly what they want me to do here. It's probably not Oak Heart Essence yet, because... A scientist? Oh, there he is. Wait. Is it the suspicious shrub? No, no, no. This is just the heart. Jesus Christ, they hurt. They really hurt when you don't have... Oh, no, no, he's there, he's there, he's there, he's there. Drop, 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 drop.
Over here. Thank the alchemy.
Are you okay?
I'm shaken to the bone. I barely managed to get away with my life. That vine dragged me through dirt and rock.
All right, you stay here. When you're ready, a Vigil soldier will escort you back to the sub. Can you show me how the tracker works?
I'm afraid the tracker may have been irreparably damaged. It's displaying anomalies. I haven't been able to correct it, though I will make the endeavor one more time. Look to see if the light turns green.
You know, it's funny, actually, the whole Zodja thing, how fast we're going through the story, it feels to me like she is not even that bad, you know, right now. Like, if Zodja did appear here in Draconis Mons, I don't think she'd have the reputation she has as having disappeared. To have lived it, you know, this is like 2 years after Heart of Thorns came out or whatever, and it feels like it's been forever already, but I don't know, Logan feels fine, and he only just reappeared properly in the last patch.
Oh, dear me. I don't know how you're gonna find Timey's device now.
I'll manage. It's Balthazar. I'll just follow the fire.
Oh, that's the spirit. You'll have no trouble stopping this godlike being from another realm with just your wits and fists.
Now that you've found him, take your friend and go. Leave this place. You do not belong here.
So, it's you who's been guiding me. Thank you. We're here in pursuit of a rogue god.
The god being, yes. We saw it arrive. We're watching. Its drive is doing great damage. It will help you all to leave. You are intruding upon one of nature's purest gardens.
I have to find the god being. We mean no harm, but Balthazar must be stopped.
The god being, yes. You can make him leave? Then do not tarry. Your god has gone above the cloud layer to the apex.
Okay. The Druid influence here is interesting as well. I like that they got a little bit of Druid stuff going on here. Alright, so we gotta get to the apex. And we have to actually climb. I'm so used to using mounts or just skipping my way up there. Let's see how well we can do this. Do you get Oak Heart Essence instantly on this map, or do you have to chain the mastery? I can't really remember. Yeah, it is a mastery, but is it like you could use mini ones first, sort of like mount rental, so to speak? Well, that was clearly terrible. Well done there. But yeah, if Zodja had appeared here, right, and if she'd had a little bit of an influence this patch, maybe the previous one with the building of the machine when it was first being introduced, you know, if Timey said, oh, Zodja's with me, if Zodja keyed up on the communicator, Zodja rejects our guild as well, you know, that would have worked. I think that would have been fine. You know, there's every reason why she wouldn't necessarily be a part of... I mean, you even could have had... This is quite interesting. Zodja could have been a part of POF in that world. Balthazar takes the machine, messes with it. Zodja's now got a personal stake in, you know, in retrieving it, in figuring out what Balthazar's doing, and in sort of avenging the situation. Imagine that. Imagine POF, Zodja's the main character in POF. I mean, I would have bought it. That would have been really cool. That would have been an interesting, rich kind of new part of the card. Imagine Zodja's with us in the library scene, remarking on stuff. Sort of, she's the counterpoint to Kazmir's interpretation of things. You know, you've got Casimir's all like human, godly, blah, 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 pious, not looking at it logically, and then Zodger's being like super cold about it, you know, and logical. It's weird to think, I actually think her character would have offered a lot. Wow, those elementals throwing rocks from a million miles away. Now that was cool. I didn't know they did that on this map. Okay, so we're going to hit the apex. Now, the actual skeleton of this patch is very simple. We've got to chase Balthazar to get the machine. But it's too hot, so we need to help the druids to get the ritual to do it. That's basically the patch. And then we go down there and we see what's going on. And there's a weird thing going on in the story at the moment, because it's like, okay, everything they're suggesting right now is that Balthazar wants to help the dragons. Now, that makes no sense with established god lore. But the idea that he wants to help the dragons, because it's like, well, we have this machine to destroy 2 of them. Remember, the way they've contextualized this so far isn't that it will send them to sleep. It will kill them. That's what time he's been saying. Dragon go, right? That sounds more like they're dead than just dragon go snooze, right? Dragon go ZZZ. So anyway, and now Balthazar's taking it from us. So the idea right now, we're supposed to be thinking, well, does he want to help the dragons? But they're ultimately going to reveal that, no, he wants to hurt them too. And there's a very tricky thing they're trying to do here. And there has to be very clear explanations, and I think a lot of it doesn't have clear explanations. Because a lot of it gets shunted off into POF.
Let the god being enter the well. You, with your melting flesh, follow him now.
There must be a way. I'm no god, but I have resourceful friends. I can call for help.
Hey, you will bring no more to the garden. We can assist you, but you will find it difficult. Painful, perhaps.
Tell me what I must do.
You must reach the ancients. 4 lost spirits. They were trapped by a deception in the being Zin's unnatural faults. A metal guardian stands alone in a graveyard. Find it. It knows the vault locations and how to enter them. Free all the elders, and they will protect you while you're in the throat. You'll have their protection until your quest is complete. Then, you must leave here. I will send the wind to tell them you are coming. If you make it, they will know to give you their blessings.
So there you go. So we're going to do the ritual to be able to get in there. And we learn a little bit about Zin and stuff as we go. Amazing question from Sfa. I've never known how to say your name, dude. And I'm really sorry. SFFAU, Sval. Do you think the real Lazarus would have been capable of absorbing all the blasts from Bloodstone Fen? So, yeah, I mean, that's a fantastic question, isn't it? I mean, it's a really, really interesting idea. Because maybe you could be like, hold on, how did Lazarus do this? Imagine WoodenPotatoes when episode 1 comes out and he does a video where he says, I hate this story. Because how exactly does Lazarus consume a bloodstone? That doesn't make any sense. It should blow him up or whatever. I think logically the answer is probably yes, but at what cost? Okay, so the thing that the raid set up, and this is what we should be wondering about Balthazar as well. POF does, again, it's all too unclear. There's a lot of hazy shit suddenly. I'm sort of realizing. But the thing is, what the raid reveals to us through the Matthias stuff and whatever, right, is if you absorb tons of magic, you can have it. It will supercharge you, but it will make you go crazy. And this effect is probably what's going on with the Elder Dragons to a certain degree, right? So Matthias goes nuts because he's got too much magic. So could any Massar or Lazarus consume all the magic of the Bloodstone Stone? Probably, but at what cost would they go crazy? You know, would he still be himself after that? And then therefore, you should probably also wonder a similar thing about Balthazar. And then what we move into now is like, what does it mean to be a god? Is a god a vessel that can have that magic and not be crazy? And the answer to that is probably yes. Like, if you think of the end of Nightfall, where Cormyr is given you're at Abaddon's sunken temple, the gods appear and they say, Cormyr, we will give you this gift. You will be able to choose to take Abaddon's magic if you like. So Cormyr does. And she becomes a god by having all of that magic. But then the question is Cormyr the same? Is she not like totally different once she becomes a god? And she is, really. So it's like, is that just a different form of madness? And now we're in such a like deep layered place with the discussion that the game doesn't even really probe that. And I don't have any confidence the studio's properly thought about answers to this, or that the subject material ever get to it. So But yeah, I mean, it's a fun idea. Am I too high up? I feel like I'm way too high up. They're going to be lower than this, aren't they? It's like I'm trying to get to the goddamn jumping puzzle right now. Vampire beasts. These guys are really cool, by the way. Some of my favorite enemies in the game. Look at that. Look at that faceplate there on the UI. So cool. They're in Solaris 2. I had a lot. Oh, that's a cool looking griffin. It's a branded griffin that he's dyed like yellow and orange. It's really cool. Yeah, I'm way too high. Why'd I come all the way up here? What is wrong with me? Wait, am I too high? Where the hell is the lab? Find the guardian golem in the golem graveyard. Is it not on, like, are we going like way down? This is where the Webby event is and stuff, I guess, actually. Oh yeah, because it's going to be taking me to different hearts and stuff, isn't it? Well, we're back in regular gameplay area for now. This is such a cool map. This is a huge map as well. This is the biggest Season 3 map. This is almost a Path of Fire scale map.
Life form detected in vicinity. Activate greeting.
How long? Who are you?
Greetings, life form. For your convenience, I respond to the name Mox. I would like to make an offer. User Zin has ceased to function. Golem squad rendered incapacitated. I deduce that you have come here for a reason. Help me and Golems, and Golems will help you.
I need to find the nearest of Zin's vaults and get into it. Can you help me with that?
I alone can help you with that. I have the entry code to Zin's first vault, but you will need the key gem.
Where is it?
A researcher stole it. A Webby ate the Asura.
So, it's in one of these spiders? Do you know which one?
Negative. I am confident you will find the one.
Yeah, so it's Mox. Lots of great fan service to Guild Wars 1 in this season. There's just so much. Guild Wars 2 players kind of miss that. I love his robot-y kind of grinding kind of voice. That's a really cool effect they put on his voice there. Like, really cool. There you go. That's a third and final waypoint there. So, we just got to defeat spiders, right? We can go to the Webby Mother. This is an event. Normally, I would just kill that without a second thought, but I probably can't. Actually. I probably can't beat Webby on this character. Whoopsie. Dude, I had the target, though. That's so bizarre to me. I had the target, didn't I? Dude, and again. Weakening Strike's really weird. Mox's golems could make a cool ancient caretaker's empire. Yeah, they could. We do have a golem, I say we, I mean, because a couple of people in the spreadsheet are obviously helping out. With ideas. Oh, here you go. They're fighting Webby. I'll fight them. I do have a golem empire, but it's a golem uprising. It's a Sura Guild Wars 2 golem. You have to dodge that, by the way. I'll get one shot if I don't dodge that particular animation. I do have a golem empire, but they're like rogue servitors. Or no, they're like they're determined exterminators. They're just trying to destroy everyone. Because their sedition inhibitors have been removed, which is based on all the dialogue in Ratasum. I could do MOX golems as well, but they're not that different, not tangibly. The problem is, right, with my mods, the empires that I'm putting in are really feature-filled, right? They're a unique room, they're a unique personality, they're all well-crafted, every civic, every trait, every, you know, the bits of the flag, the colours, the ship set, the city types, the AI, do they like kinetic weapons, laser weapons? Do they like strikecraft? Do they like point defense? You know, will they have slaves? Will they subjugate? Will they free? Will they like? There's so much, and like all the dialogue that I have to write, and I have to do all the back end for every single thing. You have to write the lore on the front page. You have to write the start screen lore. They are so much more. It's more than just going into the game and like doing a little character creator thing and making a little empire. So I've noticed on the spreadsheet, people are like really happy to suggest new empires and oh, do this one and do this one and do this one. But it takes fucking ages to make an empire. Ages. And there's still like 5 more regular ones I want to do. So in all reality, my enthusiasm for doing an MOX themed golem empire when I already have another golem themed empire is almost 0. I just don't have that much enthusiasm for it.
I found the key
it's just
gem.
so much work.
Good. I am altering the security on Zin's Vault to
And I don't even have custom diplomacy yet, custom audio. There's more layers to it that I still haven't even started yet.
there to find Zin's Vault. The others are in different places. One at the apex, one on the shore of the boiling sea, and one has been breached by Inquest.
Thanks. You know, I have people here, and a submarine. You could come back with us. Back to civilization.
You will be the new user? Acceptable. When do we leave? Can Webby come?
I have something to take care of first, and then we'll go. I'm afraid Webby has to stay, so say your goodbyes.
Understood. Goodbye mode engaged.
I found the key gem.
Good. I am altering the security on Zin's Vault to recognize you. Processing done. Ascend the route over there to find Zin's Vault. The others are in different places. One at the apex, one on the shore of the boiling sea, and one has been breached by Inquest.
Thanks. You know, I have people here, and a submarine.
Why is this playing twice?
Back to civilization.
I guess I'll move on from it here. I was wondering if it was going to branch or do something different there, but I mean, it's literally the same
I
line.
have something to take care of first, and then we'll go.
It's playing anyway.
I'm afraid Webby has to stay, so say your goodbyes.
Understood. Goodbye mode engaged.
Oh, we're going to the top now, right? Heathens? Oh, no, his vault is in an interesting place. Of course. By the way, look at that. I didn't even want to waypoint there, but the second I stand still and open the map, I get thrown in combat. That just happens. Am I crazy? Do you guys have this experience too? I feel like it's constant with me. Anyway, yeah, that's so cool. Having MOX actually appear as a character in your home instance. I feel like that's something the game and the story could do a lot more of. You know, like, actually get new allies for your home instance is such a cool thing. Like, hey, you can come home. Like, that's the only time they've ever done it, but I think it'd be so amazing. You know, there's another weird idea. What if, like, every Living World patch started in your home instance and had, like, a little bit of a moment with the various characters sitting around there? I mean, how cool would that be, too? That would be a great payoff for your different personal story decisions and stuff and make all your characters feel really unique and different because you're constantly exposed to different people in a different home, you know, a different home instance and stuff based on the choices that you'd made. I mean, there's so many cool things that they could have done. And none of that has to be voice acted. It doesn't have to be sophisticated. But, like, the staging ground to launch each patch there in the home instance would be awesome. All right, okay, so we hit the terminal, open the door.
Approves. Access granted.
Great. I stopped to listen to the audio, and it kicked me out. So, yeah, these are really cool little rooms as well. You know, I have very few memories of doing this stuff. Because even for Season of the Dragon, you can skip all this.
Free. I am free after all this time. The wind whispered your intention to me. I provide a portion of the protection you need to enter the volcano's throat.
So you go.
I won't waste your gift.
So we got one blessing now. We want to get all 4 of them. So let's dip out of here. It's a cool little cave. And again,
Commander, I'm getting an odd reading from the communicator. Your temperature seems to be fluctuating wildly.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I was given a heat barrier from one of the spirits of the wild down here.
Sure, yeah. Perfect sense. But seriously, what's happening?
I told you, these voices spoke to me.
Uh-huh.
Then the ghost tree things told me I should free them.
Uh-huh.
And in return, they grant me protection from the high temperatures.
Sure. So, you're clearly suffering from heat stroke. but don't panic. I'll send help your way.
Timey, I'm fine. Or will be. As soon as I liberate more of my magical ghost...
Oh no, it interrupted! I should have thought they would do that. I think that was the last line anyway. As soon as I liberate more of my magical ghost friends. It's really funny. Even the commander is funny in this patch. Season 3 is just hilarious, man. Also, I think that the human male voice actor, read that really well. Honestly, I played that as female Asura, and I don't think it didn't come across in the same way. That was really cool. And again, as I listen to this, the only person I have in my mind the whole time is goddamn Boots. Either I imagine the commander as Boots, or I think about how Boots might react to these conversational moments. It's true. I don't know why Timey wouldn't buy this after seeing the God in her lab. Yeah, well, I was thinking it's funny for her to be written as like, oh, this is weird, stupid bullshit. When like the entirety of her story is that exact premise right now. This is a cool place as well. I love this. Like a sweet little menagerie. Oh, am I not actually allowed to dodge through that? No, I am. You know, it's almost like by having her be suspicious of this weird magicy nonsense, it sort of insulates us from wondering about her weird magicy nonsense with Omad's machine. But the thing is, I mean, we're gonna question it, because you're talking about destroying or putting to sleep or whatever, affecting 2 elder dragons at once.
You are the one mentioned on the wind. You are determined to...
This is a great phrase, the corpus of Tyria.
For your help, I grant you partial protection.
Oh, it's going to be so cool.
I appreciate it.
When they do a depths expansion and, you know, we fight Primordus, when, you know, as the last Elder Dragon, when we fight him, I want the final instance before that, when, you know, where we actually do battle with Primordus, to be called the Corpus of Tyria. What a cool instance that would be.
Don't touch that!
Go ahead, Timey.
Flaunt and his nosy little puppets are picking this place clean. Okay, not sure how to even start this. Look, we've discovered that eliminating dragons isn't the best thing for the environment. But what else were we gonna do? Keep them alive and just let them eat us? So we destroy them and deal with the fallout, but what if we can't deal with the consequences anymore?
What's worse than being consumed by a dragon?
Well, when Balthazar stole the machine, it got me thinking. So I ran a scenario in the simulation room. And I should have done this before. This is all my fault. I was so exhausted. Keeping the lab secret, working all hours, I didn't... all the lives! I've doomed everyone! Probably? I don't know.
What are you getting at? What's going on? Timey?
I'm here. There's a communicator dock near the submarine you arrived on. Plug into that, and you'll see.
I love this here as well, where an extra objective sneaks into the list here. This is really cool. The very sophisticated thing that happens here with the structure of this patch, I think is really cool. Also, I love that the communicators scenes are so, like, I don't know, realistic and fun and natural feeling and organic feeling. It's so good. I do like how the human commander is just kind of like... He always sounds bored and cynical by what she talks about, you know. What are you talking about? Kind of thing. Like, Jesus, man. She's talking about saving the world and doing some incredible stuff here, and he's just like, yeah, techno-babble, whatever. Like, almost like derisive. This is a curious... Find the vault near the boiling sea. This smoke scale is going to actually... smog scale is going to really hurt me, so we have to use bandits defense here. I'm really glad I did that, because actually 2 at once were attacking us at the time. So I guess I need to go under the ridge. I love all the way that this is played structurally. Like, I actually have to use my eyes and think about the environment and look around. It's really cool here. It's really hard to pick favorites, because there's so many different things to enjoy and relish about different areas of different patches. But I have to say, I do really like Draconis Mons. It might be my favorite of the... So then we go up now. Isn't this the thing? God, the lag there. Even though I'm playing on EU right now, the lag there was insane. Oh, this actually doesn't feel right now. I feel like I maybe broke something. Like I was clipping or something. No, there you go. There's the lab entrance there. Oh, we're a lot higher than we need to be. This mechanic with the glide endurance is something I never think about anymore. It never really matters. But there it is. We ran out very briefly. Oh, we could have just climbed up the shore. Alright, whatever. Hello. We would like entrance, please. Oh, I'll bet he does. This is a great cave too, isn't it? Oh my god. I love the lighting, the sense that that's really dangerous, horrible water because it's burning water. Oh god, weakening shot. I think I'm going to stop playing Staff very soon. I do not like this. It never goes where I want it to. Just go towards the enemy. Jesus Christ, I almost went over the edge there. There we go. Did I go a weird way there?
I heard you, my con, but I did not expect it to happen. You have kept your word. I offer you my protection on the journey into the volcano's throat, and only there.
Thank you for helping me.
So you go, that's 3 out of 4. So we can watch this now. So this is... I mean, I really appreciate Arena that does this cutscene. It's kind of a callback to a really brilliant moment from Season 2 with the vision. But the game's moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour right now, so it's easy to sort of forget about or gloss over this. Also, I think the texture of this cutscene's a bit weird. Let's watch.
I'm plugged in. Show me.
Incoming. The simulation is beginning.
So you see, this is Omad's machine again. Primordus wakes up, Jormag wakes up. We're just going to focus on the two of them. This is the Icebrood Saga you're looking at here. Sorry, the Icebrood Saga and the Destroyer Saga.
I know. We're completely nucked.
Are you sure this is accurate? Will it really...
There's a definite margin for error, but I think it's sound. I don't know. I'm so tired. Please don't be mad at me.
I'm not. Don't. We'll just stop it. It's okay. We have to.
Here's the thing about that. I didn't exactly plan to shut off the machine in the middle of its routine. So if he starts it up, the only way to turn it off is to overload it, and that'll blow it to smithereens. Omad's machine is one of a kind. Even I don't know what makes it tick. So, if it's destroyed, we'll never get another shot at Primordus or Jormag. Hello? Are you there?
Just letting this all sink in. Rockin' a hard place, huh?
Rockin' a hard place. What do you want to do?
Let's hope I can reach him before he has a chance to turn it on. If not, I don't know. I'll make the call then.
Good luck. I am... sorry.
This is a great little thing that they've set up here, the rock and the hard place idea, because it is like, what the fuck are we going to do? I think that works really well in this patch. The thing I don't really like too much is, like... Omad's machine was never demonstrated to be all of this before. It's only now in this season they're using it as this MacGuffin that can do all this stuff, and I don't know whether I really believe in it. You know, it was just exploring the eternal alchemy, and it sort of showed Scarlet a bit about it. Didn't necessarily have all these amazing properties until now. But that's a really important line there, though, to have Timey say, I don't even know how it all works. You know, that at least sort of de-emphasizes her genius to a certain extent. The absurdity of all of this. But yeah, it's not very clear there, but the cutscene, and I remember being a bit confused by this when it came out. The cutscene is showing, look, if you... This is kind of the big story beat now for a long time until the Icebrood Saga sort of starts hand-waving it. But the story beat is... These Elder Dragons release so much magic, you're going to fuck with reality if 2 of them die. You don't have replacements. You already messed with things big time with Zaitan. You've messed with them more with Heart of Thorns. Your replacement isn't ready with Morgemoth. And if you do this, the simulation is showing reality. And I mean, I think the cutscene really could have gone a bit further to sort of showing that properly. Let's go through this thermal tube. I think we'll get there a bit quicker. But yeah, that's the idea. Also, we seem to be talking to each other as though we have the impression we know Balthazar's using the machine. Did he say that? Did I just gloss over that earlier? Did Balthazar say at the start of the patch, I'm going to use the machine? I thought he just stole it and we didn't know what he was going to do with it. Did he say he's going to use it? I mean, we know... We obviously all know that he is going to use it because we've all played the patch before. But I mean... Putting that aside, what has actually been presented to us as the player already at this point? Oh, is it just through here? I'm more than willing to believe I missed that little detail a second ago. Oh shit. That's a rare example of where Infiltrator's arrow would have been better. Well, not a rare, but a very clear example.
You have trodden treacherous path, and the worst is yet to come. Now you must dare the volcano's threat. That is where you will find him when you seek the long-lost god of fire. Go now.
So there we go.
You have received will end when your deed is done. Do not fail. Upward to the apex.
It's unfortunate the volume of all their voice lines is so low. Sort of ruins the Druids a little bit. Man, there's very little Zin stuff actually, is there, in the golden path, the main way through. There you go. Actually, as well, this patch was really short. It's funny, the long patch in my memory, the short patches are long. Like Bloodstone Fen, I remembered being short, probably because of the small map, but actually ended up being quite long. And the long patches, this one, which has a ton of story at 1,000,000 miles an hour, is short. We've only been doing this patch an hour already. If this was like Doric, we'd only be halfway through right now. But this is it. This is the final instance we're going into right now. Void expansion. Oh, you think the end of Dragons ends so chaotically? We're just in the void, and it's like a pure mist thing. I mean, I'm an advocate for it, but not so soon. I would rather do something tangible on Tyria and get some fresh, new stuff going on. But I mean, if ArenaNet ever wants to go to like a Guild Wars 3 or something, one thing they can always do is have that idea of a void expansion as the last expansion. Blow everything up, it's in the mists, and at the end of it, a new Tyria is born, like an alternate Tyria or some shit, and that's where the third game is set. That way you can pick and choose all the best bits of world building and lore that you like.
Is holding. I am feeling some heat though.
I'd expect you to work up a little sweat, but let me know if you experience a fiery death.
Thanks. Looks like there's some sort of energy barrier here. Any ideas? I can describe it for you if you want.
How about if I just take a look myself?
This is a completely wild instance.
Scruffy! He's fixed?
Not completely. This is my fault. I wasn't going to let you go it alone.
Balthazar's doing this, not you.
But I gave him the gun. Anyway, Scruffy's mobile and heat shielded, but he's still lacking weapon capabilities. So I won't be much good to you.
It's just great to have you here. Facing a god of war and all.
We're sure in it deep, Commander. Here, take this scanner and use it on the possibly deadly energy barrier.
You know, I want you guys to put the video on 1440p. Can you see the icon here, the blue icon with the two red dots? Doesn't it look like Scruffy is being piloted by a shadowy, like, demon creature with red eyes when you look at that? Liz sometimes does that on my character select screen. Like, I'll look at her and she's wearing the black mage hat, but her eyes are like the big red Asuran eyes, and they just look really weird. Okay, so what are we doing explicitly? We take the scanner.
Go nuts with the scanning.
Volatile energy field detected. Field is not naturally occurring for this geographic location.
Gonna guess that means Balthazar or one of his people set it up. In that case, maybe it's not perfect. I can modulate your scanner to find any cracks in the armor. Let me see it again for a second.
Wait, where do we want to scan it exactly? Oh, just sorry, give it to her, right? I thought you meant give her the results.
Try it now.
This is such a noisy, busy, visually instance. And I mean, it's fine. It's supposed to look chaotic and crazy. But even the scanner is like...
Assessing weakness. Defect discovered. Please stand clear.
Hooray! You didn't die! That's scientific progress. It looks like the field tried to purge its weaknesses. Collect those anomalies and use them against the field. That should do the trick. I'd glide up there myself, but, you know, I'm in 2 tons of steel. The heated air in here should give you a lift.
Yeah, so we can basically infinitely fly in here, which is cool as well. So you scan, create the blue orbs. This is going to be used in the boss fight. And then you release them by throwing them at the chains. Balthazar's chains here, which keep the portal going. So scan again. One thing I just want to do here is there's going to be lots of flicking on and off of the glider here. And this glider plays a beast roar every time, and I can't unhear it. So in the interest of changing that, let's do the demon glider. And hopefully that sounds a bit better. Okay, we scan it. Collect. Throw. Dude, I threw it already. There we go. Scan. Collect. This is such a cool moment when we break open this, right? Collect. Throw.
Nice work. I'll monitor your descent and stay in touch over the communicator. Have a good, plummet.
Here we go. Now, it used to be that if you dodge rolled off an edge, you fell quicker. So let's see. Oh, with dash, I doubt that works. But wow, look how cool this is, man. I love that they reused this in the Ice Cream Saga.
Down here.
Please tell me it's not a second, even angrier God of War.
No, another energy field. And some destroyers who don't like me airborne.
Well, standard annihilator avoid tactics should work on the destroyers, and the scanners should disrupt the barrier.
So same job again, except now destroyers are shooting at us as we go. I'm going to basically ignore them. I like how Timey even advocates us.
You know,
there's really no other way to kill Primordius or Jormag.
they're each other's weakness. Like Mordremopolis, it's mine. And without my machine, I don't think they're gonna duke it out physically. Feels like that would be a disaster anyway.
I can't believe we're seriously considering saving them.
I know, but magic is so out of whack. If one more goes, all of Tyria might just collapse in on itself.
If we keep them alive, how do we keep them from killing us all anyway?
Hey, one problem at a time. At least we'd be alive to solve it.
Yeah, I mean, these are just big topics. Like, huge, huge, huge topics. This is like a fundamental shift.
Looks like you broke through. Down you go.
On, like, everything here at the moment. There are so many scenes I would have liked to have seen in the story by now.
You nearing the base of the chimney, but let me guess. Another barrier?
You got it. And more destroyers. Many more.
You know what to do.
God, I'm so bad at collecting these early, right? I keep thinking my depth perception is so all kinds of messed up because I keep thinking I'm about to grab it and then nope. Come on, this one's good. I'm on range for that one. Oh, we hear a dragon roar. By the way, for everything I've always said about...
They just dropped.
Okay. So you've probably guessed that roar was Primordius. We've passed the event horizon. The machine's on. We either let Balthazar kill the dragons and absorb the magic, or destroy the machine.
Don't plan on Bram ever talking to us again if we take Jormag off the table.
I love that big dummy, but I'd rather be alive to try to explain myself. That did it! Go! Go!
See, there's a bunch of scenes with Balthazar we need as well, really. There's so much on my mind right now. There's so much on my mind. There's a bunch of scenes we need with Balthazar where he's, like, properly talks about, like, the vendetta and why Tyria doesn't matter and, or like, justify it as Bloodstone madness to a degree. Or, like, it's just, oh, God. Christ. Also, I just want to say, one thing I never touched on at the end of the last part. At the end of the last part, obviously, we were dealing with this Bram Jormag stuff. And there was that line from Rox where she said, it felt like being on a nice beach. A lot of us were talking in the Spud Discord after that. And I think even on the live chat of this video about, like, how cool that is as an idea, that really that the current patches are all, we're on the beach at the moment, that we got frozen in the Icebrood Saga, the End of Dragons will reveal that Jormag won, or that deep freeze theory is just the coolest thing ever. I mean, it's so badass. Rock sees like a lovely beach that she's living on, because that's her idea of happiness. A happiness she'll find with the Omicron on a happy beach in the next season. But, you know, what's the Commander's idea of happiness? It's a world where the Elder Dragons are being destroyed. Wouldn't it just be so cool if End of Dragons... I just want you guys to imagine, End of Dragons is this whole expansion all about us taking out the Deep Sea Dragon. And it's a utopia there, and Dragon Trade is awesome, and everyone's happy. It's this amazing happy ending. They roll the credits to End of Dragons. We've saved Tyria. There are no more Elder Dragons. Everything's perfect. Timey's alive in a new Jade Tech Golem. We've become a post-scarcity society almost, right? We have all this magic. The credits roll, and then after the credits, we just fucking wake up. And it's just a frozen wasteland all around us. And it's 50 years in the future. And oh shit, sorry, Jormag actually beat us. In the meantime, Jormag has killed the Deep Sea Dragon for us in the meantime. And now it's just Jormag and Primordus left. And then, I mean, how cool would that be? I mean, honestly. And you might say, oh, but WP, that then means that... And let me be clear. That would mean Champions is invalidated. Champions is a vision. And it would mean an expansion is a vision, in air quotes. And you might say, WP, that's too much content to then invalidate or whatever. I don't think so. It's a lot to invalidate. To say it was all a dream for a full expansion story is kind of wild. But I would be happy to do that. Fortune favors the bold, my friends. And you gotta dive in. That's such a cool idea, you know. I would make End of Dragons a dream, and I would make Champions a dream. For that kind of crazy fucking moment in a story, I would do it. WP hates the Icebrood Saga ending so much he prefer it was all a dream. Yeah, just for the end. The rest of the Icebrood Saga is all valid. Bangar, Ryland, all this stuff is valid. The idea is the end of Jormag Rising, when you see Jormag, and he freezes Bangar and chooses Ryland. That moment... That's when we got froze too. That's the bit where the dream begins. Champions was a dream. End of Dragons is a dream. You don't even have to do all of End of Dragons like that. You can just have the first 2/3 of End of Dragons as a dream. And then the last third is the dream is over and you're in the real Cantha and so on. You could do it that way as well. Anyway, look at this phenomenal room. This is, even for Living World, this is crazy cool. There's my boy. There's Jormag. There's Primordus. I mean, this is a crazy moment here. This is very good. Okay, so it's the machine. We scan. Do we scan? What do? We just land?
Are you fighting him? What's happening?
He's here, but not here, if that makes sense. Above the machine, in the channel of magic.
What? Can you scan him?
No life detected. Only magic energy present.
No! Is the coast clear? Can I come down?
There's a god and an elder dragon down here, but you're welcome to join.
Where does she slam down? I'm waiting for some kind of cinematic moment where she slams down. Oh, it was on the exact opposite side.
That's Primordus, right there. Never been this close to an elder dragon.
Should we be worried about it? I don't know, moving and killing us all?
I theorized the machine would put it in a state of paralysis. It looks like I was right.
So what's going on with Balthazar?
He somehow inserted himself into the system, and he's so magically adept. So, in order to absorb... Okay, I'll admit it. I don't really know exactly what's happening, but here we are. Clock's ticking. What do you think?
Destroy it. A murderous, overpowered god of war is too dangerous to keep around. Even if you're wrong about the deaths of more dragons devastating the planet.
Agreed.
Your kind will not stop my campaign.
Balthazar, what you're doing, you'll destroy Tyria.
Your home is a trivial concern. They're beaten. dimmed my light, but they will see me now.
Oh no, the motivation works. He's just trying to repower to get vengeance on the gods.
For the honor of battle, of war.
Good thinking. A certain death sentence, but good thinking.
I've learned there is no honor in war. But if you crave the glory of the fray...
This line hasn't been paid off yet.
Timor, Tigan, feast.
You take care of them and I'll start the overload process.
Okay, here's the thing. I've learned there's no honor in war. That's like... that's a big thing that I really want to see more of. That Lyssa's mirror, how we got the mirror, all that stuff. If End of Dragons can touch on this stuff and then segue us into some god stories and things. Menzies, there's no honor in war. These are lines that are still outstanding at this point, I would say. So, what do we do here? We just shoot them? Okay, so someone in chat, by the way.
Funny. Didn't say anything about how humble.
It only sees the world as objective data. Who am I to argue?
Man, that line feels so unfitting for how crazy this sequence is. Someone just said the Raven 2 parts of the playlist are out of order. Not sure if I care. I do care. If you go to the Spud Discord, can you post that to me? Can you at me? Because I'm not going to remember a little message in a live chat in the middle of a completely irrelevant project, you know. But if you tell me over there, I'll remember it and I'll get round to fixing that up for you. I would love to swap that, but I'll forget.
Why is it still burning after you just killed it? Try scanning it.
Entity corpse is concentrating heat for revival.
Give me a second. I'll figure something out. You're going to have to glide to
Energy
dragon
channel
energy.
disrupted.
Glide! You need to grab both of those clusters of dragon energy.
So 1 blue, Jormag, 1 red, prime orders.
Hit the hound's corpse with the dragon energy before it revives.
Did I just get them both at once?
The machine is reacting. Nice work. Keep it up and the machine will think they're part of the dragons. Another blast like that should do it.
Okay, we'll try it again here. I can't remember if I'm on a time limit or not. By the way, the music here, we're getting into POFE music here. So this is the original finale of the whole season, for what it's worth. I like how it gets poisoned as well, you know. Very Morgemothy kind of almost feeling influence here. Because this could move us straight into POF. If you think about it, after this instance ends, we could just follow Balthazar and that's it. And then we're going to the desert and that's the expansion. Dragon versus God. But they didn't. I guess they needed more time to make POF, so they did a whole other Living World episode as well. Which means the segue into the expansion feels a bit weirder, as you'll see in the next patch which we're about to play, and the end of this part.
Another reaction from the machine. Do it again.
I'm purely listening to Tammy's dialogue here for guidance on what to do right now, and I'm infinitely worried I'm doing the wrong thing. The cinematics in this sequence are just so crazy cool. Oh, don't I need to hit the weak dog? Am I fucking this up because there's 2 dogs? Don't I need to kill the dog and then hit it with the... Let's just try and focus on 1 dog. I think I'm kind of mixing them up at the moment, so... Oh my god, they hurt. These Wyvern lines. Fucking hell. Look how crazy the... I'm gonna die here. This is... They're so deadly. I wonder how much harder the game gets in POF. I have to mug. But I can't mug into the damage field. Can you die, please? There we go. Right, so go up. Grab the energy, and I'm going to throw it at the dog that's on the floor right now, and we'll see if that works out for us. Jesus Christ. Oh, what? No, oh, come on. I swear I picked that shit up. I saw the animation and everything. Oh my god, bro. Okay, there you go. Doggy dead.
That was a dire mistake.
Step out then! Stop me!
Good one, Commander.
Yeah, Thieves Guild, get in there.
One more to go. Getting close with the overload.
Alright, down he goes. Come on, grab this one nice and quick this time. I can't believe I missed it before. There we go, blue. It's odd that this season we established the guild, yet it feels most fractured. Well, I guess what's odd is that we're not more united later.
Timing. I'm ready to overload the machine. You sure about this?
Am I sure? Are you sure?
Guess we'll find out. But what is Balthazar doing?
We're locked in place. Down we go.
I was weak, but I'm feeling much better now.
Timey, do it now.
Okay, so now he's got Bloodstone magic plus Elder Dragon God magic. You know, the other thing is, a lot of this subject material could have been in Path of Fire itself.
You okay?
Yeah. The machine, it survived. Huh, what do you know? I was...
What was that?
That was what I thought was going to happen. It just took a little longer.
Tyria seems intact, so at least there's that. You see Balthazar?
No. Looked like he was vaporized in the explosion, but he apparently doesn't like to follow the rules I know.
And Primordus?
Let me check.
Elder Dragon Spectrum. Primordus. Energy subsiding to pre-awakening level.
Night-night, sweet dragon. Guessing the same thing happened to Jormag, too. Still, we should vacate this hot hole ASAP.
We just spared 2 Elder Dragons, Timey. I had to say that out loud. I don't really believe it.
Paradigm shifted, but I'm relieved I'm not responsible for the death of everything I know and love.
Confirm that theory as soon as you can. I'm sure we'll have a lot of convincing to do when word of this gets out.
I won't sleep until I... on second thought, maybe a little nap before I get started will be good for me.
Definitely do that. I'll try to find out what happened to our divine friend. With any luck, he's been scattered to the mists.
At least we won the day, Commander. Score 1 for Dragon's Watch.
True. And maybe one day we'll be a guild that can field a full team.
Ha ha. Hey, don't be too hard on yourself. Rod Assume wasn't built in a day, you know. We'll get there soon enough.
So, fundamentally, the idea of just sending the dragons to sleep again in a patch like this, I actually kind of really like, you know. Heart of Thorns established the idea that when an Elder Dragon wakes up, it goes crazy and does a ton of stuff, right? Like the Raising of Ore.
You have done a good deed. Thank you. The protection from the Elder Druids is at an end. Go in peace.
Man, they're so sophisticated with the Druid dialogue in that. You know, I was thinking that earlier between two of the... We're not even in the story anymore. We're not a part of any personal story, and yet we're still getting a little bit of dialogue. I mean, it's so cool. You know, the idea they do... So if you establish that idea, they go crazy when they first wake up. That leads to a lot of fun drama and stuff down the road. If you put them back to sleep, not only do you deal with... One of the criticisms the game had been having a lot before now was this idea of, like, okay, why are the Elder Dragons just sitting around waiting for us to deal with them? Aren't they supposed to be dangerous? So by putting them to sleep, you answer that question. Why are they just sitting around? Well, they've gone back to sleep now. So it's a really smart thing to do. But also, you create this interesting idea of jeopardy later. What happens when Primordus wakes up again? What's he going to do? What kind of crazy stuff's going to happen when Primordus wakes up again? Like, it's a big moment. It's a moment that they never did. We'll see when we get to the Icebreed Saga. But, you know, this is very, very cool. That paradigm shift, that idea of where they move us to, I really like. And then it creates a very clear idea of what the next dragon actually is that we're going to fight. And, of course, it's the one that's still around and moving that we know about. I mean, the Deep Sea Dragon, big question mark, obviously, the whole time. But it's Doric. Doric didn't get sent back to sleep. Where does Balthazar want to go next? Clearly after him. So, you know, what we just experienced there, what that tiny little bit of story could have been, literally, I'm starting up here, I think, at the Palace Waypoint again. It literally could have just been, if I can't deal with, before he disappeared there, if you'll meddle in my affairs here, I'll just go for the other one. Disappear. Oh my god, Commander, I guess we're going to Doric. Where is he? Commander, it was in the Crystal Desert, he just moved. Okay, Timey, thank you. And there you go, that's the end of the season, you know. But there is another patch, so there's a slightly different segue. Also, I hope you'll appreciate my Timey voice. I'm happy to step into the booth. Anytime. Okay, so, the end of Season 3, here we go. One path ends. And this, again, is like, it's just that they're going to snip another plot thread here. So, if that wasn't Lazarus... Any Massart fans around?
Commander, come in. Hello, how are you?
So much timey in this season. What the fuck? There's so much timey this season. Jesus Christ. Can't this be Casimir talking to us?
No news yet, but I had a thought. I'm going to talk to a priest of Balthazar in Divinity's Reach.
Excellent logic. Been digging into the human gods since the Balthazar incident? That's some weird stuff. Since you're from there, I'm guessing you have some sway. Besides, those Reachers owe you big time. You saved the city.
The Queen and Logan helped a little. Signing off, Timey. Talk soon.
That was sick. Why are they paying Debbie Berry when they could pay you to voice act Timey? Oh, what? Because I'd charge less, would I? You're damn right I'd charge less. You know, when I sat there for like 6 hours yesterday straight, doing fucking data entry for Stellaris, I was sitting there thinking to myself, why am I doing this? You know, like... I don't know, doing that kind of shit for a living must be just so gratifying. The idea that someone would pay you to sit there and do stuff like that and to actually make this kind of content. So, I mean, it's just the coolest idea for a job in the world, isn't it? The idea of actually getting paid for voice acting and stuff, I mean, it's wild. I'm just sitting there like a mug. I'm not a kid anymore either, you know. I should, whatever, let's not. Okay, where's Balthazar? You don't like the characterization of the Balthazar priest here? It's juvenile. Yeah, but they're trying to get another sense of why... They're trying to, like, slightly recontextualize and change the character of Balthazar a little bit. And suggest that humans just sort of, pumped him up as more virtuous than he is or whatever. I don't know. I get why they do this. So the first time I played this was actually, in Seattle. So I kind of have a weird feeling when I played this one.
Inciting brawls all over the city.
Not to interrupt your riveting reproach, but look who it is. Care to spar, Commander? I'm itching for a worthy opponent.
You know the rules. No fighting in the palace. Don't make me arrest you two.
I need to ask you something, priest. Where's Balthazar? And what is he up to?
If I knew, do you think I'd be here? No, I'd be out there with him. Drenched in my enemy's blood.
I hate to flirt with blasphemy, but Balthazar has changed.
Do you think he'll come here?
We're all expendable to him.
That be something? He's the god of war. Really I don't worship him because he loves puppies.
Commander, don't bother reasoning with him. He's drunk on faith. The only reason he understands is delivered by a fist.
I bet you'd give me a run for my money, Countess.
No sparring on palace grounds. Come with me, Commander. We need to talk. In private.
No, I've got to say, I really like that priest character. I like that there's like this sense...
Casimir told
Oh.
me she stopped by before going into seclusion for
I was mucking out
contemplation.
the barn, and I heard shouting.
For now, I can help
Pitchfork
you.
again.
Except as a weapon.
Can I wait? Yeah, I like that there's like a lot of different characters, you know? And different ways of like seeing humans. They're not so homogenized. I quite enjoy him. I think he's okay. By the way, look how perfect this is. We just started the 4th hour. The game is so clear with that 2-hour benchmark for a patch playthrough. Look at that shit. 2 hours right there. I think honestly on a first playthrough,
I need to work up an appetite.
when you're doing the mastering stuff as well, that's probably going to stretch to like, 3 hours.
Next time.
And some patches, if you play them properly, they can go a lot longer. I remember my first playthrough on Thunderhead was 7 hours. It was a 7-hour patch.
This is how we worship.
She's just jealous. Let's go find some open grass.
Ooh, cobblestone hurts more when you fall.
Good thinking.
Right, anyway, sorry, I was talking over those guys the whole time. It's really cool how much conversation there is here. Let's talk to the Cormyr priestess.
You never fight alone.
Cormyr is the goddess of truth. Her blessing will allow you to glimpse the fleetness you truly possess. That's exactly what I need. Cormyr teaches you... this is just the general open world dialogue. My enemies balk when I bring their weakness to light. Cormyr has seen you use knowledge of your enemies against them. She bestows her blessing. This is obviously important because the other god that will be of relevance coming up. Also, someone in the live chat just said, oh, this is the patch where my friends stopped playing. Really? Really? I mean, as a human member of the Order of Whispers and all this stuff, I think we'll be fine with the Shining Blade stuff coming up here. But, I get it if you were like an Asura or a Norn or whatever. That's crazy. This is right before an expansion, and they quit then.
So, Balthazar, you realize what this means?
I know. It's life-changing for many, but I think he's up to no good, and I've got to find him.
I have a lead for you. The Eye of Janthir has been on the move, tracking aspects of Lazarus, looking for its masters. I know where the Eye is.
Shocking, but how does that help me?
Our White Mantle prisoners have led us to believe that Balthazar has an aspect.
Wait, if he's got an aspect, then that means the Eye could lead me straight to him.
Have I mentioned that smart looks good on you? You should wear that more often.
I bring it out for special occasions. Now, where's the Eye?
One of my exemplars is following it. Last I heard, to a mantle hideout in a cave, somewhere in northern Brisbane.
Last you heard?
She's been out of touch. She insisted on pursuing the mission alone. Frankly, I'm worried about her.
Worried looks good on you.
Find her for me, and you will find the trail of the Eye. You'd be doing me a favor, but it's also in your best interest.
This is such a weird setup, you know. I honestly can't remember how this goes. Why does Balthazar have one of the aspects of Lazarus? I mean, I get to help us in his role as imposter. But basically the last aspect, right? I can't remember how this goes exactly. Commander, I heard you were there when Balthazar arrived. What an honor. Of course it had to be you. The news spread quickly. How's everyone reacting to it? Well, there are mixed reactions, but no one's ambivalent. I have so many questions, like I thought we can directly look at the gods. Our eyes would melt or some such. Yeah, so there... It's such a convoluted mess of an idea to do a Massar is a god is hiding as Massar. Because while they're a Massar, you've got the question of, well, why can we see them with our eyes? Why are they not invisible? And with the gods, you've got, well, why are we not being blinded? You know, and they're too close. They're too... It's very picky, you know. That's no longer the case. His magic was dampened. I don't know how. Yeah, this is really important, though. They do have an answer for both questions. It's just... It's complex, I think. It's like... It's too... I don't know. It's like how Final Fantasy does things, and I don't like that. And you're sure it was him? It wasn't an avatar? I've always believed they spoke to our ancestors through avatars because of the eye melting. I'm sure it was no avatar. He's flesh and blood interior. Why is he here? Why now? Did he tell you what he wants us to do? That's what I'm trying to find out. Have you heard where he is? No, I don't know. Do you think the other gods are coming too? Have you seen any sign of that? I love this guy. He's basically me. I love that guy. Here we get Valette, who's in different clothes now. Everyone's talking about what you did for us during the siege. We were lucky. It could have gone very differently. Yes, I feel fortunate. Countess Anise has given me the opportunity to make up for my treason. The Countess can teach you a great deal. I made a huge mistake trusting Caudecus. It's a mistake I'll never make again. Well, how are your parents? They're well. The Queen gave Father Caudecus' old job. He's now Legate Minister, and we're all very proud of him. Legate Minister... Is he going to be in Beetleton then? You wouldn't happen to know what the Eye of Janthir is, would you? Sure, I love history. It was a big floating eye that saw into your soul. Unfortunately, it worked for the White Mantle, and they used it to identify gifted individuals so they could sacrifice them. Is it still around? I don't know. Why'd you ask? Did Anise say something about it? I better go.
Next time. How about you,
Right.
priestess?
There's so many fun things that could be getting played with here. And it's interesting to think back to the end of the last part where Rox and Bram mentioned the Isles of Janthir as well. So yeah, there's a big story going on with Bram at the moment too, where he was fighting Jormag and then saw it fell asleep. It's weird to think that he would just then walk away from it, you know, not chip off another tooth while it's asleep and bring it to Holbrook as a proof of victory or some kind. All right, so we're going to Brisbane now. If you remember, a couple of parts ago, the start of Season 2, I talked about the Bandit Brisbane Bridge and the Fort Vandal and all that stuff. Well, here we are at Brisbane again, and they're actually going to do an instance at the north of Brisbane, but not use the bridge, which is, I view this as a very tongue-in-cheek, like, knowing, like, fun time kind of glimpse sort of thing. Isn't the theory that Lyssa gave them the mirror? Oh, it's not. I think that's not even a. Well, I guess it's a theory. Yeah, there's definitely some kind of collaboration between Balthazar and Lyssa that I'd love to be explained at some point though, because I haven't yet. Hello, low-level elementalist friend. Would you like a rally? There you go. This is a difficult place. So yeah, this patch actually added this area over here. And this is not a full map for what it's worth. I actually really like that they did this instead of using the bridge, because if it almost would have felt like a waste to use the bridge, right? Because this isn't a full map, it's just a little area. But look at this, it's pretty cool. Weirdly, functionally.
Of course. Why put your hideout somewhere easy when you can put it up there? Guess I'm climbing or using mushrooms.
I love this moment with the mushrooms as well. Because this is Heart of Thorns, and sorry, you guys might tell I'm trying to eat while talking here. In Heart of Thorns, you know, bouncing mushrooms to me, a lot of people think of gliders as like the Heart of Thorns thing, and that's true. But I always think of bouncing mushrooms more. And it's like, here we go, a big celebration of bouncing mushrooms here, right at the end. Except I don't really remember how to do this. I actually got very stuck playing this with Kerry just a couple of weeks ago when this came out in Season of the Dragon. So I'll see if I can remember. I think I'm going to try and walk up the pipe. I love this environment and the exploration in here. It's just so cool. That pipe is so steep. I swear any Seapan we would not be able to walk up that. Basically, I'm going to try and avoid mushrooms as much as possible. I mean, this is just so cool, isn't it? If the game was, like, entirely exploration like this, I'd be so happy. Okay. Oh, there you go. Oh, I did it straight away this time. Just basically don't use the mushrooms. I think there's some extra achievements or something that you can mess around with here as well. That spider down there was quite curious to me. I kind of want to go and fight it. More spiders here. Hopefully they don't immode me. Look, it's amazing how quickly you can get this much height, you know.
What sort of trap is this?
I love the shadows on the floor there as the door opened.
The blade sent reinforcements. Kill them!
My chance.
Sorry. There you go. I finished chewing now. Yeah, the blade sent reinforcements. I like that. They're just called the blade. Obviously referring to the shining blade.
Nothing like a trail of bodies to lead you to your quarry.
Who is this?
Well, well, what have we here? Need some help?
As long as you're here, Commander.
You know who I am.
Everyone knows who you are. You notice those glyphs? They seem to react to bloodstone. conveniently, they have stockpiles of it here. Are you going to get me out, or must I do everything myself?
This is
I've seen
interesting.
traps like this. You have to neutralize the glyphs with that bloodstone.
It's interesting that this is actually the first time we've had that sense of like, oh, everyone knows who you are, like that kind of like commander fame sort of feeling. Okay, so let's see if I can remember how to do this. Or figure it out. Let's say figure it out. I'm actually just going to straight up use my brain here. Every time I do this, I remember the logic of it, like instantly, and then I just throw it all away.
Anise sent you, did she? She's such a worrywart.
I need to find the eye. She said you were tracking it.
Oh, she did. She's crafty, that one. Throwing us together like two paupers in a coffin.
Here you go, I got it. I know how to do it. Can do it in 3 moves. And then one more. Turn these ones off. I hope I have to turn them all off, not turn them all on. And then turn this one off. There you go. Brain power.
Okay. It's been fun. I can brag that I fought beside the world-famous Dragon Slayer. But now it's over. Off you go.
You can't get rid of me that easy.
Oh, all right. If you insist. We should split up. You can have the big burly door. I'll take the small one.
No, we should stick together. For safety.
Yours or mine? Fine. Small door first, then. But I'm in charge. You take point. This door's warded. Stand back. I'll get it.
So why are you following the eye?
It's a hobby. I'm a collector of Mersat memorabilia. Aspects of Lazarus, to be specific.
She's lying to us there. Yeah, I don't know. I just created a flood of messages there about either. I did know that. As I said it out loud, I thought to myself, oh yeah, I know the answer to that. You can zap her if you turn them all on, it like overcharges.
Hang me. That sound never bodes well.
They do not belong here. Stop them!
Okay, and this all feels pretty good. A lot of the environments and stuff we're in right now, this is all borrowing very much from the Raid series, which again, as just if you didn't do that in the main storyline, this all feels really novel and new and quite cool. The music, the enemy varieties, the kind of stuff we're around, which is great. Unfortunately, these last 2 patches stopped adding fractals and raids and stuff. And then the launch of the expansion... I mean, the next release is the expansion now, right? So this is it. The expansion itself doesn't add any of them at launch. And then after the expansion, you get 1 fractal, but there's basically a big gap. So endgame is starting to really struggle again now, and people are starting to get really disinterested and whiny again now. So,
I got it. How about you? Enjoying your break?
It's so weird, man. Bastion felt so much earlier than these patches and when I went out and the start of POF. It felt like a huge amount earlier. And yet here we are in this one video here. We're playing both. We're playing that entire breadth of time in one go. Didn't quite know how I wanted to phrase that. You know, Bastion was the first patch at the start. And now we're already right on POF's doorstep. How best do I want to break this? If I can get the parry. Oh my god, fine. Choking gas. What a strong break bar that is. I'm really looking forward to playing Deadeye. I will try to do some rifle stuff. Is this right? I have to break the bar? Such a hench fucking break bar. But if I end up doing a bunch of pistol stuff, I'm equally not going to feel that bad. Because, frankly...
Onward, my dear. The fate of Kryta is in our hands.
Oh, mate.
Hold on. So you're collecting aspects of Lazarus? What do you plan to do with them?
That's classified. Civilian.
You could have just said you were locking them up somewhere safe. Now I'm even more curious.
Curiosity killed the commander. There's one shard left. Let's keep moving.
Because in this series so far, I haven't pistol. I haven't done any gunslinging. I haven't done any pistol stuff the whole series so far. So might be fun to do that on a Dead Eye. Also, yeah. So notice here, who is this character? This new character. What's the question mark here? Well, they know who we are, Commander. They understand our deeds and stuff, and yet they don't care. They still call us civilian.
Complex than the last. Hope you brought a book.
So the suggestion here is that this is someone quite powerful, quite old, someone who, despite knowing all of our deeds, still doesn't view us as like some, you know, they still see themselves as either on par, if not greater than us. So that's suggestive of...
Oh, I'm better at this than I thought. Let's go.
Yeah, I didn't know if that was the whole story here. So hold on, can I just grab the beam and interfere?
This is my chance.
Oh my god, that was so good, Plasma, because the, well, this guy fucking running all over the place is annoying as shit. I wanted to use the quickness to just blow him up, but then he started charging all over the place. But it was good because the Aegis helped us from the jumping around Bloodstone Protector there. Let's use Steve's Guild, why not? Oh my god, every little field has weakness in it. That's like in Final Fantasy, you mess up a mechanic and they debuff your damage. Oh, you could just DPS him. You don't have to... My god, all the life steal. So all these little packets of 100 damage, they're coming from our ally, who casts Fragility. This is it here. Which is a Guild Wars 1 skill. Take damage when gaining or losing a condition. So that's just Fragility, that is. And it's a really cool Mesmer skill. I used to love that. So, again, that's another hint. This is quite an old character. This is Guild Wars 1 skills you're seeing. So there are all these little hints, things to wonder about. Is this a Guild Wars 1 character in our midst? Guild Wars 1 character in league with the Shining Blade? Interested in the Massat?
You will not pass. This is the legacy of the White Mantle.
Don't be silly. Your only legacy is blood and suffering.
Before we deal with her, we need to take down these barriers.
It will be my pleasure.
Jesus Christ. All these stacks of Condis, they proc so hard. Dude, this is crazy though. This is like... Is this right? I mean, why is this one suddenly so tanky again? Spamming choking gas for tiny amounts of brake bar pressure is just... Ugh. No, you interrupted my Plasma. Fine, I mean, why go for the brake bar if I could just pressure the health at the same speed? I mean, parry. God, they strike so slow when you want them to. Okay, break it. No, that's still not broken. Break it. There we go. Oh, am I just supposed to throw their own material back at them? Is that what it is? Ah! There you go. A eureka moment. Get Thieves Guild up. This is like playing a totally different game. Build balance is so... Combat balance is so bad. Just think about the absolute gulf of a difference between a build like this and how I'm playing with this versus like any other reasonably strong PvE build. And any other... How many videos have got on my channel of them now? Like 11? Any of them, even for a second. That Mesmer build as well, I keep wanting to show off. It's just... It's insane. There's the eye, by the way.
Gods! Dare you!
Oh, I dare. Believe me, I dare. Your false gods are destined to die.
So yeah, you can already see this is probably the closest thing Guild Wars has ever had to what feels like a filler patch. It does big lore topics, which is pretty clear, therefore, that the devs had no real understanding of how they'd ever get to these stories otherwise. But you know, basically, this is like cleaning up the stuff to do with Zera's faction and so on. Okay, so... Oh, you're not going to make me fight shit while trying to figure this out, are you? Okay. If I throw that on there... This is good, because they're just getting rebuffed from the shield. I can't tell you, actually, how aggravating it is having enemies to fight while doing this. Do they really just constantly respawn? Oh, no, we're okay. Alright, so... Dude, are you fucking with me? There's usually a very simple... No, we do have to infinitely... Oh, of course, because they drop the things which we're going to be throwing. Right, well, let's try it this way then. Let's do... that one. That allows me to turn off that bunch. Dude, I picked it up. Now that one. So now I can turn those off instantly. And I can turn these off instantly. Oh my god. My brain has never worked so well. What is this? I'm like a different human being. What is this? How did I figure both of those out, like, instantly? I'm sitting here prepared for these to be a nightmare. Look at that. Oh.
Drown you in your own blood. Oh, God.
I'm really proud of myself on that. I usually really take ages on those. Oh. Oh, whatever. Oh, the nightmare. Oh, for Christ's sake. If I just let go of the keyboard, that would have gone a million. Oh my god, I'm really not enjoying Weakening Strike right now.
Rise and protect me. Stop her before she finishes the spell.
Well, what do you want me to do? I got no initiative. And she's not going to trigger my parry.
Grant me victory over these infidels.
Denied.
Oh, this is bullshit. Oh, maybe I could have picked up a Bloodstone fragment, actually. It's probably the way to do it next time. I'm tempted to just run Pistol Whip, just because of how often these break bars are a struggle for me. Oh my god, they're all unblockable anyway. Fine. Sorry, is that what they want me to do right now? They want me to throw it even when she's not in the phase.
Rise and protect me. Stop her before she finishes the spell.
Well, I stunned her before she even initiated it that time. I did that a little bit early for the game. This feels awesome. This feels like I'm really enjoying the combat, man. Imagine if all the classes were balanced around this sort of level.
Rise and protect me. Stop her before she finishes the spell.
Yeah, there we go. Simple. Dude, I wasn't in range of that. Those fucking telegraphs are not well made. And down she goes.
So,
I'm starting to think you enjoy these traps.
it's a chance for me to sit back and watch you work your magic.
Let's make this quick. The eye is on the move, and we need to find it again.
Why? What do you care?
It's classified.
I deserved that.
You tell me your plans, and I'll tell you mine.
Honestly, I can't. I took a sacred oath, crossed my heart, and hoped to die. And I would die.
And if I swear not to tell anyone? Cross my heart?
The oath we take is far more intense and binding. Not something you seal with a pinky swear.
We'll see what a niece has to say about that.
You don't know why they feel the need to rush so many plots if they feel like they're running out of time. And Banjo says, I think they just wanted to end some plot points that the community kept bringing back to the Massar. They're fed up with the community speculation, always going to the same thing. Yeah, I mean, that's a potential answer. It's not one that satisfies me in any way. I don't think that's true either. I'll talk about it in a second. Here, we press F multiple times.
She can't tell you either, but I'm off to HQ to gather intel on the Eye's movements. You may as well come along.
Where is it? I usually meet a niece in the palace.
I'll show you. Meet me in the Reach Mausoleum. It's perfect for a secret rendezvous. The spectators are all dead.
Funny you talk about how big brain you are at the moment because I'm watching your Bioshock playthrough and oh boy, you're rough on some of the hacks. Yeah, I mean, come on. I like how I can't be a little bit happy or confident for a second without getting dragged down. No, I'm not very smart. And yeah, I won't do puzzles very well. I did alright on those. Yeah, look, someone earlier said, oh, this is the patch where a lot of my friends stopped playing and stuff. I think that the devs did this because they're sincerely excited about the Massart and stuff, and they do like those plots, and they are interested in them as a setting interior. I think they are. I think there is a sincere love for that. I think there is, truly. Even though in Season 1 they wrote in their whole new cast and did their stuff, even though this game's supposed to be about Elder Dragons, even though, I think that these are things they're interested in. They're just not priorities. I think there probably is a little bit of, oh, we've got to do something. I think the reason this patch is this, and they do this story here, is not because they just want people to shut the fuck up. I think they want to do it and enjoy it. But I think they also know they don't have much time. I think basically they saw they had some time. They had an extra patch. And they were like, well, what is the coolest thing we can do with this patch? And they got really big, wide-eyed about it, and they said, oh, we should do the Massart. Because we just don't know when we've got to... It's not a priority. But here we've got a chance. So let's just do the coolest... Let's go back to Ore. Let's do the Massart. Let's just do the bit. Let's do it. I think it's just that. I think it's that enthusiasm, that runaway enthusiasm. I think it's real. I don't think it's like, oh, I wish they'd shut the fuck up. I don't... The thing is, I think that they're too ambitious. I think that happens all the time with this studio. I think they're too ambitious and they're like, oh, we can do it in one patch. But when you play it, it's so quick. They can't do justice to it, and they can't do... When people are like, we want the Massart back, they want big things with it. They don't want them just to come back to be written out, you know? And that's how it actually ends up feeling. It ends up feeling, even though a whole living world patch, and there's a lot of beautiful, amazing stuff here, I think it creates this sense... And I actually think this is a very damaging patch. That person there who says, oh, I have friends who quit at this point. You know, imagine you're a fan from Guild Wars 1. You've been holding on hope all these years for Massart stuff and to get back to those areas of the franchise you're really excited about. You've been holding out. You've convinced yourself it's going to be really good. You know, there's these points in the lore and the world building that you're still standing for. And then this patch brings it back to close it. And you realize, I think there's going to be a moment when, and I think there's a lot of players in that position where they hit that and they're like, oh, this is it. That's it. And they'll realize what they were holding out for is gone and it's over and really, and I think it's at that point there's just that deflation. And I think that caused mass deflation. I think that deflation occurs when Elder Dragons die as well, for what it's worth. And I'm not surprised it gets people to get. So I think ArenaNet was just ambition, and I think it was real enthusiasm, and I think they were fans of it as much as the fans were. But I think they imagine Living World is better than it is, or that 2 hours of story is 2 hours of story. It's not, and I think they believe more in the blockbuster approach than certainly I do. I mean, I'm talking from a very specific angle here. Maybe there's a shit ton of people that love Guild Wars and Guild Wars 2 story and it's the best thing ever, and maybe the user base doubled when this patch came out and nobody got irked by it or whatever, and I just look in the wrong areas of the internet. But do I really believe what I'm saying there? Not really. So yeah, I think that's sort of what it is. All right, anyway, let's keep going.
Isn't this such a lovely mausoleum? My favorite one, actually. Don't you like it?
Spooky. It suits you. But really, we need to get moving.
Have no fear, my dear. The entrance is just here, if you know where to look. Which I do.
Okay, so... And I think this is all really good, for the 2 hours they make, it's incredible.
Walk this way.
Well, and then this patch has some other wriggles, this Shining Blade stuff. It works here for me. If I was a Flame Legion Sun Char, does this really make any sense? That's another thing that I think ArenaNet struggled with a lot in Season 3. You see it with the Bram stuff, and you see it here too, remembering that there's 5 races. I mean, it's hard. It's especially hard when you start giving the commander a voice. This is a great little area, though. Talk about the sewers and the depths below Divinity's Reach.
You're back.
Yeah, your exemplar brought me in. I came to ask again what you plan to do with the aspects.
Exemplar Carita. Yes?
Ah, that's her name, is it? We never had time for introductions.
Well, I can't tell you about the aspects. Did you ask her?
Despite rumors to the contrary, I am not dead. Stop talking about me as if I weren't here. Anise, tell him to hand over the aspect.
The commander wants to know what you plan to do with them.
I'll take the oath, if that's required. But I can't entrust the aspect to you until I know it won't
Look at us
be
emoting.
misused.
You told him about the oath.
Talking about the oath won't kill me. Just telling the secrets. Besides, he wouldn't shut up about it. You're not Shining Blade. We'd never allow you to take the oath.
Actually, I think it's a wonderful idea. I can imagine no more trustworthy and useful a person to have on our side.
What?
Follow me, Commander. Allow me to introduce you to the Shining Blade's inner circle.
See, I think the whole Shining Blade bit's a bit of a mistake, because the Order of Whispers are kind of already this sort of organization archetype, and you join them and you do things with them.
How much this is going to hurt.
But I mean,
it's just an oath of secrecy, right?
There's more to it than promising to keep our secrets. The magic involved requires igniting certain of your emotions.
You could die.
I love all these
What do
little
I have to
instances
do?
we get in this season.
I can't be at the Queen's beck and call. I have an important mission to complete.
Both of
You
these
will be an
opening
agent at
instances
large.
attached to previous maps are
You will have
great.
special freedoms, so long as you are not working against Kryta.
This is what I think Season 6 should be full of, by the way. Stuff like this. It's an expansion to Divinity's Reach, basically, right? So we get that sense of new exploration, new places to go, but it's still in the Crichton Heartlands, you know? I think this kind of thing is really good, but maybe just a little bit more content outside in the graveyard, for example, or in Brisbane. Yeah, I don't know. The Shining, just the fundamental idea of doing the Shining Blade stuff's a little bit of a misalignment. I'm not sure. I think is too great here. But by the way, what they're doing as well at the moment is they're killing a lot of fan theories, and I've noticed Season 3 does that a lot about Anise. And I say killing, not in a bad way. But like, you know, there were all these ideas that the Queen wasn't even real, that only Anise existed, and Anise would cast phantasms and illusions and stuff. Anise is the Queen. There are also theories that Anise is Livia from Guild Wars 1. But here we see Carida and Anise together and so on. So there's a lot of...
Exemplars, your attention.
A lot of doors they're closing.
I bring before you one who wishes to take the oath of confidence and support the Shining Blade. In the interest of expediency, are there any among you who do not know who he is? It appears your reputation precedes you, Commander. Let us begin.
So here...
Within the holy light of the Shining Blade, I call this gathering to order. Blessings on Kryta and on Queen Jenna.
Blessings on Kryta.
These characters appeared in the human story if you did the Shining Blade
Exemplar
stuff,
Mahid,
by the way.
Would you lead us, please?
It would be my honor. Commander, do you freely submit yourself to be cast into the fires of the blacksmith's forge?
I do.
See, it's
My
these
fellow
I-dos. If
exemplars,
you're a char for
will
these
any among
I-dos...
you speak out against this petitioner?
I will. I point out that he has not come up through the ranks. We have only hearsay upon which to base our judgment.
Hear me. I vouch personally for his honor and sincerity. I have watched him for many years.
You've... what?
I've seen him do great deeds, and I know the many sacrifices he
That line tracks really well as a human.
I have witnessed his integrity. At a time when elder dragons endanger the whole world, Kryta must make uncommon allies. I trust this defender of Tyria.
Drastic times do call for drastic measures. I withdraw my objection.
Anyone else? No? Then let us proceed. Brothers and sisters, I ask you, how is the petitioner softened to our cause?
By the tempering of his metal.
People hated this cutscene too. I mean, I thought it was a little bit funny, I suppose, but...
How is the petitioner judged for steadfast integrity?
At least it's in-engine, this one. No weird, like, bitrate issues or low resolution and frame drops. This is in-game.
How is the petitioner tested
See,
for
my fish is
resolve?
there.
By the shaping of this metal.
We are the enemies of the Shining Blade. You will reveal all their secrets to us.
You will, or your life is forfeit.
I thought
Then
it was
I
a bunch
will
of
take my
rocks.
sincerity to my grave. You are wrong.
I thought it was a bunch of rocks falling from the series. Yeah, there it is. I mean, this kind of it's weird because they're playing it like funny, I guess. I guess it's the idea that the Shining Blade, this ancient cool organization, feel more like a stupid university fraternity or something. It feels a bit
In
lame.
your heart for the Shining Blade.
Fight like your life depends on it. And stay alive as long as you can.
I'm playing Kira this time. You be Shadow for once.
Fine.
Ahem. Welcome, members of the Shining Blade, to the Henge of Denravi, our sanctuary from the White Mantle.
Yes. Welcome to our headquarters, where we make all our critical battle plans.
I really like this bit. This is like one of the coolest moments of Guild Wars 1 Prophecy's story that happens off screen.
It's the Shining Blade, just as I promised.
This is Marcus. This is cool stuff as a Guild Wars fan.
Betrayal is this? You sold us out to the White Mantle? How could you?
I will slit your traitor.
I love the way that they're basically just going through the motions, like they've done this a ton of times. Like this is just like play acting to them or something.
Lancelot long enough for you to get away.
Oh, no, Shadow. You go. You know too much. You cannot.
It kind of matches with this weird fraternity, sorority kind of thing, the vibe that we had from earlier, but you know. But yeah, all the Marcus stuff and the founding the Shining Blade is basically the best stuff in Prophecies, to be honest, I think. For those of you that don't know, in Guild Wars 1, when you're doing the Sanctum Key mission and you meet the Vizier and you end up going off to the Crystal Desert, basically what's happened off screen is you've been betrayed by Marcus, and they allude to the fact that everyone at the Henge of Denravi has been slaughtered. You don't get to see it, but you hear about it. And so here, 250 years later, they have like this ritual around it, or like this remembrance of it. I think it's quite cool. And this is an interesting instance as well, in that it gets more and more and more dangerous, and the idea is, can you survive, blah, blah, blah. It's pretty binary in the way it works, though. It's like, easy, 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 and then you'll suddenly just get one shot. I don't expect to survive for very long. I'm just going to give Shadow time enough to flee. It's another 36 seconds. I really love this new keybind I have for special action. It says J on screen, but really that's on my mouse. It's on my ring thing, as I mentioned in the last part. Whoops. Mouse there screen. Oh my god, earlier, by the way, we had a super chat and I totally missed it. I'm really sorry. Hopefully you're still in chat. Jonathan K says, just say hi and thanks for the videos. It's getting a little late for me to follow, but I'll catch up to it. Have fun. Dude, I'm really sorry. Hopefully he's watching the VOD tomorrow morning with some coffee or something. Hello to you watching with coffee. Hello to everyone watching in the morning with coffee or whenever it might be. Hello to anyone there in 2023. But since we're now in 2022, and I have to say next year somehow. But yeah, sorry for missing that. Hopefully he will catch that. The next boss's mechanics are interesting based on class. I don't remember how that changes based on class. How does it change? So you go, Shadow has now had time to flee. And basically we got a forced down state now. So look, they're suddenly going to nuke us. I'm not going to try and heal or anything, I'm just going to go down.
What have you done?
And hopefully this is right. And there we go.
Massacre! The White Mantle dogs have killed us all. I hope Shadow got away.
So much death.
Oh god, our line there. We're like trying to do it. I like the idea that they look at each other like, what is this guy doing?
I suspected you had a sense of the dramatic in you.
Don't get too comfortable. The next trial won't be as leisurely.
Right. So now we have a cool scene, a sort of a Zodja scene here, sort of.
Shining Blade warred for years with the White Mantle, and their Mersat overlords.
The razor of fate.
See, when I see all of this, I just think...
Could have swung in any direction. Our future was unknown.
Fate's razor? Nothing. Never mind.
And
That's a
that
nice little
many
bookend.
among
Start of the
those
season,
went
end of the
out.
season. Fate's razor.
Fear, regret, inner demons.
Inner demons. Believe me, I'm bombarded by them every day.
Now you must face those that bother you most, so you can overcome them when someone uses them against you.
You know, this is good. I love the camera there. I love the... This is all awesome. But you know what I see with this? I just see this as all screen time, and this all could be... This should be Foul Lane screen time, rather Nightmare Court, Chrysantha screen time, Malik screen time, Pale Tree screen time, all of this. Same as with episode 4. All this Crichton stuff. Soundless screen time. Blighting Tree screen time. Bagarth screen time. I mean, Christ, let's talk a little bit about the Smiths. Logan with the Pact, I think, as well. If this patch was all about that. Right, so anyway, there's a lot of mechanics going on here. I can't really remember them. It's dynamic damage down. It's like as you hit it, you do less damage. So I get closure from Ritlock. I get Shackling Wave. Minor Breakthrough. What? Oh, okay. It's vulnerable. Why'd I get a Rev skill? So is this representing the burn phase? This filling circle? It's interesting. So we got to find Kaith now.
Closure on the doubts and insecurities that plague you.
He's just spamming Dagger 4 on me. Oh, I see. It's like a long line ability. I see. It's like Heartseeker's animation, but it's a long line. Oh, they give me like mini alacrity there as well. Yeah, I honestly can't remember all of these. I guess I'd have to play this slow if I want to see everyone's dialogue, right? I can't stop the thieves though now. Well, down it goes. Weird. I remember that being very different on my other characters.
Master Exemplar, he has proven his mettle. Do we stand ready to accept his vow?
We do.
Leave me be!
All that remains is a journey through magical darkness to the sacred chamber where you will take the oath. Trust me, I will guide you safely there.
Oath-taker, we have shared the wounds of our past. We now reinforce our future. With this oath, you will be bound to defend our secrets. You attempt to reveal them on pain of death. Repeat after me.
I am bound by the blood spilled from Shining Blade veins.
I am bound by the blood spilled from Shining Blade veins.
The secrets of the Shining Blade are mine to safeguard beyond this circle.
The secrets of the Shining Blade are mine to safeguard beyond this circle.
I will breathe my last breath before I will betray this oath.
I will breathe my last breath before I betray this oath.
It has been vowed, so shall it be. The Trusted is now complicit in our mysteries, and a protector of the kingdom. You're an honored agent of the timeless Shining Blade. We may now share our secrets with you, without penalty.
Long live the Shining Blade!
Oh, I should have repeated after them. You're right, you're right. And yeah, Anise sings the Song of the Zephyrites, but she didn't on this playthrough. I don't know why. I remember that threw me off when I first played that. Like, how is that related to Livia necessarily? Man, I love this Ring of Swords here as well. And I noticed this patch actually does a lot. Talks about like the oath, the unbreakable oath. It's very Harry Potter, this patch, isn't it? And like the idea that the Shining Blade is an actual magical artifact. They expand on the lore in some pretty subtle ways. Not subtle, tangible ways. And lots of them. In lots of little areas I wouldn't have expected.
Don't forget, you tell, you die.
Yeah, all right.
About that. Spill it.
Very well. I suppose I'll answer your question now. What was it again?
Oh, you're funny. You know what I want.
I do, yes. You want Balthazar, and I want Lazarus. As long as the aspects are out there, Kryta isn't safe.
You are planning to destroy them.
No. Once I have them all, I'll use them to resurrect him.
Have you lost your mind?
I had a similar reaction. Though mine may have included more profanities.
When he's up, I'll unleash every ounce of Krytan wrath I possess on him. I'm going to annihilate him, and the Mersat will never be seen again in Tyria. What? We've already hamstrung the White Mantle. Time to extinguish the last Mersat. Are you coming?
You think you can find the eye?
I'm counting on it.
I won't stand in your way, but you can expect an "I told you so" if this goes sideways.
Understood. Here's the plan. I've heard conflicting reports on the eye's location. We may have to track a bit. So, we split up. You to Ore. I'll have a ship waiting for you in Lion's Arch. We'll meet up once we spot the eye.
Trying to ditch me again? Why don't you stop by Rada soon? My guildmate Timmy can give you a comm device like mine.
So you can keep track of me, my dear?
No. So we can keep track of each other.
Oh my god. Every conversation, a million things. Okay, first thing. I just want to draw your guys' attention to something here. I cannot, through this cutscene here, I cannot, you might have to go to 1440p. I cannot get my eyes off of the floppy fish. Look at the fish down there, right? Look at how well, like, I didn't really, look how cool his movement is, right? With the slight moving of the fin and, like, the actual flexing of the tail. And look at how the shadows are rendering under it as well. Look at the shadows, the ultra shadows moving. I was looking at that fish through most of that conversation, like, wow, this is really good. Okay, secondly, something more important and more interesting, I suppose. I don't really get this plan, this, like, Livia plan. Like, I'm going to bring him back to life to kill him. Just destroy the individual Horcruxes, you know, phylacteries, whatever. Like, it's so... Like, if they really want to do this, they have to talk a lot more. They can't just gloss over all these little, like, logical things to ask, but they gloss over it a lot because they got to go at lightning speed. If they're going to do this story in one patch, they go at lightning speed, so... The whole thing like feels like Swiss cheese, you know. It's got these massive holes everywhere that you just sort of got to precariously not look at and not think too carefully about. Finally, a concept struck me in that little conversation there. Now, how cool does this seem to you guys, right? If they weren't racing to just open and close doors instantly... Who's this meant to be? If they weren't racing to close doors instantly, here's a totally viable way that Path of Fire could have gone. Now, this would have been mind-meltingly cool, I think. You know how I proposed that Zodja easily could have been a part of the story if in this season Zodja had just a little bit more influence with Timey, helped build, make the modifications to Omad's machine and so on, and then she has a stake in it. Zodja could have been a character. You know who else could have been a character in the story? Lazarus. What if you bring Lazarus back in this patch? If this wasn't a filler patch that was an extra thing or whatever, it could have been, oh yeah, well, let's not kill off Lazarus. What if he's, like, pissed off that Balthazar took his form or whatever? And we have a frenemy. That's all I want, guys. I want frenemies. Alright, so there's a bunch of dialogue here. I won't actually read any of this. But, by the way, last patch there was a reference to E. And I think there's a minor reference to E on one of these as well. Not you. You I've clicked twice somehow. I don't know. There's some interesting little bits about Livia and Anise and stuff here as well, but yeah. And there's some cool books and things too that talk a bit about the history. Actually, a lot of cool extra information there. If anyone in the live chat wants to point out the major points of trivia, I'll sort of regurgitate them for all of us here on the video and we can discuss them. But yeah, okay, so we sail there from Lion's Arch this time. Drink every time WP says frenemy. I like the word, man. What do you want from me? Frenemies are important. Canark is no longer a frenemy. He basically stopped being a frenemy at the start of Heart of Thorns, I would say. For his entire arc since the start of Heart of Thorns has just been, you know, when we suddenly unquestionably trust him, even in lieu of Mordramoth and stuff. His entire arc so far has been man striving for freedom, and he's got it now. So we'll see what amazing, daring, and weird things he does, like decapitating Asura. I guess I'll just jump in the water here. It's certainly on the WP bingo card. I don't want to think about what my bingo card would be. Because I honestly get a lot of anxiety and insecurity about repeating talking points.
Hello.
But I do it all the time, I'm sure.
I'm the passenger you're waiting for. The Shining Blade is providing me with passage to Ore.
I'll need your boarding token.
I don't have a token. I wasn't given one. Hold on. I know how to straighten this out. Exemplar Carita, come in. There's a Shining Blade agent here forbidding me from boarding the ship to Ore.
Ooh, so formal. Is the agent there with you, Commander?
I must receive a proper boarding token. I have my orders.
Agent, this is Exemplar Carita. The commander is on a Blade mission. You will transport him to Ore. Code SBEJ1998.
You don't have to shout.
Yes, Exemplar. I apologize. I didn't realize. You may board at will.
Yeah, I'd say Canuck was a frenemy, definitely. A little bit first half of Season 2 and Season 1. Definitely. I mean, he was a straight-up antagonist in Season 1. The first bits of it. What's that code? SEBJ 1998? What's special about 1998? I loved this, man. Siren's Landing. This was a really cool part of the patch.
We just docked in Ore. Thanks for the ship. Have you found the eye?
Oh, no. Was I supposed to be looking for the eye?
Are you kidding me?
Did you know these islands are strange? I just left a raggedy carnival trying to capture a rampaging slothosaur.
I'm familiar. Don't you want to know whether I found the eye?
It's unnecessary, my dear. You asked me if I did. Ergo, you did not. Out and over.
It's weird. In my memory, Season 3 was so long. Like, I'm thinking about the Slothosaur stuff in Ember Bay feels like an eternity before Siren's Landing. It feels like an eternity. And yet, by comparison, the difference between Daybreak, the start of Season 4, and the end of Season 4, Dragonfall, feels like nothing. It feels like, you know, just seconds away from each other. I don't know. It's weird. Season 2 felt really like... I don't know, maybe there's something about the amount I was paying attention to the franchise between those two eras. And likewise with the Icebrood Saga, Grothmore versus, you know, let's say Forging Steel feels like the blink of an eye as well. But here it feels like there's a huge gulf. That little reference to the carnival again, it's like, it's cool as shit. By the way, that there is the other big jumping puzzle of the season. It's awesome. It's possibly my favorite jumping puzzle in the game. Genuinely, I really, really like that one. In fact, I think it is my favorite jumping puzzle in the game. Seriously. I mean, we can't count Super Adventure Box. The Obsidian Sanctum might be my favorite as well. In kind of a perfect launch environment, there's something beautiful about the Obsidian Sanctum too. But again, it's slightly different. So. But just raw, straight-up jumping puzzle, that one might be up there.
Greetings, Wayfarer. Have you come to help us reclaim this accursed land?
I'm afraid not. I'm looking for someone. Have you seen or heard reports of Balthazar here?
Oh, I did hear a rumor that the being called Balthazar had been seen here. The royal ghosts were buzzing about it.
Do you know where he went? Or have you seen the Eye of Janthir? A floating...
The floating pyramid eye? It passed this way not long ago, but I dared not approach it. It was headed inland. I suggest you start your search with Dagonet, the firstborn. You'll find him at the reliquary of Melandru.
Yeah, that jumping puzzle's so cool because, like, as you climb, like the ghost fires and stuff appearing, and you know the long glides and the checkpoint. There's a lot of cool details there that you can forget just a glimpse. So yeah, we travel around. This was a bit of a wonky release.
Excuse me, traveler. My companion and I are trying to help the Risen. Could you quiet them down for us?
I'm trying to help the Risen.
Like to be a Risen.
Do you suppose they're in pain?
Is it possible they've been trapped inside their own decaying bodies all this time?
If only we could find a way to communicate with them.
A bit wonky, not just for the story stuff that we just did with the Shining Blade there, and also introducing just to end the Massart stuff, which were big unfortunate moments. But this map had some lag issues too because of the mastery. This was a weird mastery. It was at this point, I think it was very clear to me that the mastery system was not working. This is the 6th episode, 6th new mastery, and it just The expansion masteries were by far better than the Living World ones, which were very short-lived and hardly being utilized. To this day, these songs haven't come back. To this day, the code and torches haven't come back. Am I wrong about that? The songs weren't used elsewhere, right? So, I mean... But that aside, so there was a lot of lag and iffy things here. That aside, I love this map. This is so cool. All the dialogue and things you get, all the Sylvari and their fascination, the growth coming back to ore. Siren's Landing is probably one of my favorite maps in the entire game. It's really cool, just in terms of theme and story material. Again, I just kind of think, though, you know, if I was going to do a fan rewrite of Guild Wars, Season 3 would include Siren's Landing. It just wouldn't have it as a Massar Shining Blade thing. This would be the backdrop to a Nightmare Court soundless Pale Tree story. It's just too perfect. You just pair those things together, you know. And that would be sort of what's going on there. And it would be in that mix that I'd find a story and weave something through. This would probably be like episode 2 of the season or something, not the finale. Because there's another awkward thing that's happening here as well, and that's the where is Dagonet? Oh, over here. I mean, even as they've made it here, you still get the Firstborn and stuff. You do still get cool stuff. But there's another weird thing in that this patch, really, these last two should be flipped, right? Flashpoint should be the finale, and One Path End should be the penultimate. Because One Path End segues out of Head of the Snake really well. These are Kryta patches. It's just like a little bit awkward, you know, how these ultimately came around. But again, you know, we're hindsighting. The devs never expected to have a 6-1 in the first place, so you make do. Hello, Dagonet.
I can hardly believe my eyes. The destroyer of Zaitan, here to help us reclaim ore.
Here's your bingo card. I love it when they call me the destroyer of Zaitan.
You were of great service to me once.
Hello.
Sorry to be abrupt, but I'm looking for Balthazar, or the Eye of Janthir. A floating...
Oh, we know what it is. They've both been here, but you cannot follow where they went.
What's the problem?
The main reliquary, Abaddon's, is locked down.
Only the reliquary of Melandru is illuminated. It was like that when we arrived, so we are studying it.
God magic once powered this place, but that was ages ago.
That ley line might be the source.
I'm trying to harness ley line magic to return risen bodies to the soil, to finally cleanse ore.
Timing. If I wanted to find a portable source of ley line magic, where would I look?
Ooh, a conundrum. Let's see, remember Spencer, my chalk organ buddy? It turns out there are others like him. You're already in a place with high magic concentration. Look for a creature that glows, and then cut out its ley organ.
So, that's disgusting. But if it works...
If the organ contains enough magic, it should destroy the Risen, at least in theory.
Dagonet, when did it become acceptable to carry a child locked in one's pack?
Wait, what was that last line alluding to? So it's not just Chuck, you got the ley line scavenger creatures as well, which is quite interesting. Yeah, Razor, you guys in the live chat are talking a lot about Razor. Someone said it was cool. Someone else said who would even remember him. I mean, the thing with me, use their organs to reclaim undead corpses. So I just got to find a corpse. Oh, just any old corpse? I can't remember how all these buttons work. Well, that one destroyed my thing. Christ, we get hit so hard. I remembered Razor, and Razor, you guys have got to remember, he's the final boss of the personal story. It's the eye that becomes Razor, right? Or was Razor within it. But you got to remember, he's Guild Wars 1 lore as well. Like, Razor had been established as one of these, like, kindred kings to, like, Adalburn. And who was the Crichton guy called? I can't remember. He's basically the three kings. I don't know what's going on there with the dialogue.
Directly into the shrine to advance the process of illumination.
Jesus Christ, what am I supposed to do here? I should have cleaned this up between the videos. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. We can just, we can sell this. I'm a huge Razor fan, basically, from Guild Wars 1. I loved that he was at the end of the personal story. And here's the funny thing. I like that he's here, all right? But I also I remember being really vaguely disappointed Not vaguely, just disappointed. It's just another one of those little moments where it's like, I don't know, I really like Razor, and I like the idea that he'd have lots to do, or like he's kind of one of these big moments in the story or something. And then he's just like a random heart NPC. It somehow feels small. It feels, I don't know. It's just another example of something that started happening a lot around now, I think. So I guess I have just complicated feelings about it. Right, what do you want me to do? Use it on a corpse. But does a corpse mean an undead wandering around, or just one of the bodies? I assume it means these bodies. Let's use the 5. Okay, the 5 did nothing. Okay, I'm going to have to stop and read every tooltip. I've got to go find another unchained a leyline scavenger here. There was a lot of stuff going on in this patch. All the song stuff was like quite detailed. The stuff with the shrines is kind of a new layer. Let's find another body. Which one do you want? Leyline Blast, Leap, Reclaim. Okay, it's a 3. We're going to reclaim the thing. Skill 3. Not 5, not 1, 3. That's what I got. If I get CC'd, I'll be fuming. Okay, that didn't count either. Jesus Christ, the spawn rate of these mobs. Why am I getting reclaimed essence when I kill enemies as well? I can't give that to the guys. No. Oh, are you fucking serious? The bodies despawn. Is it the ones just sitting around? I assume it's got to be the mobs, that the corpses that are just laying on the ground. It's not the ones that I've just fought. Is it the ones that I've just fought as well? Well, how am I supposed to kill it while holding the thing? So I'm going to kill one, run away, kill a scavenger, pick the thing up, then come back before the arbitrary time that I have no knowledge of when the corpse will despawn. That's not right. What about just the permanent ones? What the fuck? Why did that take me like 5 times before it finally triggered? Okay, so we got 1. Pick this up. Go over. Okay, we beat the heart already. We'll do one more. Oh, we have the Dirge of Lyssa now. There's actually a boss that spawned here. I wonder if anyone's found that. I mean, look how cool, how populated Guild Wars is at the moment. Someone's actually fighting that thing over there. Applies own worst enemy to all creatures. Enemies suffer 50% fumble chance. But it's just so much to read. I'm not reading the whole tooltip. Okay, there we go. Back to Razor now.
At last, there's hope for Or's resurrection.
Your assistance with the reclamation is much appreciated, Commander.
I'm not done yet. I need to know more about Abaddon's reliquary.
In Or's pride, this place, the complex, held the reliquaries of the gods.
Abaddon, being the keeper of secrets, secured each god's most cherished scrolls, mementos, and artifacts for them. The other reliquaries must all be lit, and the corruption removed before Abaddon's will open.
I need your help with the reliquaries. Start with the reliquary of bread. Use your leyline magic to banish the Saitan pox.
I'll make sure of it.
I like how they got the exact same guy back for Razor's voice. Pretty cool, right? Okay, so off to Grenth we go. To the person giving advice on doing the heart, we weren't actually doing the heart there. We're just doing the story. So I specifically had to do the corpses. It wasn't... It didn't say do the heart. It said do the corpses. But for these later ones, maybe it is going to be the heart. We'll see. I think it will slowly teach us the stuffs. So aren't all of the songs the dirges and stuff? I mean, imagine if Virtuoso had like these sort of a fresh version of this mastery, but as a part of your elite specialization. That would be an interesting touch as well. They're all PBAOEs, right? They're all point blank area of effect abilities around you. This map had some of the ugliest yet most karma costing back pieces for some reason. Cool collection. It's a shame the skins were so ugly. Well, there's something weird going on. This is one of those things where I feel like the devs don't know the game to a degree. Oh, this is really cool, by the way, but 1 second. It's like, those backpacks are actually... Oh, good. You one-shot it. Thank you. Those backpacks are actually really cool because of their open animation. Like these, the Relic of Balthazar. Look at this. Look at this cool animation as it flicks and moves up. Then look at this. And this one's different and is unique. Look at all the moving parts, right? And then this one will be different again. Look, see? So what's actually cool about these backpacks is how they unfold. They all have really special unfold effects. And that's like the magic of them. The thing is, you never see those animations. It's only if you like had it as a glider and you initiated gliding or de-initiated gliding. There's something broken about these. I feel like ArenaNet made these expecting it to be that when you sheath/unsheath, they should do this. This should be unsheathed, right? And then sheathed should be when it's just the thing, right? And that's true for a lot of backpacks, by the way. Like this Scarab one from the start of POF as well. Where is it? I guess I'll just type the word Scarab. Look at this one, see? The wings and stuff, the little... Look at this. But you never see them, so I feel like they need to look at that, and they need to have sheath, unsheath. If they do that, then all the backpacks on this map are amazing. And I liked the Karma Sync. I thought that was one of the cooler things about this. But check it out, we got the Reapers again here now. Sort of. They're wraiths, and their special color. I love these things, the reclaimed wraiths. I don't know if these are in the Stellaris mod. Basically, every creature is. Earlier, people were suggesting more. I said how hard it is to implement empires. Well, all the creatures and NPCs are there. So they are all around. I don't think I have any Unchained in the mod. The idea of an Unchained empire is cool, but Unchained creatures could work quite easily. Alright, Queen Matab, hello.
All the woes of my world started in Creta. Lisa involved us in the war between Creta and Ascalon, leaving our home vulnerable to the Char. Or sank as a result.
If my actions here today can ease your pain, then I'll consider it a success.
My attempts to illuminate the reliquary have proven fruitless. Zaitan's plague magic lingers. I can't awaken the grounding crystals. How long will that wretched dragon's influence be felt?
I may be able to help.
I will accept any assistance, even from you. Godspeed.
Yeah, it is cool that they fleshed out the Orion Royals. It is. I really like that about this. It's interesting. Another thing that you guys should think about for context here is a lot of us were wondering how the hell was this... We were wondering this earlier, to be honest. How does this become a Path of Fire thing? How does this become a Crystal Desert thing? Because the leaks for POF had come out already. People sort of knew. So the question was like, how does this all end up lining up? Okay, I've got to kill a Leyline Scavenger, and then I need to, like, cleanse these with, I think it's the skill 1 or something. But you got to stand far away. It's transfer. I don't know how far away we need to stand. We'll just do it this way and see what happens. If that works out well enough. So, yeah, I mean, and it's weird, isn't it? Because it doesn't feel very deserty. It doesn't feel very related or whatever. There's actually a taco marker pack that will help you to know exactly where to stand on this and cheese these. And you can basically one-shot the hearts, which is quite cool. There you go. That one worked. At least for the purpose of the quest, that worked. Oh, that's it. That's the whole thing as well. Nice. Okay. I thought we had to do all 3.
You've done it. You unblocked the magical current and eliminated the reliquary. I was never this happy in life. You did so well. You redeemed your people a tiny bit. Now be gone from my sight before I change my mind.
Yeah, the further away you stand, the more progress it is. Okay, so we're off to Lissa now. Oh my lord, we're getting some super chats here. Guys, I really appreciate this. It's late at night at the moment. I'm usually not around this late. It's 2:30 in the morning. So to those of you who are here, thanks so much for keeping me company, chatting about the lore and the story. And again, I always feel bad when I say that because I feel like the people watching the YouTube video must feel left out. Thanks to anyone who's obviously watching that as well. Leaves a comment there. But yeah, these. So first we had Colovian Dagger. Thank you very much. That's very generous of you. Who said thank you? Really, I really appreciate it. Hey WP, finally caught up, and I got. If you could select any character in Guild Wars history to show up again, cameo or more, whom would you choose and why? Why? It's interesting you're actually asking me that question right now because to tell you the truth. Oh, they want me to finish the whole heart here. Oh, okay. Hold on. I didn't realise that. So at this point, they finally just said, okay, do the heart. Which I think is fine. So do we get credit for kills, or it's only the scavenger thing, isn't it? Jesus Christ, that's frustrating. That he just randomly happened to walk off right as I threw the thing. Okay, we don't get any credit. So let's kill the scavenger, and let's do the ground and crystal thing again. Okay, who would I bring back? I mean, I think you've asked that question for... It's not a coincidence you've asked that question here and now while we're looking at this one with Livia, right? Because I think Olivia is basically... I mean, there's a few that I could do. But I think Livia is really important. Let's see if this is actually in range. Hopefully it is. Livia in the Scepter of Ore. I mean, for as much as how this patch closes stories, and it says, okay, no more with the Massart. Please stop with the Massart stuff. The Isles of Janthir is still out there. The idea of Massart in the Mists is still out there. And Livia and the Scepter of Ore, these are big areas of the story. What's going on? This is clearly not right. It's trying to path around the circle there. I wanted it to go to that crystal there, but I'm guessing below this cliff there's another crystal right next to me, and it's trying to walk down to it. I'm going to kill this first, because if I dare to try and skip it and just go for the scavenger, it's going to run over an aggro on me anyway, so why not? Let's use the dirge here. Oh, that's cool. We pulled a flute out and it actually made a little sound. Right. Why is it going down? That was so bizarre. There we go. Let's grab this. Oh yeah, of course. You get all the marks. Yeah. We're probably a bit close here. This isn't going to finish the heart or anything, but we'll try. So yeah, I think I'd do Livia as the first one that springs to mind right now. But I actually have a ton of answers for stuff like that. Here's another answer I'd do. Anyone from the home instance, personal story, all those characters I would do. And in fact, the ones that...
Exemplar. It's me. You doing all right?
You know what they say. Distance makes the heart grow tastier.
I believe that's fonder. Makes the heart grow fonder.
No, that's definitely not it.
That's exactly... Never mind. I found the trail of the eye. It's here. I have 2 sources who saw it not long ago.
This wasn't a competition. You don't have to sound so pleased with yourself.
You're just saying that because I found it first. You going to join me?
Soon. I plan to stop in Divinity's Reach and commandeer us some backup. Wait for me. Promise?
Making no promises. Over and out.
This Wyvern used to lag the hell out of the map, and also used to be a really hard fight. This whole heart used to be really hard, but now that everyone has sky scales, it's actually a lot easier, which is kind of cool, honestly. Hopefully other people can help me fight this. We're lucky enough to get here right as the burn phase started, which is incredibly cool. So yeah, we're going to just do the Dwayne Reliquary. Okay, so the personal story characters, what I would start with, actually, is the Asuran inventor characters. I would give them a place in the game before anyone else and anything else. Because I think it's just disastrous that after 10 years, there's a biography question that you get asked, and it means nothing. It does nothing. I just think that's fucking crazy. So I would do that, and I would look at all those little things there, just to give them a little something. Not massive roles in the story, not voice acted roles necessarily, but just little things to do, little people to touch base with. Like I say, at the start of patches, stuff like that. I think that's a good idea. Who else would I utilize? I mean, there's loads of answers to that. But yeah, I think Livia's a big one immediately that I'd do. I'd do a lot more Logan. I'd bring Zodger in a bigger way. I would... do you say bring back a character? What constitutes bringing back? Can I say Bangar? I mean, at this point, I'm just saying characters I want to be prominent roles in the story. Bangar never really left,
Commander.
right?
Yes. No, never mind. Can't wait. Bram sent me a letter. Would you like me to read it? Of course you would. He says, Timey, what did the commander do to Jormag? Destiny's Edge, my guild, had it surrounded. And then, suddenly an anguished roar, and it returned to the ice.
Stop. Do we have to do this now? I can't deal with both him and Balthazar.
He says the Norn want him to kill Jormag. Why, oh, why did he put his arrow in that tooth?
I don't have time for his tantrums. He just didn't think.
And he didn't ask your permission either.
I could have protected him from this. He'll either change course, or we'll have to stop him.
But since Jormag's all snoozy, he doesn't have a chance of killing it now, does he?
He better not.
Yes, he does.
Maybe you can get him to see reason. It's never too late for him to do the right thing.
I don't know if he has a choice anymore. He's under a lot of pressure to live up to Heir's legend. And he's so young.
Older than you.
Only physically. Tie me out. Oh, Rock sends her love. Really out.
See, there's a really cool thing they could have done with the Bram story here as well, right? Path of Fire happens. We're going to do the Path of Fire stuff. We've got a god to deal with, right? But when we get back to it, you know, how does Bram re-enter the story? When are we next going to see him? You guys might not remember exactly. It's weird to think he shoots the tooth. You're not going to see him until next we're at Farina, and he's going to randomly come through one of the portals, and it's going to be like, yeah, I was just wandering around doing my thing. They kind of fizzles out. But they totally could have done a fucking story where right out of the back of POF, it's us chasing Bram because he's going to... He could kill the... If there's ever a time to kill one of these dragons, it's while they're asleep. So I love the idea of, like, we'll just have to stop him. I mean, that's a cool thing as well. Like a proper fight, you know? A proper moment of conflict between us. Well, we have to go after him as he's going after this dragon. We have to make this crazy moment where we directly... You know, we kind of chaotically intervened and saved the dragons a second ago with Balthazar. What if we have, like, a really direct, big moment where we're very specifically like, okay, Bram, we can't... We have to stop this actively. Actively doing that. I think that'd be really cool. Actively operating on the side of the dragons, so to speak. And having that story beat right after we've just watched Doric be empowered and fly away as well, I think would be really cool, because it would be all the more disgusting to see us do and to feel us do. But, you know, that's the story they started writing. Let's indulge in it, you know? The commander is saving dragons. The commander is fighting their friends to save dragons. I mean, that's a cool thing. But none of that happens. Bram's just going to kind of wander back on. They kind of U-turn on it. Wow, is that a U-turn? I don't know what it is. Anyway, we get magma elementals here. These are in the Stellaris mod too. I think they're really cool. Lithoid creatures that you can find. So the way I used to cheese this, and I do call it cheesing, is I think I used to stand here and do this. No. Fuck! Why did I press 3? Why did I do it? Oh, I love these lava trenches here as well. These were a cool part of the map. Let's try this again. Very much appreciating dash right now. I think I'd stand on this. I can't remember exactly where. Right now, let's just do transfer. Anyway, it goes to this crystal and you should be fine. It was somewhere on these rocks and you can one-shot the whole thing. If I don't one-shot it, we'll just kill a random enemy and then it will be done anyway. So, by the way, that Dwayner area got done real quick there. Pretty nice, right? Also, we had another super chat as well. That was from Rojo Brandon. Thanks, guys. Honestly, you've all been so generous. Thank you all very, very much. Saying these story streams are awesome. Please keep them up. Did you ever mention which End of Dragons Elite spec ended up being your favourite after the last beta? Did we finish it? Oh, no, we didn't. I should have stood further back. No, I didn't. I'm not very happy with the End of Dragons Elite specs. I think the studio really dropped the ball. I think it's... And I think I basically had very little enthusiasm and passion to continue talking about. Like, that final beta 4, showing these tiny ticky-tacky little tuning changes and stuff. I don't know. My favourite spec... Probably it's Blade Swan. Probably it's Blade Swan. I'm sure when I get into it and I see how overpowered or underpowered some of them are, it's going to sort of change my mind. But just based purely on like how well the traits were made, the animations, the playstyle transformation, all that kind of stuff, I think Blade Swan is like quite clearly the best made. In terms of what will be the most fun to play, how much time I'll spend with them and stuff, I don't know. But my rating on them is all very low, to be honest. So I'm not very happy. I think that...
You there, Timey? Come in. Can you scan this area for Balthazar, please?
Yes, I see. Looks like there's a vast energy network in that whole area. Only portions are lit. I'm getting interference from Titanic energy fluctuations, but I do see residual magic patterns that fit the big B.
Residual? As in he's not here anymore?
Bingo! He was there, and that's an important data point. What's that big sploosh of magic near you?
The lava pool, maybe. Balthazar has mercenaries stationed all around it.
Might be worthy of closer inspection. Oh, zap me. It's hard being in charge. My team needs me. I'll be back, Commander.
I love Abaddon's reliquary. Look at how cool the reliquary looks. I mean, seriously. And this whole tunnel here is really badass. I know I've kind of walked in an awkward way, but hey, we got to enjoy the map. Look, the depth blur back there looks really cool as well. We're going to enjoy this while we're here. This is a brilliant map, and we're only going to really skim across it in this story playthrough. Also, to the person who said keep up the story playthrough, I mean, the story playthrough will go as long as I have content to play. I would like to... my plan is I want to do another chapter of this when End of Dragons is out. So if you guys are liking this... I mean, I'll do an End of Dragons version of it as well. And then when new seasons come out, I'll just keep adding to this. This will be the playlist. This will be the thing. So, you know, the main LP with a bit more research and longer notwithstanding. So, yeah, I'm having a lot of fun. It's cool. It's nice to get through the game at a good speed as well, you know. Instead of super slowly or like, you know, thousands of hour long project. Galen, wow, thank you so much. Galen says, thanks, WP, for all you do, with a huge super chat, $50. Dude, that's a lot of money. Thank you very, very, very much. Wow, you guys. I'm glad that some people are able to watch today, even if it is quieter, just because it's so late. So thank you, guys. I mean, it's crazy. To me, I feel exactly like I'm making a normal YouTube video right now. It's going onto YouTube. I want to treat it in the future like a normal YouTube video. It's just the slight difference is it's going out live at the start. And yet you guys are also generous. You know, a normal YouTube video, I'd never get this, ever. You just get sort of regular comments and that's it. But here, I mean, it's crazy. It really is unbelievable. Imagine if every video I'd ever done had been, it just happened to go out live when they started. It's wild. There's another person, Larcel Reams the third. I'm sure I said your name wrong there. Thank you very much, man. Thanks for doing these. Fun to watch and learn. Yeah, I mean, if you guys have got questions and stuff about Siren's Landing, about the patch we're in, about what we're doing, I'm trying not to go all over the place with the lore discussion. Dude, honestly, guys, thank you. Wow. Let's try this one here. I'm gonna... It's weird to think that the taco was super well established and set up at this point as well with the game. Because, you know, I suddenly have all these taco memories and whatever. Taco memories, that's a weird sort of way of phrasing things. This is going to be tight. If this works, we're about halfway through the cast and it's traveled about half the distance. Or is it only just traveled half the distance? We might not make this. I might have been a bit greedy. Let's remember exactly where we're standing then. So we'll maybe go for these double lines here, if it doesn't make it. I think I've been a bit greedy. I think I probably need to stand somewhere near that grass. Right, so let's just do the grass. Let's see if we can one-shot this. Here we go. Oh. It just occurred to me that even the first heart, it probably wanted me to finish, but I beat it accidentally from the beginning, so whatever. Okay, so let's try it from here at the grass. This one will probably go in. The question is, will it do the whole thing? Oh, don't forget to like the video. Oh, that's true. Yeah, anyone watching this, if you haven't... I really should have a thing where I do that like every... What's the average view duration? I think it's like 12 minutes now, 12, 13 minutes. So every 13 minutes I should say it again because there's a new cycle of people there every 30. Can you imagine how obnoxious that would be? But if you think about YouTubers that do 10-minute videos, 15-minute videos, that's what they do, you know? They'll do a 10-minute video and they'll ask for some kind of engagement every 10 minutes. And it's accepted in that format. But if you were to do it like this, I mean, it would just drive people insane, wouldn't it? That's right, I'll just split this series up into 10-minute chunks, right? That'll get me a lot more engagement on the algorithm. Get some actual new people in the community. Right, well that was terrible, by the way. That was only halfway done. And I can't do the same thing twice. So that was not at all what I remember it being. I'm probably messing this up somehow. By the way, there's a really complicated event here. Me and Kerry were doing it the other day. I think for Season of the Dragon, this illusory beast. And she figured out how it works. What you've got to do is you've got to, like, get it to run into a wall or something. So this is going to be cleansing, right? I think you cleanse these fountains. And when it headbutts the wall, it, like... Oh, there you go. That was really good. It, like, it breaks its own bar. If not, it will just keep running through portals and you can never catch it. But it's almost impossible to do with other players in the area. And when we were doing it with Season of the Dragon, this place was really populated. So, right, and then let's reclaim one more. And that's it. We're at the end of the patch and the end of the season, basically, you know. This is the last instance.
Commander, are you there? It's fine if you're busy. I suppose I could go do something else.
I'm here, Timey. What's the matter?
I keep running and rerunning the simulation trying to confirm our theory.
And?
And I realized what a huge waste of time it is. Primordus and Jormag have withdrawn. Since Balthazar can't pit them against each other, he'll turn his attention to another dragon. And there's only 2 dragons left. So it's gotta be one of the 2.
Good to know. We'll talk more when I'm less busy. Over and out.
It's not running it into the wall? What is it then? How do you run it into the wall? There's a thing about, like, you've got to, like, interfere with it somehow. It's AI. You've got to do something weird. Is it lay skills you get to run into the wall with? Anyway, it's some weird thing. And if other people are around, the AI goes in a weird way or does the wrong thing. And that's it. I mean, look at this place. This is just, the hidden reliquary. You know, for the mod, all the star names, I never actually added these reliquaries. Because I already have, like, Temple of Lyssa, Temple of Balthazar. They're already all over the place. Even in Guild Wars 1, there's a bunch of locations you get called Temple. So then doing it all again, but just reliquary, felt a bit rubbish to me, you know. I've got 2,000 stars in. I don't need to double up on, like, Balthazar and stuff, so... And Abaddon and whatever. But, I mean, these are cool places in Guild Wars, for sure. The idea of a system named after one of these places is awesome. I mean, I can't get enough of these statues. When I think back to the core story, the personal story, the Temple of the Forgotten God in part 2 of this playlist, where you see the statue there, I mean, that was amazing to me. In Season 2, when it came back in the Dermot Priory Library, that was amazing to me. And now we get this, where there's a bunch of them in a ring. I mean, it's just so cool, isn't it? And there's an amazing scholar here, or nearby, who talks about Abaddon as though he might not be a bad guy. Which is also amazing. I mean, this play, all the alternate scriptures of the gods you got on this map, this was an amazing map. Speaking of the Priory Library, I want to go back there. I want to go deeper into the Vigil headquarters. I want to go deeper into the Order of Whispers. Come on. These are all Season 6 things. Let's do them. All right, anyway, the last chance. I'm getting really enthusiastic playing. Look at that loading screen there as well, by the way. That's a fucking crazy.
All the reliquaries are powered. The magic network is unblocked. I should be able to get into Abaddon's now.
That's such a good loading screen. I love the doorways and stuff. These are technically reused from vanilla though, so. But yeah, I'm really getting into a place where I'm like really excited about all the stuff ArenaNet can do. I hope they come out swinging after End of Dragons releases. I really do. I really hope they do. Relight that fire, you know. Not just in me, but in the viewers, in all of us. Oh yeah, and you get these cool enemies here as well.
Hello. How do I initiate contact? Commander, can you hear me?
I hear you. I'm at Abaddon's reliquary. It's creepy.
We're on our way. Don't start without me.
Too late. I'm inside.
Look how good the lighting is in here as well.
Time has taken its toll on this place.
And how crisp the walls and stuff look.
Anything.
Man, I'm super into how this place looks right now. This, to me, this feels as good as... Do you guys remember when Heart of Thorns came out and you first went to this area, the Shrouded Ruins? You know, those kinds of... It was such a gorgeous, pretty area. This actually didn't appear in the series. Did it? Did I go here? Such a cool area, and I kind of get those vibes from in here at the moment. I love the sense I get as I'm exploring here right now. Feels just like that, those Heartthorn's Bayers.
Uh-oh.
You touched something, didn't you? Casting the portal now. Where?
Signing off.
Holy shit, these things are dangerous. Guardian of Secrets. Now, these are an interesting enemy that I have like a bestiary thing for, but they're not actually in the Solaris mod, because, I mean, what are you going to say about these things, you know?
I didn't know if you were still in one piece. Then we arrived when we did.
I had it under control. No need to worry.
I don't worry. I plot, I plan, and I execute. Don't mess this up, my dear.
Dude, I'm having way too much fun bouncing short bow projectiles around. Not even cluster bombing. It's just more fun to watch the bounce go.
You call that fighting? Don't make me laugh.
I hope she's talking to them, not me. Christ, these things are dangerous. It's nice to see her with fragility back. Oh shit. I don't remember there being other Shining Blade in this instance. It's kind of weird. I always remember this is quite a lonely, desolate, distant kind of instance. Oh, we could have broken that bar real quick there. But no, there are actually other forces here. Oh, I cancel cast my throw rock with the weapon swap. So the idea that I can steal the rock and then use it against their temporary shields to break the bars is pretty exciting. I hope I can land that.
It's been warded, recently. Fire magic, not Mersat magic. God magic. If the last aspect is here, then Balthazar came this way. Captain, stay here and guard the portal. If anyone else tries to use it, shut it down immediately. You understand?
Yes, Exemplar.
Let's see if I can get us through this door.
Well, there you go. That's because they stay back there. That's a crazy effect. It's like the Nevermore effect, isn't it? Isn't that Nevermore Unsheath? They love this her opening doors thing, this patch.
Follow me, my dear. Woe to any who get in our way. Fire. And no shortage of it. Any doubt of Balthazar's passage here is rapidly burning away. Pun intended.
Can you shut it down?
I can try, but it's god magic. Why don't you see if you can find a way across?
We actually get some value being a thief here. Sorry, it says you need a power source. Oh, I get them from the other side, because what we can do is we can skip the puzzle if we want with teleports. Yeah, okay, so let's just be very clear. What do we know about Balthazar right now? And what works, what doesn't work? Well, we know that Balthazar has grown tired of war or something. He's been depowered. He's trying to get that power back from the dragons. When he arrived here, when he arrived on Tyria, but before he revealed himself, he came here to grab one of these aspects. Now, why did he do that? Did he need it to appear like Lazarus? Probably not, because he had Lyssa's mirror. He probably did it to ensure that Lazarus would not come back in the meantime. Not that I think there should have been much risk of that. I mean, Christ, it's been 250 years. But, you know, he couldn't have Zira.
I'm sure I have no idea what you mean.
Hold that thought.
So he does this to sort of make sure that he won't be questioned as Lazarus. And so we still see his influence from when he came here and grabbed this trinket. Now the question is, who put it here in the first place? Why was there an aspect of a Massat here? Am I wrong? Am I misinterpreting what we're doing right now? It's not something about the Eye of Janthir. The Eye of Janthir's just come here because it sees the aspect, or saw the aspect. Even Dash is really good here, by the way. We should be forced walking, but Dash allows us to skip ahead.
I meant I've never seen a niece defer to anyone the way she does you. I'm assuming it's blackmail.
No, nothing so sordid. We're old friends, that's all. Sorry to disappoint.
Now, I know some of you know-it-alls watching this right now are thinking, oh, use Infiltrator's Arrow, use Shadow Step. You're all, like, frustrated. I do know I can use them. I'm giving you the authentic experience, okay? Look, we're doing it properly. That's the idea here. It's not all about... Wow, dashing is pretty... I'm going to go for a double here. Ready? Oh, no. I have no endurance. Holy shit, I have no endurance. Why is my endurance regeneration so low? Oh, okay. They're just debuffing it so that I can't skip too much. Wow, okay. I thought it was the dash Grandmaster trait.
You and Anise grew up together. Met as recruits. What?
If you must know, I've been with the Blade longer than Anise. She respects that, I suppose. There's nothing more to it.
So, lots of hints here about the big revelation, which I've been blatantly talking about this whole time. I was trying to hold that spoilerific experience. Alright, here we go. So the last bit. Oh god, I might be out of space on this one. No, I'm alright. Oh, of course we can use Channeled Vigor to get our energy back. Oh, and we can use the Signet as well. It's quite funny. Alright, there you go. Lots of ways to cheat that. Lots of ways.
Looks like you did it. You still have your eyebrows?
They needed a trim anyway. Keep moving.
Hey, I do. I do, though. I never touched it. I love this, by the way, with the fire on the left and the right. It looks so cool. They could have just turned it off in the room, right? So I appreciate that extra, like, little visual. Dev said that Balthazar placed the aspect here to prevent Lazarus from rezzing. Oh, I see. Okay, so but then where did he get it from initially? I guess they just don't answer that or need to question that. I got you. So it's the other way around, yeah, like Banjo says.
Secrets. That is so like Abaddon. I can handle Balthazar's ward, but that's not all that's keeping this door locked. Look around.
It's a shame we don't... You know, this would have been a cool moment to have paired with another revelation about Abaddon, you know. Siren's Landing already did a lot of great Abaddon world building and expansion, but I love a little bit. I don't want to say a lot. It did a tiny bit. I think my bar's just quite low, to be honest, but it did a bit. I love the idea of going into this super deep reliquary and it's got something else in there for us, you know. Okay, what am I doing wrong here? You should have a choice, left or right, which is also cool, by the way. I like these little mini branches. Oh, I just have to press F first before I...
Giant orbs here. No idea what they do. This looks ancient. Like some kind of mechanism. The workings connected to these side rooms. Maybe the key to opening that door is in these side rooms.
This is quite a striking visual with these
I'll
shooting
work
at
on
us.
the ward and make sure these dormant guardians don't cause any trouble. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
It's almost like it's put me in mind of an eye, which is quite cool because like eyes and vision and stuff feels very Abaddon-y, kind of a theme in Nightfall. All of his eyes and Cormier's blindness and all that shit.
The door! And it shuts.
Did you say something? I can't hear you through that door. Ah! Godspittle! More guardians! Hey, don't worry about me. I can handle this. You get some rest.
It's really unfortunate that I got a blinding tuft from this boss. Can't you give me some kind of like fiery ability? Oh shit, that one's... Oh my god, what is this room like? Does it slowly fill with fire if I'm too slow? I've never, because I really have no experience of... Oh, I think it just alternates. The fire just... This is cool though. There we're dodging the ground and the lava fonts at once with that movement. Oh shit. It is slowly filling up more and more, isn't it? Let's use short bow here, because lots of break bar damage on there. And we can bounce along his minions as well. Is it the lower health threshold, the boss, the more platforms maybe? All my thieves are dead. Now this is crazy. Oh, Arena need to nerf the shit out of everything, or buff the shit out of everything. Including this build. So that they put stuff on par. Look how good the game can be. Oh, I tagged the ground there a little bit. Wow. These are like all new experiences for me.
An orb lit up.
Okay.
Good sign. Let's see what's in this other room.
I'll stay here. This ward is sticky. Besides, last thing you need is a horde of guardians at your back.
Okay, these actually came to life, right? You weren't just hacking up dormant guardians for my benefit.
Huh? I'm offended. But I guess you'll never know for sure, will you? Good hunting.
Getting interactable books would have been great. Maybe bits about Abaddon's diary. Well, I think, you know, even just like if a wall that's painted with some kind of mural that represents Abaddon as a benevolent god giving the peoples of the world magic or something. Even just that, you know, which doesn't even expand in any way, but that would have felt cool, you know. Or like have a mural like that, but then also like there's a painting underneath of the Staff of the Mists and the Scepter of All together, like crossed over or something. Or show like Sahothan and Magdea in that image, just include that in that scene to sort of recontextualize the idea of where those swords specifically came from when the gods gave them to the Orions and stuff. There's loads of little things like that could have done.
Looks like the rubble at the entrance, only, whoa, bigger.
This guy's so cool. I mean, look at his... He is cool. He is a very cool elemental. Oh, am I safe? These bosses are all awesome. You know, I'll never forget when I was testing... Well, not testing. When I was just playing as Press, Path of Fire. And I played that first instance. And the tuning on it was really wonky and weird. And they specifically said to all the Press in the room, myself included... They said, you know, if it's too easy or it's too hard, don't worry. We just haven't got to doing a tuning pass or whatever yet. And it was like really late in the day for POF. And I remember thinking, wow, so they really don't prioritize that shit. They don't prioritize the tuning of these instances and how the combat and stuff feels. And I feel like that's such a shame because it leads to like, this is cool. But I don't have this experience. I don't know. I think it's the balance team, to be honest. I honestly, I did not... Listening to them talk about after when Beta 4 started and those patch notes came out, listening to just how loosey-goosey they were and like, I don't know. Their thoughts and feelings about the balance was not do good for me. I'm actually going to die here when he turns around if I don't Bandit's defense this. So you ready? There it is. So we're facing behind him now. We should be fine now. Oh, come on. Oh, I was right before. I was actually looking at my heal skill. I think we win in downstate. Yeah, we definitely do. I was looking at my heal skill to press, and he turned around and slapped me.
Whatever
He got
you
me.
did, it had an effect.
That's cool, man. I'll tell you guys, you need to play the game in whites. That's what you got to do.
That's both
White
orcs
armor,
lit,
so you
and
got
the
no
ward is
defense.
down. Trying
Or
the
limited
door.
defense.
And you thought all your hard work was for naught.
White armor, no runes.
Oh, never mind. I guess that was me.
You can run a bunch of stats elsewhere so that you can kill things with proper speed, but white armor. So your defense stat is tiny.
The Eye of Janthir. There.
Move.
You got to remember, I'm playing quite a vigorous thief. I have 18k health.
Maybe I can slow it down without killing it.
Just don't kill it. Whatever you do.
That's what I just said. Do you ever listen to me?
I'm sorry. Did you say something?
You know, all this stuff's quite interesting as well, because Livia really didn't have that much story or dialogue or characterization in Guild Wars 1. She had some, but not too much. Mostly it was in the context of her interacting with Asura that she had in the past, which was really cool. None of that's here, so the question becomes, like, how do they write her in this game? I forget how this works. Don't I need to... There's a dirge here. What dirge is this? The dirge of Melandria. I don't remember getting dirges in this instance before. Oh, don't interrupt me. Come on. Wild growth to all allies in the area. They trigger... Our attacks will trigger bleed and retaliation, I think it said. Don't you kill the eye and it pulses damage or something? Why can't I collect the dirge this time? I guess because it's Melandria again. I already have it.
It's giving up on us. Moving on.
Excellent. It didn't kill us. It must have seen the true sight dormant in us. Now it will lead us to the last aspect.
So this idea of her
We are
character, she
chosen.
ignores us and blah, blah, blah. Like, that's all
In
kind of
its
new,
presence,
right?
We'll be able to see Lazarus when he reforms.
Otherwise, Lazarus would be invisible?
That's what you take away from that? Yes, it's a Mersat thing like floating and immortality. Used to be impressive.
We can't lose the eye. Where is it?
Patience. It'll be nearby. Look. There's the last aspect.
But no Balthazar. Damn. I was hoping.
No. No Balthazar.
Are you all right?
Yes. It's just that I've been waiting for this for a very long time.
So, what's the plan?
Let's spread the aspects out so we can watch them. Would you mind?
Do we have to do some kind of spell?
Not according to legend. The fact that the aspects are all in proximity should trigger them to merge. Any time now.
What?
Relax. I brought the true Shining Blade with me. It'll weaken his defenses so we can kill him.
Oh, that eases my mind. You brought a big knife to a Mersat fight.
It's a relic. Centuries of history and magic in this old thing. A heap of blood-curdling white mantle screams in it.
Ever tried using your fancy sword on the aspects? Indestructible or not, maybe it will at least damage one.
I've been waiting for the perfect moment, my dear. The time has come. You ready to fulfill a prophecy?
As ready as I'll ever be. Wait, what?
Never mind, just be ready. This isn't going to be a walk in the park.
What exactly are you saying?
I'm saying that you and I are the only two who can end this tragic saga. Lazarus won't go down easily.
Alright, they're done talking. Yeah, it's interesting seeing all their specific little icons here, you know. I like how they have a goblet and stuff. It feels very Voldemort-y, Horcruxy, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so we'll put these on the things. Okay, there is that line there. All right, fulfill prophecy, Guild Wars prophecies is kind of concluding that stuff. Eye of the North, to be honest, that had more to do with this. Well, not more. Equal measure in this. The thing is, yeah, that line where she says, used to be impressive. It's interesting. You guys were saying earlier, oh, there's this idea that maybe... maybe they just want to close these stories because they're bored of them and they're sick of nerds talking about them. Like I say, I don't get that impression too much. I get the impression that they were passionate about doing this, blah, blah, blah. They just didn't have much time. The one thing I will say, that line seems a bit... You know, it's obviously a lighthearted joke. Don't take it too seriously kind of thing. But that line does, to me, feel like one of those sort of... Oh, they're not that cool. Shut the fuck up kind of thing. Like kind of a new generation of people have come in. And it's not just a new generation of devs, it's a new generation of players as well. Like, Kerry didn't play Guild Wars 1, so she doesn't get any of this, and it's all just lost on her, you know? And I think that's totally fair for a lot of people. And it's like, oh, it used to be cool. Like, it's not that cool anymore. Let's get over it. I kind of get that sort of almost angry sense from that line. Anger might be too strong of a word. But so I do kind of get that, you know, a line like that probably feels like a slap in the face to a certain type of player. So again, this idea that people quit after this patch, like, I sort of get it. Anyway, yeah, this final room, one big last statue. What else are they going to do? And then there's even a small one down there. So we stabbed Tom Riddle's diary.
It now. It's happening.
With the basilisk
Come
fang.
on, Lazarus, you putrid infection. Rise!
I swear they were Harry Potter fans, the people who wrote this. Look, see, the diary was the first one to go down in Harry Potter canon as well.
Last.
My dark slumber is at an... What is... more human treachery?
Hello, my nemesis.
Livia, looking good for a human of your age. I see you haven't changed a bit. Oh, that hair.
Livia?
I've been waiting for you.
Her hair's so lame, man. I don't like hair like that too much.
All this time.
You better believe it.
The Livia?
I'll explain later. He's trying to split himself again. We can't allow this. Is for Christ. For all who fell before you, sorcerer.
Alright, so, yeah. I don't know, it's weird, isn't it? After spending so long with him as Balthazar, and now he's here, it feels really like... It feels weird. I think it looks a lot better on paper than it does in game. By the way, he wears a mask in this phase, right? The Balthazar Lazarus never wore a mask, but Lazarus does wear a mask. I don't know. To me, this is just like one of those little moments where it's like they kind of like kill the mystery of the thing, or I don't know what it is. I don't know what I want to say. Right. So what's the idea here? We hit the eye when one of the things is cycling past. It's an aspect. We blow up the aspect. I wonder if there's any meaning behind the aspects looking like anomalies. She's helping us out a lot with fragility here. And of course, yeah, the revelation that she's Livia and she has a new haircut. You do like this boss battle because they didn't make him a pushover? Yeah, that's true. That's definitely true. I mean, it's all structured really well. I do love the idea of he's like much more reasonable than you think. Because again, the thing is that these guys were like sneaky and self-interested, and you know they're more than just loot pinatas here. So it's like I don't know why I'm using that phrase. That phrase doesn't actually match really. It doesn't mean what I want it to mean. But the idea that he would talk to us and be a bit cunning and conniving and actually go after Balthazar as a frenemy or something in the X-Pac, I mean, how crazy would that be? Again, there's no way that could have happened because this patch was not... This patch was kind of an add-on. So you got to remember that they were making POF right back in Bloodstone Fen days, before even Bloodstone Fen. It was already planned out, so you can't just dump Lazarus in at the last hour.
Those shields. I have an idea. Cover me!
So ungrateful. I saved Kryta from the charm. Do you not remember?
That's an amazing line. I love that line there.
You didn't save us. You enslaved us.
He did both.
Farida! Livia! Focus!
He did both, lady. That's what's interesting about it. Okay, what do you want me to do? I just defend her, right, while she's casting? And that entails killing Sparks? Could be similar to the Unbound mob from Bloodstone Fen. They're released from the Horcruxes. That's an interesting idea. Should we get the thieves up? Okay, we can get this one. Oh, nice scorpion wire. Well, yeah, I mean, it was alright. I saw it interrupted something. That's something. Oh, no, he dodged the hook strike again. Mind you, I accidentally hit the spark with it, so I'm alright with that anyway. These boss fights are all really chaotic visually in this season. Man, POF's so good. We got some great boss fights coming up next. The quality jump now is just insanely huge. We're basically about to hit...
Grandchildren, great-grandchildren.
I do not.
How disappointing. Your line dies with you. You've wasted lifetimes on me.
You dying is worth it.
See, even that there, where they say no, it's like, okay, what's another potential story the fans might ask for? You know, descendants of Livia? Okay, let's make it explicitly clear she has that there is no one else. No, this isn't a thing. This isn't a thing. That's sort of how it feels, you know. Yeah, so POF, we're going into POF, we're basically going to hit the apex of Guild Wars 2's golden age, I would say. That era, right from POF launch to Daybreak, I think. Starting with the beginning of Season 3 to Daybreak, I think that's all pretty much golden era. Oh man, I do like having the double dodge with the dash there, that felt good. Still enough endurance for another if I really needed it. Wow, the more I've played of this, the less I've been spamming 5. Oh, that's nice. I can stun break, use an ability, and then kick him down afterwards. Oh, here we go. So this is the last one, and now we can fight Lazarus himself. Holy shit, yeah, he shotgunned the hell out of me there. Let's go with short bow. I swear, those shotgun effects are some of the most deadly things in Guild Wars. It's the main time I like to go range. And it's usually because they have very subtle telegraphs. I'm only going in there to mug to resustain a little bit. So if you look at all his magical abilities as well, like he's got necro-y stuff going on, he's got LE stuff going on. It's because in Guild Wars 1 the Masar are casters, so there we go. Oh, he had a break bar for a second. Did I miss it? Standing directly behind him is awesome. Sort of nailing him back here. Wow. Whoops. Well, not whoops. Well, yeah, kind of whoops. No stun break on hand this time. Also wasted my heal. Not sure why I did that. Just get a bit of endurance. Let's say that. Hook strike. Oh, I'm too slow. I'm being too slow. I kind of just want to linger on short bow with a lot of initiative next time. I'll get the next one. Okay, he'll TP, and I think he'll do it now, right? I have full initiative. Come on, let me choking gas you. Do it. Do the thing. Fragility's nice as well with the... Alright, there you go. Choking gas. Choking gas. Bandit's defense. Oh, come on! No. What? Dude! I did more than enough to CC him there. Oh my god, he's going to kill me now. Oh, there's no mercy. Livia, help me. I was trying to play your mechanic, ArenaNet. I could have just ignored that break bar and I could have just hit him. I tried to play the game as you wanted me to play the game. It's okay, because there's no such thing as a failure state. Look at that. That was like a moment before the phase as well. We weren't even getting him to 0% health. We were getting him to 5.
I watched the Titans tear your brethren apart, one by one. I will rejoice at your death rattle.
Witch, you could not stay me then, and you will not stay me now. I made a promise to your ancestors. I will have my day. You are not immortal.
That's an important line too. Yeah, she's just going to be choking away. Why did they kill off... why did they throw in the actual Lazarus just to kill him off? I know, that's what we've been talking about this whole video. That's what we've been talking about. Okay, so let's get her. Pull with all your might! This is cool though. The cinematic is awesome. Here we go. Finish Lazarus. Leap to Lazarus and end this Crichton nightmare once and for all. This is the equivalent of pressing F on the Shadow of the Dragon, pressing F on Traherne. Also, our effect there, that's Unsuspecting Strike from Guild Wars 1, that skill icon. Wielding the Shining Blade. Also, he sounds too much like Balthazar. I wish he had a totally different voice, because they weren't voice acted before. So anyway, there you go. If he just talked about his brethren in the mist or something. Alright, here we go.
Finished. Soon to be forgotten. Look at my face. I, Livia, defender of Kryta. I witness your last and final death!
Alright, so how the hell, what does this have to do with Balthazar in the desert? Here we go.
The Mursat are now extinct.
See, like lines like this, I think ArenaNet want us to think, oh, that's so cool. This is so satisfying. This is a brilliant end. They're happy to do the story. They want to do it. They want to please people with this story. They do. It's just...
You okay?
I will be. It's a bit overwhelming.
I imagine it is, Livia.
You believe the ravings of a lunatic?
Her nameplate changes.
I do, actually. It explains why a niece defers to you, like a grown child to a parent.
The Shining Blade is my family. And I hope this secret is safe with you. For their sake.
I took an oath. My lips are sealed. But I'm curious. Just how...
Wouldn't you rather ask the Eye of Janthir about Balthazar?
What? I can do that?
Better hurry. I don't know what will happen to it now that its masters are gone.
What should I do?
Ask your question and touch it. I'll stand ready. Just in case, you know.
Well, here goes nothing.
Not content to kill off Lazarus and all that stuff, they have to break the eye of Janthea as well. I mean, they close everything they possibly can. The other thing I would say as well is it's kind of such a mistake to bring Livia back. It's like the one thing that they do remain on the board is Livia, and they're like, oh, we might do fun things with Livia, blah blah blah. But like, if you've dealt with Lazarus, it's like, what stories does she have to interject in and play around with and mess with and stuff? You know, what's she got left? What? So it's like it's very hard to figure out what to do or how to use her. So she gets marginal screen time. So it's like it's all short-sighted. I don't know. All right, anyway, here we go. This is a cool cutscene, and we're back to the main story now with Balthazar and expansion 2. As of this video, the most recent.
Where is Balthazar? Show me the god of war and fire. Nothing's... Oh.
So this is like a version of the future, which some of it sort of will come to pass. So a dragon with one eye lit up. The dragon being speared. To be honest, a lot of this still feels weirdly intangible. Amnoon on fire. To be honest, the season 2 cutscene is a million times better than that, with the pact getting shot out. But yeah,
into nothingness, the last gasp of a murderous race. Praise the Six.
The flames. Balthazar. Okay. Looks like I'm going to the Crystal Desert.
Do you think they'll ever bring back the fact that you can kill yourself any time if you break the Shining Blade's oath? That's a really good question. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of... Yeah, I don't know. Oh, looks like I'm going to the Crystal Desert. Like, it almost feels like kind of phoned in dialogue right at the end there. But there you go. So that's... It's interesting. I was actually a big fan of this patch when it first came out. Or a big enough fan. But on this replay, running all in sequence, I kind of see the holes of it. So that's the end of Season 3. I can tell you guys that I think I prefer Season 2 to Season 3. Actually, looking back, playing it through. There's a much more coherent story going on in Season 2. And a much more coherent lead into its expansion. Season 3 is like fucking mental. If you really think about it, Season 3 is very crazy. It's all over the place. But don't worry, neither 2 nor 3 will ever come close to the majesty that is 4. 4 is absolutely incredible. And that's where we're headed to very soon. So we got Livia, and she'll tell us about the scepter.
I can't deny I'm curious.
How have I managed to keep my youthful figure all this time?
Who are you really? Where have you been? What have you been doing?
Magic. And yes, I am Livia. I've extended my life using an artifact known as the Scepter of Ore. I've been with my shining blade, blending in, hiding in plain sight, when I wasn't searching for the aspects, waiting to finish Lazarus, once and for all, for my queen, and for my kingdom.
Well, you did it. We did it. It's over. So what are you going to do now?
I promised Anise I'd slow down after this. I want to travel, grow a little older. But I'll never forget you.
Nor I you. And I have to go. I have somewhere I need to be.
I'm sorry. Are you still here? I thought you left ages ago. Go! Save the world, my dear. Save Tyria.
So yeah, she's it's funny they mentioned the Scepter of Ore there very briefly. It still strikes me they have no plan or concepts for it. Because, I mean, the natural thing is, there's a line of... She says, I've extended my life known as an artifact known as the Scepter of Ore. Really, then the commander should interfere and say, well, where is it then? And we should at least be able to say, where is it? And she'll say, oh, it's not. Never you mind that. You know, there should be some kind of a hint or something. But there's not. And it's just got this big sense in this season that they just want to finish stories, you know. And not keep Tyria as a sandbox of opportunity, but just pursue every corridor and nip it, you know? And I think that's... By the way, I make all these observations now. It's not like I would have known any better beforehand. You know, I only know that or feel that as a consumer after the fact. You know, I probably would have advocated enthusiastically for every fucking thing they did this whole season in the original run through, without a doubt. Anyway, there you go. So the next thing is Path of Fire, and would you look at that? We're 6 hours, 2 hours a patch. I mean, it's crazy how well that works out, isn't it? It's really crazy. So yeah, we'll be on POF, and look, I really do consider this to be modern history for Guild Wars 2 now with POF. POF I anticipate being like Heart of Thorns in that we can do it in a day, but I do think that POF is a bit longer than Heart of Thorns. POF is fantastic. It's really good. It's my favourite stuff. And Season 4 as well, for what it's worth, is really good as well, right up to War Eternal. And then we kind of have a weird moment with the Icebreed Saga. The Icebreed Saga might be a one-day thing as well, by the way. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. No, we might do Icebreed Saga in 2 days. I think this will be a 2-day thing as well. But then we're caught up, and it's just End of Dragons, which is due in however many weeks now. So, pretty exciting. I'll see you guys on the next expansion, POF on the next part. I just want to say thank you to everyone who's been watching this. Whether you were here live, thanks very much. Whether you're here afterwards and you're just using the comments, I can respond to you there and we can use it like a normal playlist. Thank you very much. Please do remember, if you've enjoyed yourself, to like or dislike the video. Just do whatever to, you know, help with the algorithm a little bit. This is literally all the content I'm making lately, so you know, the better it does, the better. And thank you to those of you with the super chats today, the people who've kept me company, discuss lore. If you want further chat and stuff, I do recommend open the description to the video and come join us in Discord. I'm happy to talk about whatever, whenever, no matter how late you get to this video. Just come on in and have a chat. You can @ me and I'll see it. So thanks everybody. Thanks very much for watching. And Path of Fire is next. Take care now, guys. Have a good night. Man, it's 3:30. 3:30 in the morning. Jesus Christ. I guess I'm glad it's winter. If it was summer right now, the sun would be coming up already and I'd be feeling bad. Have a good night, guys. Bye.